Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembe TV. This is your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion. We are looking at the latest development on our political front and what you feel and think about the same. Well, we are here again, bringing you what is latest. And the latest is Baba beats Kalonzo and Ruto put together in Ukambani. What is happening? Somebody has been posing to have the Ukambani vote in his pocket, and without him, none of that can be translated to Baba. Is somebody's bubble being, blown or something? Well, it is that time again. Let's get down to talking. Of course, Azimio is leading according to Tifa popularity poll, which is latest and is leading in the coast in Nairobi and in Eastern. So, who has been lying to us? Let's get down to talking. We're going to give you an opportunity to get into the studio so that we get down to this matter all night tonight. We must get to the bottom line of this. And according to the poll, this is not neck to neck like we have been fed on the propaganda that this is the election that will be difficult to call. I don't think so. I've held the opinion that these are two different weights. They cannot play in the same league. I invite your opinion and your thoughts about the same. Let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. God bless you wherever you are around the world. We salute all of you that are coming in. Let's get talking. Salome Mbone, thank you so much for being number one again on the line. Thank you so much. Kuna GHG. I'm yet to know what that means, but karibu sana, sema baba the fifth. Jacob Shaban, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Nani huyu anaitwa Anderson Neta, karibu kwa show, hi to you. Kuna Davis Mwandaga, asante sana. Kuna Fatma Nasimiyu, good evening to you, following from Saudi, karibu sana. Nicholas Otinda, we salute you, thank you so much. Ali Ida Ali, karibu kwa show, tunakushukuru sana. Jeff Makori, asante sana, asante all of you that are joining us. Daniel Kimuyu, Ukambani wapi? No Kalonzo, no Raila, simple. We did not carry out the poll. Huh? It is the poll that said so. So interesting times indeed. Oscar Jr. karibu kwa show. Jeremiah Kipkoech Chelule karibu kwa show. Nasema Fatuma Nasimiyu, Saudi Arabia. Okay. Nani huyu? Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Dorothy Ndoigo, asante sana. Henry Ismael, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Nyakwara Omori, asante sana. Dennis Ntonka, hey, majina magumu leo. Kuna nani huyu? DP what? Hiyo imenishinda, naomba mnisaidie. Okay. Olivia Kemunto, karibu. Kuna Petkira, hey, Decrease, nakwambia leo ni leo. Kipinji Kirimi, Prince Chalaya, hey, hiyo ni ngoma. Felix Chakono, Simba Omar Said, Makto, Fabian Adriano, kama kawaida, asante sana bro. Evans Otwane, George nani huyu? Thank you. George Maganga, Maganga anasema bena tueta for DP ama tutoke Kenya kwanza. Shikilia hapo. There is Mtundura Nyangau, Asante, hiyo ndio Nyang'au ama Nyang'au? Asante sana Charles Johnny, thank you so much. Innocent Mtute Safaris, thank you so much. Miriam Jerin Terito anasema Ruto, asante sana. Cherry Nancy, karibu kwa show. Dennis Ntonga, we are glad you're out there. Thank you so much. And please, as you get down to inviting guys, let us beat that our record again by ensuring that the whole world is tuned to Mtembe TV and they are watching the Open Forum political discussion show, where we give you an opportunity to air what you think and feel about the political situation and chart the way forward for the great nation called Kenya. So karibu sana. I will share the link again. Those of you who are still looking on how to get into the studio, and as soon as you get us, please invite somebody, 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Let us get down to ensuring that we are playing in the top league again, in ensuring that the whole world is listening and watching. Well, there goes again. Sorry about that. There goes again the link. You can click on it and get into the studio. Mr. Wangira, namna gani leo?
Habari ya leo.
Fiti kabisa.
Salamu kwa Bwana Kamau. Hapendi tuone sura yake.
Wewe uliambiwa ruhusa hajachukua. Wewe mbona unataka kuleta matatizo?
Niko salama Bwana Agira.
Asante, nashukuru.
Yaani ile tu unajua tunajiandaa kuingia, tunaweka suti tai kama Bernard. Ndio unakaa presentable kwa viongozi wengine.
Asante.
Nashukuru. Bernard,
Yes.
today I'll be brief because the issues that we have to discuss are also brief issues. You know, things are now unfolding, and you know, as we have seen from the Tifa opinion poll today, Raila is still leading in Mombasa. Although I tend not to agree with the percentage they are giving Raila in Mombasa. They are saying that Raila is leading in Mombasa by 50%, followed by William Ruto at 32%. And they are claiming that 18% of people in Mombasa are undecided. Because if this is the case in Mombasa, then how come that William Ruto's guy in Mombasa, in the name of Hassan Omar, who is running to become governor of Mombasa, has only 9%? If it's true that William Ruto in Mombasa has 32%, so as much as I believe that Raila Odinga is leading in Mombasa, his percentage in Mombasa should be more than 50%. That's what my thinking is. Then we come to Nairobi. Nairobi again, we are told that Raila is leading by 42%. You know, all along we have believed that Raila in Nairobi is more popular than William Ruto, although the Tanga people have always claimed otherwise. And I still disagree with this percentage of 42% for Raila against William Ruto's 22% in Nairobi. And then they claim that in Nairobi, a huge majority of up to 36% are undecided. Surely, at this point, we have such a huge number of people in Nairobi who don't know who they will be voting in the next 3 months. So this issue of the undecided here could be misleading, as much as I believe that Raila is leading in Nairobi. You know, what surprised me was the results, the opinion poll results from Makueni. You know, I didn't expect this, and yesterday, you remember, I told you that Raila Odinga in Makueni, if I can remember the numbers that Raila Odinga got in Makueni in 2017, that was 302,000 votes. That's what Raila got in Makueni, and that was almost 92% of the entire votes cast in Makueni in 2002. So Oh, today we are seeing that Raila in Makueni has dropped from
2017, not
no,
2002.
sorry, 2017. Sorry. Thank you for the correction, Bernard. In 2017, he got 302,000 votes in Makueni, which was equivalent to almost 92%. So we are seeing that today in Makueni, without Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila still commands some huge influence in Makueni, because without Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila Odinga still enjoys 48%. 48% without Kalonzo Musyoka. And then we are being told that Kalonzo Musyoka here enjoys only 21%. And William Ruto comes further third at 18%. So, given the noise we are hearing from Ukambani, because there have been noise even up to this evening, they are telling us that if we don't give Kalonzo Musyoka the running mate of Raila Odinga, then there will be no Raila Odinga in Ukambani. So, despite that noise that we are hearing from Ukambani, if Raila Odinga can manage 48% in Ukambani without Kalonzo Musyoka, then that's a good reflection that they is doing very well, that he only needs to find a way of tagging Kalonzo Musyoka along. And if he tags Kalonzo Musyoka along, then in Ukambani, it will be done and dusted. Then the other opinion poll that caught my eyes were about the gubernatorial race in Nairobi. I think it's 1.5 weeks since we unveiled Igade for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat. And in 1.5 weeks, imagine Igade is now doing 15% against Sakaja's 22%. So that just tells you that if Sakaja is not very careful, he's not going to win these elections. Imagine Igade has not started campaigning. Sakaja has all been all over campaigning. Igade has not started campaigning and is already at 15%, and Sakaja is at 23%. And we are told a huge 47%, a huge number of Nairobians are undecided voters. So if things continue the way they are, then Sakaja will not become the governor of Nairobi. Finally, Bernard, I'm liking the design that now Raila Odinga is taking to penetrate central Kenya. You remember the other time I told you that the exchange between William Ruto and President Uhuru Kenyatta was helping Raila to get out of the front line. And you know, Raila out of the front line now, it has helped him, because now Raila Odinga is now only dealing with people who will help him to get votes, other than getting in exchanges with William Samoei Ruto. We have seen him over the last 3 days. He was in Nyeri, I think. Yesterday he was in Nanyuki, and today he was in Kiambu. And the guy was cool and calm. And you know, he was just talking to grassroots leaders and you know, encouraging them to work hard to ensure that Azimio wins this election come the 9th of August 2022. And there's just a quote from one guy from Central Kenya who said, and let me just quote it as I finish. Raila Odinga never imagined, this is the quote, Raila Odinga never imagined he would ever be received in Central Kenya. This is what that guy said. Then he finished by saying, on 9th August, I will wake up and proudly give Raila Odinga my vote, regardless of who his running mate will be. And yes, it shall be and yes, it shall be a national pride to do so. So that is a guy from Central Kenya who is saying that he never imagined that Raila Odinga would ever be received the way it's being received in Central Kenya. And he's now promising that he'll wake up on the 9th of August to go and vote for Raila Odinga, irrespective of who his running mate will be. And he calls that one national pride, Bernard. So we are saying that as things go on, perhaps Raila Odinga is likely to do much better in central Kenya. Let me leave it at that and allow somebody else to also contribute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. Bwana Kamau.
Patia Margaret kidogo tu msikie. Kama
Okay, Margaret, namna gani? Unmute. The mic is beside your name. You click on that mic on your screen.
Hapo?
Yeah, hapo sawa basi.
Ni hapo
Ni hapo, endelea. Namna gani?
Hello. Niko kwa basi, sijui kama ni kelele ni mingi.
Na tunakusikia vizuri, endelea. Toa maoni yako kwa kifupi.
I've been your secret listener. Nawapenda wote sana, ile kazi mnafanya, Mungu awabariki. Mnafanya kazi mzuri sana. Mimi niko hapa London na Azimio damu. Leo sioni kina mama Selina hapo. Nawapenda tu nyote sana. Niko kwa basi na sasa unajua hawataki nipige kelele. So nitarudi baadaye nikifika nyumbani. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki Love you all.
Sawa. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you Margaret.
Kazi mzuri sana. God bless.
Asante.
Bye.
Good. Matt, is it Matt? Solmat. Is it Solmat or what? You have decorated your name. We can't read it.
It's Solmat.
Is it Solmat or what? You have
Thank you. Yeah. It's Solmat. Niruhusu kama waongee kwanza, the last person to talk. I still have enough time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate all of you for keeping at Mtembei TV. I trust you are following and you are part and parcel of the change that this country needs by making sure that you elect right people in right position, people of integrity, people of focus, people that have this country at heart. That's the reason why we stay awake to see to it that this country is not misled by anybody or nobody takes advantage of the ignorance of our people. And so wherever you are joining us from, please be at home at Mtembei TV and do your part as we do our best and trust God for the rest. Well, if you're able to get us, invite somebody to join so that we all gang up and make a difference. Usisikilize peke yako, usifuate peke yako. Leta kijiji yako yote, leta community yako yote, leta county yako yote. Wote tukutane hapa tujadili masuala ya Kenya na tuhakikishe kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele ipasavyo. Bwana kama uko tayari, Kenya wako tayari?
Sawa, naweza ongea kidogo. Najua introduction haitaki mambo mingi. So I want to unajua katika hii mjadala tunakujanga kusema mambo ambayo yana happen, na mi naangalia katika hiyo subject yako, naona hata umesahau kuweka, kulikuwa na mkutano ya watu kutoka Tarehe huko Karen and unfortunately hata Mtembei ni kama hawakuweza kuwa featured kwa sababu ilikuwa na kizaazaa. Kwa hivyo what that tells you is that BBI was a cure to so many problems. Because you can see that the egos of a tribe are now manifesting. The egos. Unajua, I would like to say this so that people understand where I'm coming from. Every country in the world has their structure of government, or let me put it this way, they have the way they manage their democracy. And the problem in this country is that we borrowed much from the United States, tukaiba kidogo UK na ingine South Africa. And then we brought it to ourselves thinking And it is one of the advanced constitution in terms of human rights, in terms of other commissions and Supreme Court and other structures of government. But when it comes to democracy, we never touched it. Because if you ask me, Bwana Bernard, the best government Kenya has ever had was a Nusu Mkate government. You might like it or hate it, but it worked for Kenya in a very, very orderly manner. And I'll say this, even when corruption was happening in that government, they themselves could be the opposition of the same government. And at that point, nobody in this country felt out of the government. And the growth of the economy, as you know it, and it is in the records, it was like a minister of Uganda says, ilienda juu, ilienda high to 7 point something %. And therefore, until we get it right in the constitution on how we can cure the egos and make everybody feel part and parcel of a government, because I think right now kila mtu anataka kuwa kwa serikali. In fact, I'm actually worried. If you look at the UDA side and you look at the Azimio side, watu hata wameanza kujipanga who will be the ambassador, who will be where, kila side. And that is a worry, because that tells you in the event this elections is close to call, then nobody, even the one that says there will be no handshake, will accept the results. And therefore, I see another handshake cooking if we have not actually cured the issue of the structure. I usually say that we don't have to be perfect, but we need to at least know the historical problem of this country and try to address it constitutionally. Because whenever you put something in the constitution, it is stronger than even promising somebody with an MOU. Because what is happening now, there are a lot of MOUs, and I know they are going to be broken. People are promising others, don't worry, even if I don't make you a deputy president, I'll make you the chief minister. There's nothing like chief minister in the constitution. They can be a supervisor, but in the constitution, there's nothing like chief minister. CAS, there's nothing like CAS. And therefore, my worry is, as we approach the election, is that we are getting to an election with some percentage in the constitution that is that can trigger a stalemate that nobody can be able to cure, even the Supreme Court themselves. You see, they sit with those gowns and big offices in Nairobi, and they have those swinging chairs, and they feel like they are very comfortable and nothing can reach them. If we have a political situation, my brother, it doesn't matter what position you have in this country, it will not help you. And that is why sometimes I get sad with these judges and these Supreme Court people. Because when you see there is a problem somewhere that even threatens your own existence, then you should also be participatory in helping on how to solve it. But if you are going to be sitting there thinking that we'll have an election and everybody will greet each other, na tunuliane kahawa na chai na twende nyumbani, then we are deceiving ourselves. If you look at this election, you can see that in the side of UDA, if they choose Rigathi Gachagua, then there is a problem with Mudavadi and Wetangula, because you cannot go to the Luya Nation and tell them we are going to be briefcase carriers, and most of the time you're going to be in Karen arranging chairs. That one cannot sell with the Luya people. If they choose Mudavadi or Weta, you cannot go to the Kikuyu and say now, Kumera, we have our government now, we have a share. There will be no Kumera because they will say, after all, I don't think I can see my people there. Let's go to the other side of Azimio. If, for example, Raila chooses Kalonzo, then he might be getting the 1.5 or 2 million votes from the Kamba. But again, the Kikuyu and the people from Mount Kenya will say, we will vote at our own pace. So there will be no that psych to come and vote. And if they choose mother again, then the Kalonzo and his group, they have nothing to put on the table for the people. And you know why? Because the other positions they have been promised are not constitutional. Once we realize that this country has some kingpins that are larger than country, that are even above the law, then we should have created the structure so that it suits them and it suits our political formation. Kwa hivyo mimi naona Kalonzo has a right to fight for the deputy president. Karua has a right, the people who are voting, but Mutavadi has a right. But now we only have one president and one deputy. We have been telling them there is some 20% of this constitution that need to be amended, and they have been up in arms saying that we are forcing like quinine, like Panado, or some medicine, or some vaccine. People are forcing the BBI to us. You can see the problem that Uhuru Kenyatta had seen. Because the moment this country, and let me ask you, what is the cost of having a larger structure of government on top of there, like 5 or 4, and the country to remain in peace forever? What is the cost? What is the pros implication? Because even if you pay these people much, let's say we pay them even 2 million each, and they are 5, that is 10 million. But let's put it on the other side. Let's say we have a president and a deputy president, and the other side are not agreeing, and we have a stalemate of constitutional problem for about a year. What would we have lost? The 10 million. We can't lose 10 million. It is believed that even when we had an issue with the elections 2017, every day we were losing about I think every hour a billion shillings. So you can see sometimes the cost of democracy is not easy, and people must go that extra mile so that we make sure that and I will tell you something about even the people of Rift Valley. Even if they are defeated in these elections, they are not going to be out of this government. They will not allow. They are conditioned to be in the government. Kwa hivyo, it is important to understand that the election that we are approaching in the next 3 months, so many things electoral-wise are not sorted. So many things structural-wise are not sorted. And even so many things judicial-wise are not sorted. Let us go with that mind. And let us not stay and hide ourselves like the proverbial hostage and assume that everything will be all right. This is an African nation with an African mind, with an African curse. And you know, when you have an African curse, Bwana Bernard, it is difficult to let go. We do not resign. That's why you see the deputy president cannot resign, because he doesn't understand what is resignation. We are Africans. People are going to stay put. So I will introduce myself with that, and then later on I'm coming to talk about that opinion poll and the Mount Kenya, Raila in Mount Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you Bwana Kamau, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Huu mtazamo ni mkali, but lazima tukubali kuwa Wakenya. Bwana Kenywa, namna gani?
Yeah, mzuri sana Mr. Bernard. I hope you can hear me very well.
Yes, I can hear you very well. Wewe Mkenya halisi ama Mkenya bandia? Sababu siku hizi mpaka lazima tukague.
Ai bwana, unataka niongee lugha gani? Unataka lugha gani?
Tunafanyiwa vetting. Ukitaka kuwa deputy tunakufanyia vetting.
Ukitaka
kuwa Mkenya tunafanyia vetting. Ili tujue kujua watu wote bandia tuwatoe katika nchi.
I'm a Kenyan, a registered voter. A registered voter, and I'm going to vote. So thank you so much. Let me just say hi to everyone, Wangira, Kamau, and Reuben. I'm happy to see you, Bernard. You are always happy, and that shows the that shows that the God is with you, and that's good. So let me just talk a little bit on what Mr. Kamau has just talked about. I would like to put something so that the people can understand. You know, the people who are in UDA, let me say UDA, I normally call it UDA, I don't know about Kenya Kwanza. They fought the BBI, knowing very well the BBI was to help everyone in Kenya. But they did that. They used to fight it because they wanted to show us that the money is being used for BBI for no reason. So it's our money, it's being used, so we should reject it. Ni ya kutafuta vyeo, the BBI. Lakini back in their mind, because already they have possession, they were trying to mislead the public, Kenyans. Already they are in possession, so they have nothing to lose. They're in possession already. So waliitumia kudanganya Wakenya so that wakifikiria itawasaidia kupata serikali. So that we see these are the good people. They are caring for us. They don't want our money to be used anyhow. So these are the good people. So we should vote for them. That's what they were doing. You can confirm with the political party amendment bill. They fought it very well. Na wakaongea vibaya sana wakiipiga. But the moment it was signed into law, who are beneficiaries? They are the first people to benefit. The same in BBI. They used this to convince Kenyans. They didn't know that time will come and we Kenyans, we are going to understand more about the BBI. And you know what? Right now is the time Kenyans are understanding that BBI was of good for Kenyans. But these people, because they're in position already, they decided to fight it through us so that they get elected again. So I think we missed a lot, and it's because of the same leaders. So in terms of the governance in this country, I think this time around people should think big and think about what we need in our constituencies, in our counties, and also down here in the village. Not about to listen to most of these things that people are saying. Then in terms of this issue of the deputy, you know, sometimes even if we need deputy, we'll have at long run we'll have one deputy and one president. And what I've come to realize, I've been doing research in Azimio. What they want, it's if you are in Azimio, be sure that you have no interest of anything. All Azimio want is a person who is willing, we win together. Regardless, you will be given that opportunity to being a deputy, or we need people. They need someone who is ready to make Azimio win. So we should win together. We don't want to win when you're outside. Come in, we win together. So we need people who they don't have conditions that I need this because of this. I need this because of this. If I don't be deputy president, I'm not going to support you. You know, and those are the bad conditions that the Kenya Kwanza, the UDA, they are trying to force in Azimio while they are in their side. Every time they are talking about Azimio, you see, because they want to make sure to create a commotion in between good leadership in Azimio. That's why even Kalonzo today, I think it's today, he talked and said, watu wastaje jina yake. Kalonzo, it's a senior. Anajua, it's a lawyer. He knows everything. He's an elder. Anajua kila kitu. He knows to make decision, the time and when it's good time or not to make decisions. So they are trying to point Kalonzo now and then. Even now I was watching NTV. Sabina Chege is there and Kipchumba, Murkomen and Mutula, Kilonzo. And the same thing Murkomen is talking about is Kalonzo. You know, that's like themselves, they are demeaning the leader, but they are demeaning the leader while hiding You see, and those are the things that in Azimio we don't want. We need someone who wants to join the Azimio. We win together, not to get a position. Kalonzo came in Azimio while Azimio was already going, and we give him a privilege to add the word hawker. So we don't want these people to come and push their demons in Azimio. We don't want their demons in Azimio. Let them fight their own fight there. Thank you, Bernard. I think I will talk about the topic the next round. It's fire. Thank you.
Sawa, asante sana Bwana Kenywa, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na tunasonga mbele. Bwana Wangira, we are back to you. On the issue of the undecided voters, do you think the poll is tailored in such a way that it gives false advantage so that these undecided voters can be used as a closing in tactic? Just to look at it mischievous.
Just to answer you on the issue of the undecided voters, I've tried to analyze the Kenyan psychology. Bernard, even you, as a representative of the Mutembei TV, there are times when you go into the field and you want to interview somebody, and you discover that this somebody does not want to give his opinion. It doesn't mean that he has not made his conclusion. It doesn't mean that he has not decided. But if you ask him to give his opinion in the public, you see, this guy becomes, I've seen it with many, many Kenyans. Whenever they are being interviewed, especially by media houses, they will not come out rightly to say that this is my position. But it doesn't mean that they don't have a position. They do have a position. And I think that is what is happening with these opinion polls. This 18%, for example, for Mombasa, that are being said to be undecided, I don't think they are undecided. There are people who are not just coming out to say where their position is, but inside their hearts and souls, they know where they will be voting come the 9th of August 2022. Let me just continue on this debate on the issue of Kalonzo Musyoka. I tend to think that Kalonzo Musyoka could be sobering up, because today I listened to him and he looked a calm person. He looked a calm person. As much as he has his foot soldiers who are hardliners. But today, when I listened to him, especially on this issue of not having been allowed to speak at the funeral of Mzee Kibaki, he said he did not want his name to be associated with such a talks, because what he wants is for Mwai Kibaki to rest in peace. And the first person who brought up this issue was none other than Senator Wambua, who is his own senator from Kitui. So there are hardliners on the side of Kalonzo Musyoka, but I tend to think that Kalonzo Musyoka could be sobering up. And this just reminds me of that story.
One moment, Mr. Wangira, one moment. Please, guys, on the comment sections, you're crossing the line. You're crossing the line. Concentrate on the debate, not on insulting people. Please ensure that you do that. Don't lose the focus. We're here to debate and look for the best way forward for this country, not to call who is mwizi, none of the apisha, none wanini. How does that now help this country? Please, let's be mature and do the right thing. Thank you. We need you here also to changia. So please, don't lose focus. Don't be invited into a fight and you join it without thinking. Everybody is here to pull on their own direction. There are UDA guys here who are there to distract you from following the debate. And there are these other ones who also want you to miss what is going on the debate. So please be keen and remain focused so that we do the right thing every time we do whatever we do. Don't just waste your bundles and waste your time responding to things that are not adding value. Thank you very much. Mr. Wangira, go ahead.
So just as I was telling you, having listened to Kalonzo Musyoka today, I think ultimately, Kalonzo Musyoka will stick with Azimio and he'll settle on whatever position that they'll give him. And these are my reasons. And I want to give you an example. You remember during the Kofi Annan negotiations, I'm using it as an example. There were those hardliners who never wanted Mzee Kibaki, and we have been told, who never wanted Mzee Kibaki to share government with Raila Odinga. And they've taken very hard position until Mzee Kibaki and Raila Odinga went and sat, the two of them, and eventually agreed. And when they discovered that Mzee Kibaki had agreed to share government with Raila Odinga, they went back to him, and Mzee Kibaki, became irritated, and he told them, "Hiyo maneno tumemaliza." So I see a situation as far as Kalonzo Musyoka is concerned, where he'll tell these hardliners who belong to his own party, wakina Mutula Kilonzo, wakina Maanzo, wakina Seneta Wambua, that hii maneno tumemaliza na sisi tuko katika Azimio. So eventually that's where I see Kalonzo Musyoka going. Even if he not be given that position of running mate for Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka eventually, the way I saw him today, will settle for whatever position that he'll be given, and he will be part and parcel of Azimio to the end. Something that is funny today is that we are having 47 independent presidential candidates, Bernard. Imagine 47 people who want to run independently as presidential candidates. I was just trying to imagine what type of a ballot box, ballot paper that one will be. Then I could not, and I'm just trying to imagine how it will look like. A ballot paper for 47 plus 2, 49 presidential candidates. How long will that one be? Are we having jokers in this country? Because can we come up with a way of minimizing on these jokers? Because we cannot have every Dick, Tom, and Harry now telling us that he wants to become a presidential candidate, as much as it's their democratic right. Finally, for those people who have been listening to Nelson Harvey today, Nelson Harvey today is speaking in tongues. And the reason why perhaps he's speaking in tongues is because Tim Wanyonyi seems to have returned to Westlands, and Nelson Harvey has now discovered that he's likely not to win this particular election. Because today, the last quote that I've just read from Nelson Harvey has just said that, Raila Odinga has great respect for him. And he has said that if Raila Odinga wins this particular election, he is going to work with Raila Odinga. So this is one man, you remember 2, 3 months ago, he was very arrogant against Raila Odinga, talking badly against Raila Odinga. And today, after Tim Wanyonyi has returned to Westlands, is now speaking in tongues. Imagine. Bernard, let me just leave it at that, and I allow somebody else now to come in.
Asante sana Bwana Wangira, that is a good one. On the independent presidential candidates, I think we'll have a conference on the same, because this is too much. As much as we're in a free country, this must be controlled. We need to control papers. Kosti ya makaratasi imepanda. Hatuwezi kutumia makaratasi kuweka picha ya watu bure. I'm a publisher. I know the cost of papers has gone up. It has tripled. We need to control expenditure ya IEBC. Hawa watu wote waitwe nyuma ya tent wasomewe. Hii ni michezo. Bwana Ruben, how are you? Bwana Ruben, are you there? Ruben anaingia mara nyingine. Ruben, how are you? Okay, it's you, Ruben. Hey, Ruben, are you there? Okay, it seems here is yet to connect properly. Bwana Andrew, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana ndugu.
Karibu.
Nawasalimia nyinyi wote, naona Kinywa, mzee Wangira, tuko na Eru Tiroba, na Mr. Fraba ya Nyamudi ya Yomune. Chamige, uiga sigiti. So unasema ya kwamba tunashukuru Mungu, tunaona leo pena tunasema the grace of God is sufficient. So nashukuru sana. Naangalia polls leo tunasema 48%, but sometimes I ask myself, how do they end up these polls? Who is doing these polls? If you ask Roba from where he is, and the Wangira and the other people, they will tell you the best practice is given the right people, the right place to do those things, especially the polls, who is doing and when and how. And that's why institutions of high running are important. Why? They are the think tank. You hear Baba saying think tank. Because those are the people who knows how they do it. They have already tried it. That's why we send our intellectuals, our people, students to study. They know. They tell us. They get the research. Those are the architecture of that. So why do we go and hire people? And I don't know whether who hire that. And how do you get this information? We are confused. So you hear polls there, and then we started talking about it. Then we get misread more and deeper. Even actually no need to discuss about polls. If I were as Mutembe TV, that thing could be not even be interested. No need. Give us the candidates. Put them on the show. Let them tell Kenyans what they will do to their people. Who are they? Let us see their CVs. That's what we need. Everybody has to go through that screening. You have to pass through the X-ray. The X-ray, whether you want to be a deputy, you want to be what? Go through the X-ray. It doesn't matter how many people. We are talking about Kalonzo. We are talking about, yes, all of them, they are good. But they cannot be all of the best. Because now we are looking for the best for that. So we need everyone to go through the X-ray. If the X-ray say, make sound, stay aside. If they say, you go and check. Until we remain who is going. So I feel that give the panel, give the committee ample time to do their job. We will only advise, look at where they are doing. Let them wait what they tell us, whom they have picked and how. And then now we go and watch them, their speeches. They tell us, we know some of them are known. Then we know who is telling the truth, who is going for this. Then we look at it from that way. And one more thing. We have a saying in our where we come from. Roba is usually testify. If you see the warthog and the rubber teeth, my friend, you will have a baby, a child of that kind. And it has happened. So Mr. Kinyo has mentioned here that we did something wrong to the BBI. And if you could see the entire country, how people celebrated, some even went further, I don't want to mention because it is already known. Those who went parade, they have seen the, we don't want to say that's what happened, but sometimes we don't have to laugh at some things. We need to be careful. There is someone bigger than anybody else watching Kenya. I imagine we may think when we want to do anything, no one. And we say we are God-fearing people, men and women. You know, sometimes I wonder, which book is this would we read? And how do we read? You know, sometimes we read for other people, but what we read. If I thought we read, then we have to start with ourselves. And we need to be careful. Sometimes we reach a point, we become remorse. After some time, somebody speaks something, we forget. How soon we have forgotten even? It's too soon. But I feel that we look at focus our target, because some distractors are there to make us lose the target, and these ones are there. But let's focus, give time. Those the people do their job, and our job is there. As KIMUNYA said, you have a vote. If you don't have one, or you do not manage, encourage people to go and vote, or look for how will you fail them to go and cast the vote, because that is what we are going to be able to reach what our dreams are. And on that, I feel that we say sometimes. The other day we were watching Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, and we look at it, we reflect. Sometimes we get the point, sometimes we get out of completely because of some other small things that distract us. But we, you know, it's for human beings. Yes, we are swayed by what we see, but sometimes there are things that we, even if it is not written somewhere, but in your heart, there is something you know. You can't lie to yourself. That thing which tells you this is wrong, this is not right, this way, please listen to that. If you don't want to read other things, then listen to that and then do the rest. For me, I feel we are focused, but let's not listen a lot from what is coming to interrupt us. So that's what is my prayer, and that is it. And for now, let me give other panelists, because we are having a lot of time to discuss. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Asante sana Bwana Andrew, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tusonge mbele. Bwana Roba.
That was quick bwana. Ilikuwa haraka Hello, Mr. Moriasi, Wangira, and other people. I just see you, Nyumba, Oro, Bernard. Yeah, so there's something Morias has just said regarding this polls here. In fact, this is an industry. Right now, we should have like University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, or other universities reading it on it. Because those are institutions where we should develop some of these things. We talk of jobs. That should be our, in fact, like you said, I don't know the confidence I would have on these polls, but at the same time, I'm not surprised. For you who listened to us, I think yesterday, last night, or this morning, some of these things we have been saying. And let me just come here and say what I've been saying. The best government the Kenyan people ever had was the Nusu Mkate government. That one, whether you can take it anywhere. That's the only time we had at least a working government, because we had checks and balances within the Nusu Mkate government. Now, we are today, I think Tuesday, we are talking about what has been going on over the weekends. Kalonzo, we talk of Ruto, the president, but you know, the person who's been quiet and campaigning, who's not on the headlines, is Raila. Raila is just penetrating the central province, where Ruto is just fighting with Oro on the news and other places, social media. You know what? There's one thing would not surprise me come election night. these people from Utah, if you remember, they have been having overconfidence about this election. But the more we go, the more something's going to bomb on them. They will start losing confidence. I reported to you yesterday, last night or this morning, I said, UTA, they have a problem within themselves, fighting among themselves right now. It's not on public, about the running mate. And I told you immediately when the running mate, who is going to like now looks like Mutuli or somebody, Kindiki or Mutuli, comes out, we are going to see three functions, three groups there. That one's the truth of the matter. They keep on telling us things are well on their side. They are not. So, my friends, this is the way I focus this election. And you can write down what I'm about to say. Come August 9th, we might see what happened in 2007 in terms of voting patterns. There's these people who are quiet. There's these people who are silent. And there's these people who believes that Kenya should be governed by somebody else other than those who have been governing for the last almost 60 years. That's the truth of the matter. That thing, don't take it for granted. That one is going to be a main factor, more especially outside Mount Kenya and Kalenjin land. But the other people, that thing is just there in their heads. Whether we like it or not, we are tribal based. That's the truth. Let's not run away from the facts. We are tribal based. And that factor will come in come election day. And that's why I think I've been always advising the vice president, you will get a shock when it comes election night. Let me leave it there, Bernard. I hope somebody else will contribute as we go forward, as we try to get more information. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana bwana Robert, tunashukuru. Tunasonga mbele. Ruben, umerudi?
Nimerudi, Mr. Bernard. Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I have some lighting challenges from my end. Hope you can hear me well.
Your audio is very good.
Thank you, Mr. Roba, Nyomba, David Olo, and you, Mr. Bernard. I've been away for some time, but now I am back.
Karibu.
Well, about the opinion polls, wacha mimi niseme hizo opinion polls tusiziamini sana because I think they are not verified. Kama vile huyu mzee ameongea hapa nyuma, these things are supposed to be conducted by serious universities ndio sikuwe na credible, na sikuwe ni opinions tunaweza quote a certain institution ambayo inajulikana. Things concerning the running mate, I will stick to my first point, and even today I will say the same. We were supposed to leave this thing and to Honorable Raila Odinga to decide who becomes his running mate. I'm totally against the panel that chooses the running mate for His Excellency Raila Odinga. I thought it was important that Raila himself, through his own political chemistry, looks for a person who can complement him in his performance of his duties as the President of the Republic of Kenya. Angalia yenye Ruto amesumbua Uhuru kwa hiyo miaka 5 ama 10. Mtu serious kama Kalonzo Musyoka ambaye gombea kiti ya urais siku nyingine, anaweza chukua tu nyayo za za Ruto kusumbua Raila kwa uongozi wake. I am of an opinion that Raila tu kivyake vile alivyo kama Raila Amolo Odinga, he is popular. There is very little popularity that the running mate is going to increase in his political life. Most of us who love Raila Odinga, we love him as a person through his leadership skills na mambo yale ambayo tumeona akitekeleza ya Kenya. Not hata akichagua aenda, some of us will not leave him. So the problem is not about the running mate. The problem is the panel that see to choose a running mate for him, na hatujui ni kwa nini hiyo running mate amechaguliwa na hiyo panel, na anaweza kuwa ameenda hapo akiwa na irreducible minimums ambazo zitakuwa ni ngumu kutekeleza. Some of those people seated in the panel could be even the cartels that he is trying to dislodge, na anaweza tumwa hapo akiwa running mate with the bare minimums, irreducible minimums, ya kwamba mambo yale ambayo yanasumbua hii nchi, mojawapo ikiwa ni corruption, wasiguzwe, ama watu ambao wanatoroka na taxes hawalipi na mambo zingine kama hizo. Through those panels, mambo zingine zinaweza kuwa discussed hapo, wa plant a person in Raila Odinga as a running mate, mtu ambaye atakuwa ana defend the cartels. So I could have advised, although I do not qualify to do so, but I could have advised Raila Odinga mwenyewe aachiliwe, achague running mate wake, yule ambaye anaona this is the person that I can work with as the president, as my second in command. Finally, ninataka kuuliza tu swali moja lile ambalo huwa linanisumbua all the time. Where I come from in Meru, that is, ukiuliza watu wengi kwa nini watapiga kura upande gani, majority wanasema watapiga upande wa UDA, for example, because those are the bitter realities we must accept the way things are right now. Lakini ukiuliza ni kwa nini utapigia UDA, wanasema kwa sababu the government that is in power ni serikali ya handshake. Ukijaribu kuuliza handshake government ni gani, unaelezwa ndio hii inaongoza ya Raila na Uhuru Kenyatta. So I was trying to think that the Azimio team one, hiyo Azimio inaitwa Azimio what? Azimio One Kenya wanafaa devise a good communication na propaganda machines zao zikuwe sawa za kukaunta uongo ile ambayo UDA wana plant huku mashinani. Politics ya Kenya haijafika ile professional, ile ambayo mnaongea ukweli na mnasema mambo jinsi yalivyo, na Wakenya waichukue vile iko na wa digest as they are supposed to come up with some methods zile ambazo zitaweza kufikisha ujumbe kwa wananchi huku chini the way it is supposed to be digested. Otherwise tutaishi tu kuuziwa propaganda huku chini, zinaaminika, ambazo ni propaganda ambazo ni unverified, na watu wataendelea kuzichukua jinsi zilivyo, na wakisema Ruto alifukuzwa kwa serikali and we know he is the second in command and all that, as we the Azimio team tunaishi kusumbuka. Kwa sababu tuko na muda mrefu, nitaendelea kuchangia. That is what I have for now. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Okay, asante Bwana Ruben, tunashukuru kwa habari hiyo na maoni yako ni muhimu. Pia tukubali jukumu la kwamba Kenya na wananchi wake kuna vile ambavyo wanachukulia haya mambo, lakini I think the seriousness of this election is yet to be driven down to the hearts of the majority of Kenyans. We after this nominations thing and now we have clear-cut candidates, is when now Kenyans will begin to think deeply and seriously on the elections. Sahi wanacheza tu na ile hali ya chukua hapa kula hapa, chukua hapa kula hapa. But now when after the IBC now gazettes who is the candidate for where, and now it is now guaranteed that August 9th is date for elections, and we have these particular candidates contesting, Kenyans are going to begin to look at it a bit seriously. Right now, they're just joking, in my opinion.
Mr. Medan.
Yes.
This is Ruben. Please, sorry for interrupting you. There is something I was requesting to add a small bit. Kuna one of our panelists alisema tuko na 45 presidential candidates wale ambao wanataka kuomba kura as independent candidates, plus the 2 serious ones wanafika 47. I was requesting if there is a lawyer in this house ambaye anaweza kutusomea, kuna clause somewhere in the constitution inasema unafaa ukue na at least 2000 signatures in the majority of counties. Hawa watu 47 kweli wana 45 candidates presidential wamepata hizo signatures, ama kwanza unapeleka majina huko then you go for signatures? Thank you.
I think we'll research on the same, but well, I think they just gave numbers of I don't know. There was one person who was going for MCA in my area here, and he was looking for, is it 500 signatures or something like that. So it's like MCA 500, a member of parliament 1,000, kitu kama hiyo. This independent thing is not understandable, but let's check around and find out exactly. But what is there is kupata hizo signature ni kujipanga. Kama 5 years collecting signatures unaweza pata hizo. But I don't know. I don't see why that should be happening in the first place. But tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Bwana Olo, namna gani?
Poa sana Bernard, unaweza nisikia?
Yeah, unasikika. Karibu.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this moment, and I want to start by responding to what Ruben has just said, and I want to tell him that not all Meru is going to vote for Raila, and not everybody, even in Siaya, is going to vote for Raila. That is how election is. That is why it is called a democracy. We should not cling on those who can't change their mind. And being that there are people who have always been indoctrinated, it will take time. They'll not understand it now. Maybe they'll understand it in 2027. But one thing that they should know is that it is about their life. The decisions that they will make, it will result to what will happen in their lives. So they should not blame anyone when bad things happen to them later. So I just want to respond to him, and I want to tell him that it should not worry us whatever people of Meru think, because Kenya is larger than Meru. Even if you listen to Raila today, he told the people of Central not to worry about whatever someone tells them in Central Kenya, because they have a large army. So that is what I would like to tell Ruben. And then there was something that Andrew asked about Tifa poll. I want to tell him that Tifa poll has never given Raila good results. In fact, it's really, really funny that this time they've put him leading. They have never given Raila good results, And when you see them doing this, it seems that they have just been beaten in their own game. But anyway, we don't care about whatever they give us, because even I know that ODM has their own polls that they always do. Like when they are going to choose their candidates, they always do accurate polls. So we should not worry about whatever poll is going out there. And one thing that people should know is that Ruto is not going to win this election. Many people, there are many people who used to support Ruto, and there are people who have never lost election. So they don't know even when they are losing. They can just be laughing
even when they are losing. So people like us who have lost election 5 times, we know when we are losing and when we are winning, and we know when we are going to be rigged. So one thing that I want to urge our supporters is that let them be confident, let them get votes and wait to vote. This election we are going to win, and they will see. And even Ruto knows that he will lose. It is only that he's trying to be confident because he doesn't want to lower the morale of his supporters. But he knows that he can't win this election. There is no way Ruto can beat Raila and Uhuru, even if the election is conducted in heaven where everything is fair. Ruto can't beat Raila and Uhuru. So that is what I want to tell our supporters. Again, another thing that I want to say is that I was very, very happy with the meeting that Raila held today in Mount Kenya. And I just want to say that Raila is so brilliant. He's so brilliant. If you just saw how he managed to choose, you see, things are just going step by step. Right now, he's meeting the aspirants, and whatever he's speaking to them is just meant for them. When you are watching and you are a voter, if you hear Raila speaking, maybe you are wondering that, oh, what is Raila speaking here? I can't get it. But that is just meant for aspirants. And I'm just happy the way he's encouraging them and the way he's telling them to believe. And the best thing is that this thing is happening in Central Province. And I know that when all this will end, then we hit the ground to campaign. I'm seeing we are winning this thing. There is no way we are going to lose this thing. In life, there is always an end to everything. Even poverty ends. Poverty ikizidi sana hata unaweza kufa na yako ishe hivyo, na hiyo tu pia imeisha. So this thing, there is an end to everything, and there is an end to rigging, and we are going to win this thing. Thank you very much.
Bernard, point of order.
Yes.
Kuna mtu anasema Roba dress indecently kwa parliament. Kwa hivyo take charge.
Who is that? Let the person apply through the official committee.
That's Lazarus. He just want to get in my head. I know that. I see you.
No, he's putting on the right color for Azimio. Ni chairman wa DAP. Mnaonaje DAP diaspora? So hii kwa uniform ya chama yake msimsumbue. Chama cha mbolea. So thank you Banolo for that. And on the opinion polls, I've held the stand here that there's a difference between political perception and political reality. Okay, and I've always said that in the really political reality, where the rubber meets the road, the closest Ruto can get to Raila is a difference of 20%, 30%. It can't be neck to neck, not in Kenya, unless there is a new Kenya that I don't know. So when this opinion poll came out, I began to see the reality of what we've been talking about. The issue of that Raila is 48 and Ruto is 42, that is not true. Not in the current state of affairs. So let's differentiate between when somebody wants to make us believe and when somebody has really carried out the information. And as we finish up with all this nomination madness and get down to really candidates, ndio mtajua these elections are not going to be close call. Hapana. Mtu atakuwa 65, mwingine atakuja na 30. Ataenda nyumbani amenyamaza. Endeleeni kukata miti. Bwana nyumba, tuliruka wewe lakini tunajua wewe ndio baba yetu.
Asanti Bernard. Unataka kuniruka tena, naweza kukupatia ruhusa uendelee kuniruka. Ama
kidogo Okomo ako na swali.
Sawa.
Okay. I think it is almost morning, but anyway, good evening, my fellow panelists. It is nice moment that I'm joining the. Sorry.
Good evening. Good evening. You have a question, a comment?
Okay, I just had got a comment because I know you'll be giving me a time so that I can share my view. But I have got a comment to put across before the member who had just talked about Mount Kenya region. That is David Olo. I have got something for you, a comment, maybe a question, a concern. Of late, I'm joining from Kirinyaga, and I'm close to the venue where Raila held his meeting yesterday. That is Kutus, just 50 bob from where I am. And I'm glad that I was privileged to be in that particular venue and experienced what was happening. There's something that happened when Martha Karua was introducing Raila Amolo Odinga to speak. And if you were able to watch what was happening, I may request you so that you justify the statement. I support Azimio, by the way, but there's something that happened that was not interesting indeed, according to my view. Raila came to address people, and the person who convinced him, maybe the person who negotiated the journey, was Martha Karua. But during speech, when Martha Karua was speaking, people were shouting, bottom up, bottom up. But immediately Raila picked took the podium, everyone were quiet and they were able to listen to what Raila was talking about, or what maybe was sharing. According to you, what among the two people, when Martha Karua was talking about Azimio, they were shouting bottom up. And when Raila was now speaking, they were able to keep quiet. Do you think Martha Karua is fit to be the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga?
Bernard, can I respond?
Yes, carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good question. Now, I want to tell you that that is something that is just a matter of common sense. You know, in every journey, there is always bumps on the road, and it doesn't mean that you will not never reach your destination. So, and that is normal. Even when they went to Eldoret, they were shouted down by those goons, and it is just normal. Whenever you are in central Kenya, you must just expect that when you are an Azimio, because the tides there, some of those aspirants, they pay people to do that, so that is expected. I don't see anything wrong with that. And you know what, I said it even yesterday, Martha Karua is not only a central Kenya candidate. This is a woman who's going to lure women from all over Kenya. And like I said yesterday, if we get 40% of all women who are 60% of the voters, then we will win it very early. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And probably before Nyumba comes in, I would also say that Martha Karua in Kirinyaga has both hats. Okay, that means there is the local politics and there is the national politics. She may have national appeal, but she's locally challenged because of her going against Minji and the other candidates. And so the local people, they have the animosity or express the animosity based on the local politics issues, but that may not have a bearing on the national politics platform. Let's play wherever. Judge this matter in that aspect. But also to expect that Martha Karua will come and, the whole of Kirinyaga will sing hallelujah. Hata mimi ni pastor, lakini sio kila mahali unaendanga unapata hallelujah. Kusikia hiyo hallelujah, saa ingine you work very hard to get the very, very believers to say that amen. So let's allow the natural process to take place, people to internalize the reality that is dawning on them, and eventually things will fall in place. And for us to, for these elections to be done well, we should have room for those who will have the say and those who will have the way. But let the way be very clear so that the say will have no problem in accepting the say. Bwana Kamau, iko nini?
Mimi nataka kusaidia Derek nimwambie for all the years, even Raila has never been in Kirinyaga campaigning. And therefore, the people, it's actually what we call it's actually a shock to them and for so many people. And Kirinyaga is very dominant UDA, but that doesn't mean now Raila is even actually enjoying the fact that there are people who can listen to him for the first time, and therefore the issue of people being paid, several people being paid, heckle. That is not the reality. The reality will be on the ballot box. And that is why we say it's a secret ballot. It is not heckling. Hautaenda pale kwa polling station, you heckle Ruto, Ruto. And then what IBC seme, na watu hecklers ni wengi. So I think nani ameshinda. So let us not be superficial in our view. Anybody can hire people and they heckle, and that is a behavior that is happening in Mount Kenya. And there are characters like Rigathi, Dede Nyoro, and even those the ones in Kirinyaga like Minji Minji. They can do that to perceive, for people to perceive as if the ground is hostile. But I can assure you, let us wait for the 3 months to get over, and you see that Baba has enough votes to make him president in this year.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kamau. Bwana Sospita on the comment section, please help the debate. Those your sweeping statements are not helping. You are giving us your report and giving us your analysis. I don't know which statistics. Just debate with people. And no Kalonzo, no Azimio, no Raila, based on what? In fact, I agree. One of the reasons why Kalonzo should not be made deputy president is because he's being supported by Kenya Kwanza and UDA. We don't need our competitor to choose for us a running mate. And for that matter, that he's being proposed, seconded, and sponsored by UDA, then he's disqualified. And from this desk and all the capacity that I can command around the world, Kalonzo Musyoka will not be deputy to Baba because of that and that only. Bwana Nyumba, karibu. Lazarus, wacha nikuruke tu kwa jina la Yesu. Tunarudi kwako. Tunajua wewe tuko na wewe mpaka ile masaa ya watoto kwenda kulala, alafu wazee wabaki. Bwana Nyumba, karibu.
Asante Bernard. Na wasalimia wote kwa panels. Na niulize swali hili. Kwani hii panel imekuwa ya wanaume peke yao? Hata jana nilikuwa hivyo tu. What is happening? Don't answer.
Tutakujibu because it depends what time zone ulikuja. We had ladies till 5 in the morning.
Wananiogopa. Sawa. Now, Bwana Okomo, niongee Kiswahili leo kidogo, chukua Mwingereza. Ya kwanza, kuna hiyo inaitwa local politics na national politics. I'll mix because translation sometimes is difficult. Hiyo response ya Kirinyaga, unajua Martha Karua amekuwa akishindana na Waiguru na Ngirishi for governor gubernatorial seat. So as somebody has already said, pengine mwenza wao pengine Ngirishi na sana sana pengine Waiguru ndio alifanya hiyo kazi. Politician anafanya hivyo. For example, you remember Bernard, you asking when I was talking with my cousin, in fact kuna kilipo alituma na vijana walikuwa organized, wakipewa walishikwa wakiwa wanakunywa pombe pahali bar, wanasema watakunywa lakini wanaheshimu Kibaki, hatafanya hivyo, waendelee kupewa pesa at night previous night. So there's a confirmation. I can't send it, but I have already gotten one like that. So local politics played. And also remember, prophets are never recognized in their places. They can be recognized elsewhere. So ndivyo ulipoona kama ingekuwa swali lako lilikuwa hili ati kwa sababu Karwa alipigiwa makelele, is she qualified to be deputy presidential candidate? I can answer you, yes, she is. So she's even not only the deputy, Mother Karua is qualified to be the president of Kenya. And that's why she's an asset. I think this issue has been raised some time earlier, that the deputy president should be capable and able and qualified and competent to be the president in case of something happening to the president. You don't just bring Nyoro for the deputy. He's totally unqualified. And in case anything happened to the president. So hiyo ya Kirinyaga, Malda is very qualified. If it was that she's not qualified, actually hii kitu ingekuwa common for both. Umesema they shouted at Martha Karua. Okay, maybe they knew that. But when Raila aliongea, hawakushout. Does that one give you a message? Hiyo ilikuwa ni local politics. Kama ingekuwa ni team yote wanataka kugombeza, hata Raila angekuwa shouted down. So hiyo ni local politics, isikusumbue. Tunafanya vizuri. Sasa mjadala unasema, nafikiria sitaweza kuongea sana. Raila beats Kalonzo and Ruto in Ukambani. That is the truth of the matter. The only thing that I may not agree is the percentages. But Raila kushinda Kalonzo na Ruto Ukambani, hiyo ni ukweli na itakuwa hivyo. Ndio unaona na Bernard utanisamea kwa sababu huko ni kwenu, siweziongea sana. Ndio unaona hata Raila anashinda Mudavadi huko Western. It can happen. ODM Raila ile kura alipata last time, hata Mudavadi alisimama na ni Western alipata nyingi kushinda Mudavadi. The same thing now is happening in Ukambani. Kalonzo anagongwa ni Raila huko kwake nyumbani. But as Bernard said, those ratios, the percentages may not be right. But itakuwa, I agree with you. Be 60 na 30 huko. Kwa sababu na hii 30 ni ya Ruto, 60 ni ya Raila, na hii ingine 10 ni ya hao wengine reja tu. And maybe somebody should tell me. And I feel like laughing. I said I stood for a political post one time. Does one just think you can just come from nowhere and be the president of Kenya? That's impossible. Totally impossible. Even a person like Kibaki, he struggled for very many years. Had even actually written off. Moi was there for a long time. You could see that's why even Kenyatta Uhuru could not get it the first time. It's like me, Nyomba now, saying I want to run for president. It's a joke. I think, is it 46, 45 or 47 candidates? It's a laughing matter. Okay, but some maybe have other reasons why they are doing that. Now, item B, number 2, Azimio leading as Tifa, as per Tifa research. That's also true. The only thing they may not be getting right is the percentages. And like Mr. Olo said earlier, Tifa has never been pro Odinga. Actually, it has been anti. So even now, the percentage they are giving him, they are still biased against him. But now the reality is that he is on the upper side. Raila is popular in Mount Kenya. KIMUNYA says, yes. This issue was said earlier. Ruto has been campaigning in Central for the last 10 years, but more aggressively in the last 5 years. He has spent a fortune, monetary-wise, in giving to churches, giving to people, although his money is not painful. Those are monies that were obtained in a manner that he can't feel the pain. Well-earned money, you feel the pain to just give it out like that. So, especially the 5 years, he has popularized himself, and that's why it was taking time to convert the Central people to be pro-Odinga. Because earlier on, his name was so spoiled for political reasons. Uhuru Kenyatta himself has said that. You know, unapakwa matope kabisa, unapaka Odinga, and some believe it. Human beings are very funny. A lie repeated so many times, sometimes it appears to be the truth to some. So hiyo matope alikuwa amepakwa, sasa imeanza kuondoka, kwa sababu wenye walimpaka ndio sasa wamepinduka, wanamsafisha, the same people. So Raila popularity in Central is increasing, and by August to be high. And as Nani, is it Mr. Wangira was explaining the other time, Central, na nawaambia hata wao, mimi nikiwa Nakuru, hata wakigawanyika, wengine wapigie Raila, wengine wapigie Ruto, bado Raila atashinda, because Raila anahitaji kura kidogo sana hata kutoka hiyo Central. Somebody said 1.5 million, na unaona votes za Kikuyu ni 6 million na huko. So hata akipata 20% ya Central, na Wakikuyu wengi tuko kama wako the diaspora in Kenya, Kikuyu diaspora, they are many. For example, even my county, Nakuru, the dominant tribe is Kikuyu. Roba said, which is the truth, you cannot run away from tribe. You don't want to be tribal, but you came from a particular tribe, and Kenya patterns even in voting has been observed to be that. So KIMUNYA is right. Ile matope mingi Raila alikuwa amepakwa, amesafishwa na watu wamekubali. Na hii shida sana, nikimaliza, haikuwa na Wakikuyu wa Rift Valley, imekuwa na Wakikuyu wa Central, because Ruto aliconcentrate sana na hawa. Na nakumbuka hata juzi akiulizwa, okay, wewe ni mzuri sana pastor, utanisamea kwa hii Pastor Bernard, wewe ni mzuri sana, umejenga machachi, umewapea chachi pesa nini, Central umejenga, nafikiri ni 70 shege, umejenga sana, na ile ya huko Kiambaa, huko Eldoret, home ground yake yenye ilichomwa na watu wakachomewa ndani, ungeanza kujenga hiyo kabla ukimbie Central kujenga huko. So alijua kuchange wenye wameumia. Wakikuwa walikuwa Rift Valley, ni ngumu sana kuchange. Walisamea lakini hawajasahau mambo waliona. So kwa kifupi ni hayo, maybe nitaongelea later. Yeah, the other question, kwa nini tuko wachache hivi? But before you answer, maybe yesterday when I left, maybe somebody answered hiyo question ya ile kama Raila atakuwa the 5th ama 6th. Bado hiyo inanisumbua kidogo. Asante.
Sawa, asante bwana Nyumba. Swali lako tutapata jibu, lakini yote nafikiria tutalipeleka Supreme Court, kwa sababu hata tukikubaliana hapa 6th, that one can only be ruled over by the Supreme Court for us to establish that, kwa sababu tukikubaliana hapa hata tukichukua vote on Mtebe TV, our vote may not count much. Now, kuna nani huyu?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Bwana Sankara, Sankara, your device is not well connected. You will need to get out. If you're using phone, if you can hear me, if you're using your phone, restart your phone, reboot your phone. And then when you click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure the camera and the audio. That's the only way you'll be able to be added to the screen and be able to make your contribution. People are still coming. It's early in the day for you, Mr. Nyumba. Watu bado wanakuja, and the viewers are there, and those viewers are the ones we are addressing. So let's make sure that we they don't get disappointed.
Do I give them space?
No. We still have got space. We have 5. We need to be 10. So they are still those who are yet to come in. It's not. We don't have many in the waiting lane. Remember, leo pia ilikuwa holiday na watu wanarudi ofisi kesho, so wengine wanaweza kuwa kama nani Derek ametoroka tu mapema akasema good night before he even made contribution, but we are coming around. Roba, unasemaje kabla Lazarus akuje?
Yeah, that's I want to cut him off before I ask Kuongea. Yeah, I was saying what Nyumba just said about polling. Let's be sincere here. The one thing which I think these polls might reflect accuracy to be a little bit better is because they are doing it county by county. I hope that's how they did it. Another thing is because their sample was about 1,000 people, I would like to have more a big poll, like maybe around 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 there. Then that one will give you an accurate number on that when it comes to scientific point of view about it. One more thing about Mother Karua. Somebody just brought it up that she was being echoed why she should come around it. Like Mr. Nyumba said, we know what has been going on in Kirinyaga. These people have been just, some of these people have realized Mother Karua now, she might be a vice president when they are candidate, they are still fighting for what? They are meant to be governors. Now they just wanted to make sure that they shout in front of Baba so that she does not take the next step. They still have some hatred on her because if she becomes the vice president, they feel defeated. And human beings, you don't want to be defeated. And that's nature. Thank you.
Sawa Bwana Roba. In fact, I agree with you. If you remember well, there was the supremacy battle between Mother Karua and Waiguru during the BBI. Okay. Yes, during the BBI. Mother Karua was against the BBI. And then Waiguru came to join the BBI and supported the BBI. And then they created this Mount Kenya Forum, whereby they made Mother Karua the leader. And so Waiguru could not join the Mount Kenya Forum because now Mother Karua will be her boss. Okay? And so those local politics are the ones at play in Kirinyaga, and they have no bearing on the national platform. I agree with you. Bwana Lazarus, karibu, namna gani leo?
Niko gangari.
Holiday ya siku 5.
Mimi nimekuwa kazi Bernard kila siku. Good morning everyone. I think no, not yet. Good evening. Robert is good morning. Robert, ni saa ngapi?
But it's 7, almost 2 p.m. So.
Oh, so you are on lunch break?
No, I'll be going to work tonight. Today is my Monday.
Okay, that is good. I hope everyone is doing fine. Bernard, I hope you had a good day. Nyumba.
Yeah, we are good. We are good. Thank you.
I wanted to say something about Okomo. I think he took off. I think he's preparing for work tomorrow regarding Karua being heckled. I wanted to make him understand that Karua was heckled on the street, not where the PM and the entire crew were having a town hall meeting. There were no any heckling at all. But for Kirinyaga, you know, it is a female-dominated power zone where Ngirich is there. How do you call him? NYS is also there. So we cannot ascertain among all these people whose people are heckling Karua, because she may be having also political enmity with Ngirishi. That is also there. Politically, it's bound to happen. But most likely it is NYS. And I think there are some men who are still in that mentality that women are women. And I think we need to come out from that perception. They're chauvinists who they think wamama wastahili kuongoza. But all said and done, I'm coming to understand what we were discussing yesterday and the day before. I've managed to watch, I was watching two things that ago. I was watching Murkomen and Mutula Kilonzo and Sabina Chege vis-a-vis Liverpool and Valerial. So I was divided. But I've come to understand that there's a lot of interest from UDA concerning Azimio. And apparently, they have now made us understand their interest. So the strategy will change. And I've seen someone asking in the social media, they seem to be more concerned than even the Azimio management team about Azimio. And he happened to say something, I don't know if someone picked it, that Karua could not join UDA because Ruto could not assure her of the post of DP. So, you know, things are coming clear. So what is the guarantee that Kalonzo will be given that position? And also, they talked of respect, and Mutula Kilonzo again has talked about it and said, even if he doesn't get the position of a DP, he should be respected. And I don't see anywhere where Kalonzo is disrespected, but instead is the one who's making people to disrespect him on how he presents his cases. You know, if he can behave like he behaved today regarding the issue about Kibaki's funeral talk, he's come up clear and said people should not call Raila's name in this. He saw people, he even said he saw people in a funeral talking about Raila denying him to speak. That is how a leader should come and speak, so that you make your foot soldiers know there's a red line I should not cross. But if he doesn't give them that guidance, he'll make them lose, or he will lose and the other will win. Because, you know, for example, politically, I hope there's still time before we have a full house. Mutula Kilonzo Jr. from analysis, sorry to have brought another topic which is not here, but all the same, I think his only safeguarding is governorship. So I think it is a scenario where he wants to win, then whatever comes to his boss, it is a surface. How do you call it? It is the face value. Inwardly, he doesn't give a shit of what will happen. Same to the guy who was talking about the burial, because I think he's so disappointed today because of that rebuttal from Kalonzo Musyoka. It's called Eno Kwambua. He's the one who was complaining Raila denied or. You see, things like that now makes him look stupid. So I think we are approaching a situation where, as we said yesterday, we hope this thing will be settled once and for all. But if Kalonzo chooses to be sober, I think we'll cross the bridge. And I think they'll be able to sort it out like wazee. Unajua penye wazee wako, watu wanapigananga alafu wanaita kikao ya wazee, then they agree. But he needs to control his dogs. Then I go straight to the subject matter. Azimio leading. I'm one person who doesn't rely on pollsters, especially Kenyan pollsters, who don't tell people the mode, or how there's a word they use. they don't give you the formula or the approach taken to give the result. So it is one thing I don't want to have hope in them. Because today you'll be told, you see, for example, if I've been pointing to one of the Tifa scenario, Ben, if I'm right, they said Mombasa Sonko is ahead of Hassan. Is it Hassan? Is it the same thing? There was one saying Nasir is leading, Sonko is second, then the UDA guy is third. If someone has seen it, I find that to be wrong. There's no way Sonko can get 26 and Sarai gets, they were saying 6. So already you see that is giving you a wrong analysis in terms of the mode operation, the way they achieved their results. Then Raila popularity in Mount Kenya. You see, Nyumba can tell you, Mount Kenya, me, I've done my simple analysis. Mount Kenya is the only place which will make UDA humble themselves. Because even if you do analysis of Rift Valley, Nakuru, you go to Kiambu, you go to, call it Murang'a and Nyeri, anywhere you can get 100 people out of 500 people supporting someone who has never been supported should make you worry. And I think that is a very good point where I believe if Raila and the entire Azimio team change their approach like they're doing now, they should anticipate good results. Though people may not wish to accept most of the opponents in UDA, but I think the approach, Wakesa is telling me on the group, Sarai has always been on 5%. So if it's 5%, why is UDA insisting on UDA insisting on Sarai being their runner? Anyway, so Bernard, I want to say Central Kenya and the Central Kenya is Rift Valley also. Nakuru is part of Mount Kenya. It is a delicate affair on both, more so to UDA, because if Raila happens to eat any chunk of it of 20-30%, done and dusted. That is the least. But if it goes 40, it's going to be sad. Same to, you see, for example, like someone said it yesterday, I think it's Robert Abuya when he was talking of Kilifi. I even did I have friends in Kilifi, they're telling me ODM is suddenly becoming a hit in Kilifi and Malindi. So that is why King is up in arms. Even himself in the part, they have issues. So you see places where Raila lost, is trying to regain in a way. Raila is losing slightly and is gaining more in other areas. For example, if you do analysis, I don't know why I skipped today. If you do analysis for Northeastern, last time Northeastern is where Raila didn't get much, if I'm not wrong, Bernard. That is why Jubilee scooped almost everything. ODM lost quite a number of seats, even governors. So I think in terms of add plus more minus one, Azimio can do well, but they need to up their game. Time is running up, but I know, as Bernard said earlier before he said anything, once this thing of nomination backlog is cleared, let us expect fireworks. There's going to be a lot of fireworks, because I foresee in areas whereby people will drop out to make to have few candidates. For example, I suspect even Murang'a, they'll have a consensus on to have some certain candidates to go ahead. Because you see the way they are bringing guys like Murang'a, I saw today, trying to bring those who lost, both Kiambu and Murang'a, then they form a team. Is the best way, so that you don't have a lot of patches. And when you move as a team, it is easy for them. Mr. Nyumba, Nakuru, what is your take? For example, Naivasha. I saw there was a court ruling. Bernard, if I'm wrong, correct me if you read. There was a court ruling about retake on nominations.
Yes, it's supposed to be repeated.
So it's supposed to.
Yeah, the nomination issue, the repeat.
Yes. Okay, so you see things like that, if they're repeated, those are some of the things. If they refuse to repeat them, the consequences are there. But one thing I know, as much as we see fire in our house, guys, let me call myself a mole on the other side, if they want to call me so. The other house has a lot of fire than you think. For those who may not know, the other house, our small brother house is more on fire. These houses are on fire, but us, our fire has been open to the sky. Yeah, wanajaribu kuzima. Venye tu Robert said here, things are thick. Things are thick. For example, if you tell me, if you choose Kithure Kindiki, or you choose someone like Speaker Muturi who came the other day, what is the implication? Because for them, they don't believe on a lady. They don't believe on a lady. Forget about it. So if you choose Kithure Kindiki, or you choose the speaker, already they came late than even Musalia Mudavadi. What will be the implication for Western Kenya? What will be implication in the Central Kenya, Kiambu, Muranga, Nyeri, Nakuru? So we should not be worried. The only worry is time is running, time is getting short, but I think we'll get out of it. We just need to try and seduce as much as we can, so that one day, as Bernard, I don't know Bernard who said, we are able to have a difference of 60-30. So that when you cry, even when you cry, you have something in your hand. My crying is not adding up. Because you see, you can cry because Robert is number one with 1 point, and you are less 49 is 50. So that is where the point is, but we want a big gap, and I foresee it happening. I said yesterday, if we can manage to throw away this baggage, I don't want to use his name. You guys know, the earlier the better. It will give us easy time to move along. I think I rest my case. If there's a question, Karibu Guru.
Robert has a question. Yes, Robert.
Yes, Lazarus. Yes, I just want to add 2 things, and you give me more to a little bit of time. You talked about polling. I agree with you that okay, I disagree with you. You don't believe it or not, but what I want also to say, let's encourage whoever's doing it, because in the future we need them. We need this industrial polling. So if we just say that you don't believe polls in Kenya, I mean, that's, I know, you can say right now, yes, but also let's give them some reasonable doubt so that they can grow from what they are doing right now. So in the future, they can do a better job. To add on, I agree with you, they should give us more information. For instance, how many females were on that poll? How many men were there? What was the age group? You see, that one will give us where exactly they are getting their data from. And that's what we expect them, as they go forward, they can give us more information on that. There's one thing you brought up, and I didn't want to bring it, but let me just bring it up. The one reason I told you guys, you know, some of us, you might think what you say here, you might just think that it's guesswork. It's not. For instance, I can tell you for free, I know for real from the other side is people. We know they have some people all over the world. I know where to get them. The one thing they are scared of right now, they were not prepared, was Mother Karua, running mate. That's why you can see them scrambling all over the place. They don't know how they will react on it. Do you know why? See what they are doing. That's why they're just like Kalonzo. They are talking Kalonzo because if they think this way, this is what they think. If Kalonzo comes in, so Ruto can be able to get someone like Mutuli, Kindiki, then from there now, I think they get central province like the way they sit. But now here comes Mother Karua. So they are confused. And there are people who were pretending before, they never saw this one coming. So this is something like almost 3 weeks now. They thought it won't come and die out. Maybe they was doing some guesswork. But now they have seen the reality. And that's why whoever comes here or whoever is saying Mother Karua does not have a constituents to bring on the table, you are 100% wrong. Mother Karua, when it comes to a general election, she will bring freshness on the ticket. She's going to bring a new face on politics. People have been just gassed on. We are gassed off. We are tired. I mean, imagine all this Raila, Ruto, Uhuru. Now, if Papa goes and gets Mother, it's going to be another new face now in politics. On top of that, she's a female. On top of that, she's a lawyer. And you know what? Remember what she did, like when people were echoing? She was just like pointing at them. I understand a little bit Kikuyu. I know what he was telling them because Kikuyu, they are Bantu like Kisii. Sometimes I can pick up some words, and I told you yesterday I went to school in Kiambu. So I know what you could see how she just told them, and the people were moving. They were just telling them, if you never come to listen, that you can go or you can go home, whatever it is. I like such a personality. That's why, my friends, Ruto they don't have an answer for Mother Karua. They don't have an answer. And that's why they're just like up and down, up and down. That's why Musalia Mudavadi they chose Musalia Mudavadi running mate. It was cancelled, but that's the reality. And one thing, Bernard, something you guys are not bringing it up here. What happened in Western with Mr. What's the guy, the senator guy, Mr. What's his name?
The sick doctor,
Karuare. You see, that clip, I mean, people shut him down. When he went trying to tell people, Raila was given 200 whatever million or billion, he took to Kisumu Airport, he took whatever this, sometimes he decided to talk in Ruya and whatever it is. And now when he comes, oh, my friends, I want to tell you one thing. So when he's about to tell people that now I want you to support Ruto, he was shut down. And that's the reality of the things in some places in Kenya. So thank you, Rasmus, for what you brought up. I like your thinking, my friend.
Bernard.
Yes.
There's something I do I pick some points, then I think about him over time. There's something Murkomen said today about the same Karua. And it makes me I flip my mind back. Don't you think even the deputy president we have now is ashamed of himself of how he has behaved inwardly? To an extent, he may not wish to have someone similar to how he has behaved. Because I think our DP have had a meeting with himself, and I think he's able to have seen he's behaved badly. And I think that is why he may not wish to have headliners like Karua. And I said here in this forum yesterday, for me, if that is the case, Raila must have Karua because so that he doesn't sleep or he doesn't think he's on a holiday. So be it. We don't want a president to be on holiday. We want a president who serves the nation. So for me, I foresee a scenario whereby even the DP himself doesn't want a running mate who is going to be troublesome to him. And that is why I think even him, he's at a meeting with himself and he's known he's behaved badly. Because someone like Karua, you see, like the way he was trying to control the crowd. She's a non-starter. She will not take bullshit. And for me, I foresee Karua coming to Azimio. I think Baba saw it, like Bernard said, Baba saw it, and he played ahead of Kalonzo because you remember, the same week, is it 2 weeks apart, Martha was an Oka, then Kalonzo said he's coming back to Azimio, Martha walks out, a week, Martha meets Baba, and she purposely met Baba. So you see, Martha Karua has been brought basically to neutralize Kalonzo. And I think from then, Kalonzo has noted she's no longer, they tell someone who is saying Karua was rejected to go and to come in the platform. We have space for him to come. I mean, I don't like guys who they chat on the platform and they can't come here to talk. That is being coward. So what I say is, Kalonzo has seen the sense why Karua is a better option, and she knows the impact Karua is bringing. Because as you said yesterday, Karua is bringing a constituent of women. Let me do something. As much as we don't appreciate women, there are people who don't appreciate women. But let me tell you something. When women choose to push you, they will push you. Even in our day-to-day life affair, you may work in an office with a lady. You realize the input a lady does in an office compared to a man, you can't compare the two scenarios. There are men who will just work, but a lady she'll do the right thing without haggling. What? So for the case of Martha Karua, she's coming from a very big, and if you compute, even ladies who are going to vote for UDA, sorry to say, there are ladies who may vote for UDA, as in they vote for the governor, but presidential, they will die with Karua. And that takes us back to the case for the ruling. Remember the ruling at High Court, the presidential election, where we were asked, where were some of the ballot papers which were not used were taken? Because you'll realize the presidential votes ballot papers for the president will be more than others. So you'll realize, even for example, in Central, there are old mamas, middle age, those who are, how you call them, there's a class, is it middle class or what? Working class, who understand Karua will change their mind and say, let's vote for her. Because it is what we call give and take. Everybody saying, Azimio may win, UDA may win. So that is what we call, it is a very delicate balancing. So for me, I don't dismiss Karua. And for information, even Kalonzo is feeling that heat. Let us not cheat ourselves. Even him, he feels it. Even Mutula Kilonzo Jr., the way he was speaking, you could see people trying to write. Bernard, you are in Kenya. You saw how even when men were running away during swearing on Kibaki, you saw men took off. Did we not see them in Kenya here? So if someone wants to make me understand that Martha Karua is just a woman, men took off. It's Martha Karua who stood with Kibaki, and she was sworn in at Kibaki was sworn in at night when men could not stand. So someone should not come here. I'm not from Kirinyaga, but the integrity, the soberness, the firmness she has, you cannot equate to my brother. I'll not call his name. So let us not write her off. I rest my case.
Thank you, Pan Lazarus. I see you are pushing very hard to join the elder seat, which you are overqualified. We will recommend you Jakindu Bay, Nyumba, Roba na Mike anakuja akiondoka na Guru hapa, mtengeneze council of elders from TV TV so that you be giving direction to us. I saw a clip of Mama veteran saying we should abolish these nominations. Kila kitu irudishwe kwa wazee. Wazee akichagua kijana ndio huyo. Hii maneno ya nomination
You see, Bernard, you've brought that story. It makes me respect. You see the statement you've made. makes me respect our brother, the Muslim community. You see, you've never had this, as much as there's some pressure in the Northeastern, the way the elders sit down, agree on candidates. You see, like yesterday I saw there was a candidate for Jubilee. Is it Mandela or Wajir? He was not given the ticket. The businessman Faisal and someone, is it Mohammed? They decided now to support former PS, Mohammed Noor. It is something the elders went and sat and they've agreed, and there's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. But for us, if that is done, it is news, man. It is news.
So I think we'll take a short commercial break before we come back and listen to Mr. Guru na Milton hapa. Wacha tutafute video kadhaa sisonge mbele. Where are we? Inaonekana moja haijaiva. Tuangalie hii kwanza.
Wakikuyu wenzangu, Wakikuyu ni nyinyi mnarushiwa keki kama ubwa mnarushiwa hivyo, mugadharana. Wakikuyu sasa ile kitu imebaki, Ruto atakuwa na maita. Siba. Oka. Kama. Jeroge. Nyabura. Wajiro. Na munasema hatupangui ngui. Wakikuyu magai mumejiaibisha. Yani kasi za Kenya mnapiga agana hata dignity, hamuna hata heshima. Mzee wa maana, mzee kama Kibaki ambaye aliheshimika dunia mzima, mnaenda kuheko, kugereria mathikoini. Kwa mazishi ya Kibaki mnaenda kupiga nduru. Guy. You people, what have you become? Wakikuyu, Mugikuyu alikuwa anaitwa Mogekuyu, kumaanisha Mogekuri oyo mjanja kuliko hawa wengine. Lakini saa hizi, my friends, you are behaving like other humans. Behaving foolishly, bwana. You are an embarrassment to our forefathers. Waikuyu walipigania freedom ya hii nchi kutoka kwa wabeberu. Lakini saa hizi the way you are behaving, I'm sure hawa wazee wakiwa huko biguni wanaangalia huku chini, and they cannot even wish to come back. No, do it.
Ben, there's a clip for Mombasa. If you get it, also share with us. The one for Sarai trying to attack Sonko.
Yes, I'm looking for it. Even that came in as a accident raises.
Welcome to KIMUNYA, Your Excellency.
Mama wenzangu, so far tumefikisha 350k kwa akaunti yetu ya chama. Tufanye aje na hizi pesa zetu?
Naona tununue vitengezi na fanana. Hapana, tununue sufuria za non-stick.
Tununueni kate.
Ai, mama wenzangu, watu tununue kaploti.
Kuna watu wanauza plot na nyuki.
Nanyuki. Hebu tuwapigie simu watupe uhondo. Hello.
Thank you for calling Optiven. How may we assist you?
Can we get a plot with 350,000 in Nanyuki?
Yes, you can get a plot at the Great Oasis Gardens in Nanyuki today for as low as 349,000 shillings.
There is starring possibility.
Okay, thank you. Let's listen now to Mr. Guru. The video for Mombasa is getting ready now. Ilikuwa ina download vitu zake tu. But now it will soon be ready. We'll play it after Guru. Mr. Guru, namna gani?
Mzuri.
Karibu.
Asante. The opinion polls. When opinion polls follow scientific methodologies and are carried out in good faith, they reflect the general will of the people. I think so far in Kenya, Tifa, which is a former Ipsos Sinofit, has established itself very well in Kenya, and especially in terms of political polling. And therefore, it's one of those firms that even the mainstream media have confidence in broadcasting the results of their study or studies. Therefore, what was found out in a few days ago by this firm called Tifa reflects by and large the inclinations of people in these zones. And it is interesting because there has been a lot of propaganda in the media of people who would want Kenyans to believe that there is a wave across the country that is pointing to one political party, UDA. But when you look at these statistics, you learn that that's not the case. Of course, those numbers will not remain the way they are. I think you have seen quite huge percentages in these zones have not made up their mind. But you can also imagine that a certain political formation has been campaigning for the last 4 years. If these people have not made up their mind already to support this formation, what will make them support this formation? Because for the last 4 years, they have done nothing else except publicize their activities and themselves. So we can hazard a guess, those who know about human society, that by and large, the huge percentage of those who have not known where they will vote, they are more likely to join those who have started campaigning recently. what is even more interesting is that Ukambani, and I think I've pointed it here several times, is that the people there have moved on. They know where they will put their vote, especially the presidential vote. And what they are waiting for, or have been waiting for, is the negotiation to know what their person or persons will extract for themselves, for the community, in that formation that they have already decided to join. And I do not see things changing much, no matter what Stephen Kalonzo may decide. When you look at the cost tariffs, if that is the position, then we must also credit Ruto, because that the 2% of the vote that is said to be on his side is not small vote. However, I believe that these are mainly populations consisting of those who have migrated to the area, basically the Kikuyu and other communities. But largely the communities that are indigenous in the coast, I think they remain with ODM. However, we are also not very sure how things will pan out there. There is still a huge number who have not made up their minds. So basically, that is the situation. But I also know for a fact that there are factors that are not come into play, especially on the issue of Nairobi, where Polycarp Igathe seem to be trailing at 15%, and the leading person at 23%, Sakaja. I think at the end of the day, this will change the way I look at it, because the other positions, that of women rep, that of senator, are indicating a movement towards one direction. And I think it's only that Igathe has not been a politician, first and foremost, and therefore he needs greater introduction to the populations. And I think the study was just done some days after he had been confirmed. So that's very good performance on his side, and these statistics will change. So basically, I think Baba is doing very well, and in the mountain, what is most scaring for Kenya Kwanza is the ticket that will combine Baba and Mother. That one has scared them out of their boots, because they do not know the answer that they will put. They will either be forced to go for Waiguru or Justin Muturi or somebody else. There is a theory going around that they are really waiting, and that's why they are pushing that Kalonzo is picked as a running mate, so that Ruto can pick Musalia Mudavadi, with the belief that the Kikuyus and the Gema by extension have already made up their mind that they will go with him. So to him, he feels he would have secured 3 major communities: the Gema block, the Karenjin, and Raje Veruya. But barring that happening, they are in hot soup. And I think Baba and those handling his campaigns, they know that for a fact. Thank you very much. Let me stop there on Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Guru. Nashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tutasonga mbele, na kabla tusonge mbele, comment section. So Peter, last warning. The exchanges between Wanga, Olo, and Sospita are not good. Please, guys, let's debate, not insult each other. Sawa. I will not talk again if you continue in that line. Support whoever you are supporting with points and facts, not by demeaning and insulting others. Thank you. Let's listen out to this video before we bring in Bwana Milton.
Shabi na kuona kweli katika hayo miaka iliyopita watu walidharau watu wa Mombasa, wakatuita sisi watu wa starehe na ngoma, wakatuambia sisi ni wavivu, wakasema sisi ni watu wa kuongojea nazi kuanguka, wakasema sisi ni mazuzu, wakasema sisi ni kila aina ya ila mbaya. Wakati huo wakatumia hizo sera na hizo kejeli kukalia umma wetu na kuudhulumu. Na waanzilishi wa taifa hili la Kenya, wakiwemo babake Uhuru Kenyatta, wakaja hapa Mombasa na maeneo yetu ya pwani kwa kutumia kejeli hizo, wakatuibia rasilimali zetu. Wakaendelea na hiyo, wakatuita sisi mazuzu, wakachukua magavana wa starehe na ngoma, wakashirikiana nao, wakaondoa rasilimali yetu. Sisi hatuna mashamba, sisi tuna bandari na sisi tuna bahari. Wakachukua bandari yetu wakaipeleka Naivasha. Yote hayo hayakuwa mwisho katika kutufikiria sisi ni mazuzu tulivyo. Uhuru Kenyatta kakaa State House na Raila Odinga, wakatupangia nani atakuwa governor kupitia ODM. Sio kwa ajili wataka governor wa Mombasa, wataka kikaragosi ambacho atalinda maslahi yake. Uhuru Kenyatta amechukua bandari yetu. Uhuru Kenyatta anataka kuchukua bandari ya Shimoni. Uhuru Kenyatta anataka kuchukua bandari ya Lamu. Uhuru Kenyatta anataka kuingia katika logistics katika hii taifa la Kenya. Uhuru Kenyatta sasa amechukua biashara ya ngano. Uhuru Kenyatta amechukua biashara za bank. Uhuru Kenyatta anataka kuchukua biashara zote, na Uhuru Kenyatta ndio anataka kuweka kikaragosi cha rais na governor wa Mombasa waendelee mambo yao. Wakati mwingine wanatupangia hivyo, wakatuletea mtu ambaye atalinda maslahi yao. Kuna jamaa mmoja ambaye ako na shere katika hii nchi, ambaye anaitwa sifa za wadudu wote na fruti zote. Wengine wamuita watermelon, wengine wamuita chameleon. Katika yote ya dharau akatutia kidole cha jito, ati akatuambia gavana wake hapa ni Sonko, yule mtu ambaye anavaa nyororo na mabangili kutoka kito mpaka miguu. Hawakufanya hii kwa sifa, hawakufanya haya kwa imani, wamefanya haya kwa kutufikiria sisi ni mazuzu. Na huyu Kalonzo Musyoka, ile shere, ile dharau umeonesha watu wa Mombasa. Mwanzo tutakibwaga kile kikaragosi chako Cartoon Network, alafu baada tukishamalizana naye, na wewe hutowahi kushikilia nyadhifa za kitaifa katika Kenya hii. Hata kama ni dharau shabi, hata kama ni dharau wazee wetu, basi huyu Kalonzo atuona sisi ni watu wa kubabaishwa na Sonko. Sisi hatutowapa shilingi 50. Sisi hatutowapa shilingi 50. Sisi tutawapa garantii yenu ya miaka 50. Atakuja yule na mabangili yake na mapete yake na mikufu yake, atakuja katika mita yenu awape shilingi 50. Atakuja na mawota buza ya maji, atayaondoa pale atakapomaliza uchaguzi. Aliwafanyia Wakikuyu dharau hizi ndani ya Nairobi, Wakikuyu wakamng'oa. Sonko alikuwa hapiti na kura zake, anapitishwa na kura za Mount Kenya ndani ya Nairobi. Wacheni hii kufikiria yale mabangili na mapete ndio alikuwa akimpitisha. Alikuwa akipitishwa na kura ya TNA, alikuwa akipitishwa na kura ya Jubilee. Alipowafanyia madharau, akaua biashara zao, akawa anarekodi kila mtu, akawa anafanya dhambi kwa kila mtu. Wale watu wakashirikiana, wakamng'oa kwa impeachment. Na sisi hatutomng'oa kwa impeachment. Sisi tutahakikisha tumembwaga tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Na mtu yoyote mwenye imani ya Mombasa ahakikishe kwa dharau ya Kalonzo Musyoka tusiweze kumpigia tena Kalonzo Musyoka kura, sio ya urais ama mahali popote atakaposimama. Na mtu yoyote ambaye yuko ndani ya Azimio, Kalonzo Musyoka akiwa mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga, muhakikishe watu wote wa Mombasa wamweibwaga tikiti hiyo kwa dharau ya yule watermelon, mtu ambaye ako na sifa za wadudu na vinyangarika vingine. Huwezi kuja kutudharau katika mji wa Mombasa, huwezi kuja kutuletea katika jeni. Ndio mimi nimekuja kuambia, kama mtaka turudishe heshima yetu, tutoke sasa, tujitolee, tuache hii siasa ya pesa mbili, tuhakikishe tumeweza kusimama na watu wetu. Wazungu wasema it is not a laughing matter anymore. Mtu utupangie yule kikaragosi alafu mwingine atuletee cartoon. Hiyo ni kuonesha kwamba watu wako na dharau kubwa na Mombasa. Sisi tuliipanga UDA kuanzia haikuwa chama ndani ya Mombasa mpaka kimekuwa chama. UDA ni chama chetu, sisi tuko na mchango wetu. Na waombea na nawaomba tushikane pamoja, tuipigie UDA kura, tuang'oe hili chungwa bovu ambalo halina mtazamo. Lakini muhimu, musisahau dharau za Kalonzo Musyoka. Mumregeshe nyumbani yule mzee. Halikuwa hana uwezo wa kuwa katika uongozi wowote wa kitaifa. Na sasa tuhakikishe kwa dharau walioleta kwa watu wa Mombasa, hatoweza tena kusimama katika jukwaa lolote la kitaifa.
The kitchen is becoming too hot. Bwana Milton, namna gani? Milton Obote. Is it Milton Obote or which Milton? Are you there? Okay, huyo kama amechanambuka. Basi, Bwana Murunga.
Yes, Murunga yuko hapa.
Haya, karibu jikoni.
Habari zenu?
Temperature Mombasa imeongezeka. Utapeleka
habari zenu nyote?
Tuko salama, namna gani?
Mzuri kabisa, tunashukuru.
Haya, changia.
Naona Mombasa imewaka moto. Naona Hassan Omar Sarai anapiga makelele kabisa. Anataka kuhakikisha ya kwamba Sonko hapati chochote ng'o, lakini na hiyo ni mambo tuliongea jana Bernard. Na mimi nitamuunga mkono, manake upande wa uchaguzi wa mtu kama Sonko. And I think in this country we need to be serious as a country, that our institutions must work, especially on guys who have been impeached. Anyone who has been shown the door through impeachment should never contest. Hii ni mambo ambayo inafaa ifuate, mambo ya kisheria, na ni mambo pia ya maadili ya mtu ambaye anafaa kushikilia ofisi ya umma. Na bana, tutakubaliana nami ya kwamba ni hatia kabisa mtu kama Sonko, Waititu kuwa katika nyadhifa yoyote katika hii nchi. Hata Kalonzo Musyoka mwenyewe kupeleka Sonko kule Mombasa ni hata haiambatani na wito wa Azimio la umoja. Manake sisi watu wa Azimio, unapoangalia huku kwingine kule tuko, sisi tulikuwa tunaona Waititu ameingia kule Kenya Kwanza, manake hakupata nafasi ya kuwa nasi. Ani Waiguru naye akaona ya kwamba kule kuwa katika Raila Odinga ile timu safi hawezi fit kwa ile timu. Lakini sasa kuchukua Mike Mbuvi Sonko kumpeleka Mombasa kama Azimio candidate, I think it is wrong. It is not acceptable. On that note, I agree with Sarai, and we must reject Sonko at any cost. Tuhakikishe ya kwamba tunapata viongozi ambao ni viongozi bora. Nao upande wa mambo ya opinion poll, I've seen the opinion opinion by Tifa, and basing on the Nairobi numbers in Nairobi, numbers in Ukambani, it is true Raila Odinga has a following in Ukambani more than Kalonzo Musyoka. Bernard, I will cite one example, especially when we had the Ngumu Simba ward, where there was a contest between Wiper, independent candidates, and there was also UDA. You remember the independent candidate was supported by Kivuta Kibwana, and of course Kivuta Kibwana had the blessings of Raila Odinga. You saw what happened. Kalonzo Musyoka, despite having hosted his fellow Oka team in Ukambani. I remember I was in Ukambani when Kalonzo and Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, and Gideon Moi traversed the Musumba ward and Makueni County as a whole, in the hope that they would actually win the seat. Lakini unakumbuka walikaangwa wakakuwa namba 3, and even the winner, the person who emerged the winner, hata kura zake hata Kalonzo hawakaribia nusu ya hizo kura. So you can imagine what we're talking about. It is very clear that Kalonzo Musyoka has no control of certain regions of Ukambani, and more so Ukambani of Kivuta Kibwana. Kivuta Kibwana is somebody who has worked, and the people of Makueni County appreciate what he has done. And that's why I also sympathize with those who are saying that Kivuta Kibwana would not muscle the numbers to ensure that he has a candidate in Makueni for gubernatorial seat. It was wrong for one Professor Philip Kaloki, who was one of the outstanding guys in Makueni. Of course, personally, and the people that I saw supporting Professor Kaloki, I thought he would actually put up a very good fight and ensure that Muungano Party would actually emerge victorious. But then again, that is politics. He opted for a deputy to be a deputy governor in Nairobi County. Of course, a position that was negotiated by Kalonzo Musyoka's Wiper, and to ensure that Mutula Kilonzo Jr. would be the sole candidate for Azimio in Makueni County. Numbers don't lie, and that's why I'm saying Raila Odinga has numbers that will actually sail him through in Ukambani. The coastal region, those numbers, I would say William Ruto has worked. He's worked so hard to ensure that he has numbers in Mombasa. If that is true, but basing on what we have seen, especially in the previous campaigns in the coastal region, remember there was a time Uhuru Kenyatta was put at 41% and Raila Odinga at 47%. And when it came to the real numbers in 2017, you saw what happened. Raila Odinga whitewashed him. So this is Mombasa. And anyone who wants to give numbers, especially in Mombasa County or the coastal region, should not just based on these numbers. Statistics don't lie. Personally, I would rely on the numbers that I've seen before, and especially the numbers that we've seen in previous elections. Where coastal region is a Raila's stronghold, and it remains to be a stronghold. Same to Nairobi County. Raila Odinga has beaten the incumbent president. He beat Kibaki, he beat Uhuru Kenyatta in Nairobi. Not once, that is 3 times. So that's why I'm comfortably saying that Raila Odinga has the numbers to ensure that Nairobi is actually under control. Tukiangalia Kitui County and Machakos County, the numbers remain the same. Raila Odinga is going to emerge the victorious. Upande mwingine ningependa wa Tifa itupatie na wawe, anyway, though I don't trust Tifa, lakini with them doing it in the northeastern part of the country, then of course I want to see how the numbers will come into play. But I am of the opinion that UPIA is able to ensure that the numbers are actually for Raila Amolo Odinga. Nimefurahia sana na ile kampeni yenye Raila Odinga anafanya upande wa Central Kenya. Leo nimemwona akiwa Murang'a. I don't know, Bernard, Baba was in Kiambu today. Yes, and yes, Kiambu, and I've also seen him in Murang'a. That is what we wanted him to do from the word go. Let him meet the people. Uhuru Kenyatta's support should come in later. But what we're talking about is we want Baba to ensure that he goes for these numbers. Yeye mwenyewe. I'm happy he said that even without Uhuru Kenyatta, anajua ya kwamba ako na uhakika ya uongozi. So he's not yearning for Uhuru Kenyatta's support. But of course, Uhuru Kenyatta remains the head of state, head of government, and a son of the first president of this country. So that one cannot be wished away. So he has the support that we know very well is very significant in determining who will be the next president of Kenya. I know kuna watu wanasikia uchungu sana vile naongea hivi. Maanake mimi najua watu vile mzee Papa Atuole alisema watu wakate miti, lakini wakati huu hata nyasi pia itabidi ifyekwe, kwa sababu wengine hata watachukua nyasi wajinyonge nayo, itakuwa ni chungu, because this victory is about to come. Mimi ninavyoona, na leo niseme mimi si mtabiri, lakini nasema I've voted for Raila Odinga many times, but this time round I'm very confident that from where I sit, I'm also going to be a tallying agent to ensure that Baba's votes are well protected, na ile itakayosalia ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba wale ambao hawatakuwa na nguvu ya kufika polling station wanafika at my own cost, to ensure that Baba has the numbers that will sail him through to the presidency. Nimesikia Amos Kimunya akisema Baba is popular in Mount Kenya. That is a fact. I've had friends, and even in 2017, who would not think of picking up a ballot for Raila Odinga. But this time around, there are the people who are telling me, bwana, hii kitu wacha tupatie Baba. Imagine Bernard in 2017, the numbers that Raila was able to get. Hizo namba weke pamoja na ulete namba za wale walipiga against yeye ambao wanampigia saa hii. I've seen the youths who are ready to pick up the ballot for Raila Odinga. These youths have never voted before. So, and basing on the numbers, there are those who are saying that there will be voter apathy, or wengine wanasema there is fatigue. Those who have been voting for Raila Odinga wamechoka kupigia kura. Where? I have voted for Raila Odinga. I voted for him in 2007. I voted for him in 2013. Voted for him in 2017. And I'm even willing to vote for Raila Odinga in his absence. So I don't know who is telling me that watu watakuwa na fatigue. People will still vote for Raila Odinga. So wale wanafikiria na ndoto ya kwamba we may not have those numbers, wacha wajidanganye tu. I also agree with the previous speakers who have spoken about it, but the fact remains that the Mount Kenya support is very, very important for Raila Odinga. And Bernard, you know, politics is perception. You create the perception. And wale wanasema ya kwamba nimesikia watu wakilia ya kwamba lazima iwe Kalonzo Musyoka. I'm happy today that Kalonzo Musyoka said watu wasipiganie sana. Yeye atakuwa na ile nafasi ambayo atapewa kwa Azimio, ile itamtosha. Na hiyo ndio tulikuwa nataka aonyeshe mwelekeo, so that his people who have been yapping saying if it was Kalonzo Musyoka sisi tunaenda kupiga kura huko kwingine. Watu wale wameingia Azimio, hatukuingia kwamba kusema ya kwamba lazima tupewe kitu. If people are saying that, if the canvas are saying Kalonzo Musyoka must be the deputy president, what about us from the Luhya land, Bernard? We are saying this. Hii kitu tuliingia na roho safi kuhakikisha ya kwamba Raila Odinga becomes the president of Kenya. The rest, yule atakuwa namba 2, namba 3, namba 16, hiyo ni mambo yao. Raila mwenyewe apange serikali yake vile itakavyoendeshwa, na tuhakikisha ya kwamba tuko na mwongozo bora. Na sitasahau kusema kuhusu mambo ya kuhujumu uchumi. Hii mambo ya kuhujumu uchumi, mtu mmoja, na mimi nataka kusema namna hii, forgive me for mentioning this. I think someone has... Fine, okay, this final, Bernard, I'm summarizing. Kuna mwanasiasa, very senior politician, whose daughter got married the other day in a foreign country. I'm not mentioning the name. But you've seen the syndicate, how the money is being, hii pesa hii ya ukora ambayo inazunguka 25 billion ambayo imekuwa mentioned. Na utakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba ilikuwa ni mpangilio ili waweze kuweza kuhujumu uchumi kupitia njia hizo. So yangu mimi nasema ni hii, Wakenya wafikirie sana. Do we want to ruin our economy as a country, or we want to have good leadership? I leave it at that. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you Bwana Murunga, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusikilize hizi tapes alafu tusonge mbele. Wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain nafagia because the screen is dark and we need it to be bright. Tutarudi ndio tumsikilize Penny, amejaribu tangu tufungue station. Let's get this.
Raila Odinga is meeting the coalition political party aspirants from the counties of Kiambu and Murang'a. The ODM party leader is also expected to address political rallies in Ruto and Githurai. NTV political affairs reporter Nayoma Sampao is keeping an eye on that for us. Nayoma, perhaps you could tell us what the latest is.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Olive. And as we speak, I am here at Kiambu, a sitting hotel in Kiambu, where ODM leader and Azimio flag bearer Raila Odinga is meeting opinion shapers and elected leaders from this particular county just to discuss on the way forward into the August general election. Remember that this is the third day that the ODM leader is camping in the Mount Kenya region, which is largely considered to be President Uhuru's backyard, to urge for the residents here to seek his presidential bid. But before I say a lot, let me just talk to the majority leader in the National Assembly, Amos KIMUNYA, for a bit. We get to hear what is going on here. Thank you very much for joining us. You are live on NTV, and we just go straight into it. What exactly is going on here?
No, today is a great day, and indeed, this week has been a great week, where our fifth, who we believe is will be President Raila Amolo Odinga, is meeting his soldiers on the ground, the people who have been elected on several parties within the Azimio formation, and getting them to bond, getting them to start thinking of the common, one common purpose, which is to win power and also to have as many in Parliament, as many in Senate, and as many in the county assemblies, and as many governors as possible. And that, we believe, we can see the enthusiasm that the people have. We can see the determination that the people have. They have, they are determined to do that. So we're here to get them to jail, get them to bond, including those who lost in the nominations, and hence, just refocusing on that the bigger picture was not the local election, but the national election on the 9th of August. So that's basically what is happening here today. After this, there'll be another meeting for the Muranga team. There'll be another one for Nyandarua, for Nakuru, across all especially the Mount Kenya, where there's been this rumor that has been spread that, Mount Kenya has been infiltrated. But we saw that low turnouts during the nominations for the other party. So we know that the people are not necessarily gone, but they're just reserving their energy to support a leadership that they believe in.
On that particular point of infiltration, I've been here, I have listened to the kind of messaging that you are passing to the leaders present here. And the big message here has been that people, or rather leaders in the Mount Kenya region, are afraid of associating with Raila Odinga. And I've heard leaders telling those who are vying to not be afraid and to go with confidence, and even have the R, which is now Raila Odinga's symbol in their posters. What do you make of that?
I think it's a misconception. A part of that is it's people not quite getting to appreciate the popularity of Raila in Mount Kenya. Granted, he doesn't have 100%, okay, but he doesn't have zero. It could be 50%, and within the next 2 months, it could increase. It's just about how we go, the confidence we go with, and when people get to understand that Mount Kenya is so important, a region economically, and we are not going to deliver that economy to somebody whose tool in trade is basically ripping off everywhere he goes. So we suffered in the past, and Mount Kenya must now know it's their time to defend themselves. Without one of their own in State House, we need one we can trust. And the only safe hands we have is Baba the Fifth.
When do we expect President Uhuru Kenyatta to also join you in popularizing Raila in the region?
I actually would not even want to think of us asking Uhuru to popularize Raila in the region, because Raila can do that himself, and we are there to do it ourselves. Let Uhuru do his duties in State House. Let him consolidate what needs to be done for government. We are there to support Baba, right? And we are many, right? So I would want to keep off even the imagination that we need President Uhuru to come to Mount Kenya to popularize Raila. Raila is already popular in Mount Kenya. We are there to do the work for him. We are the people who will be elected with him. And we would want to actually ask, let President Uhuru rest. Let him do what he needs to do in terms of ensuring that we have that environment for us to do our job. And Raila will be the next president. I can almost guarantee you. You've seen the statistics.
Okay, sorry, I wouldn't want to let you go without asking you, what is the stake of Mount Kenya in Raila's government? Because we know that there is the ongoing debate on the running mate. What is Mount Kenya getting? Are you angling to get the running mate position?
We would want to leave that decision to the presidential candidate. As of now, what we want is to ensure we have a majority in Parliament, a majority in Senate, a majority in the county assemblies, and with right in State House.
You can find the entirety of that interview on our NTV Kenya YouTube.
One moment, one more video, Cookie.
Team that has deceived the so-called many people that they are positioning themselves to catch the eye.
That's okay.
It's on his side.
It's ambition.
You know, for us, this is transparency. And that's why it was not a secret group. And we decided as a council.
This is why you made it public.
And this is not to mean that they will force the presidential candidate to pick the position of the person that they recommend. They're going to see several people, they are going to do a recommendation, but the final decision is going to be made by the presidential candidate. And number two, Kalonzo and the rest of us were in that meeting. And then if he was forced, as they are trying to show, if he could not have agreed with the decision, then he would not have appointed anyone on that panel. And so that's why I said, why are we going round? Mukromen here has not told us who is going to be their presidential candidate. So let us not just focus, and that's why it's not about, Kenya is not just about one person. And these politics are different from the politics of 2013. You know, things have changed. And you know, when you also have a deputy president, and I think one of the things that we should look at, you know, somebody who has immediate ambitions of becoming the next president, because I think that's where we lost it.
Why not?
In our team. That is where we lost it.
Why do you mean?
Okay. Let me finish.
Just a small one.
No, you spoke. Let me finish.
No, just on that issue.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Before I bring in Kakewa na Penny, mmekuwa hapa sana. Mama Selina karibu, lakini subiri kidogo. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa NFL Daily. I don't know which substantiation you want Murunga to make, but I suggest come to the panel. Murunga is here. You will demand that substantiation from him. This outcry of substantiating this and that because Bernard asked for it. Are you asking so that we don't ask for substantiation, or you have substantiation that what Murunga said is not valid? If you want to debate, you negate a statement given by giving contrary facts that shows that what was said is not factual, what was said is not true. That is how people debate, and that's how people win cases, even in the court of law. But you crying there, I say Bernard did not ask for substantiation this time. Why is it that UDA are the only people ask for substantiation? Probably they are the ones who give statements without substantiation. So please, kuja huku to debate. You are free to demand substantiation of any matter you suspect, or say it is not true because of this and this and that. Hiyo kesi inaisha namna hiyo. Hapa sio story ya UDA na story ya Azimio. Hapa ni story ya Kenya, na tunataka Kenya ikuwe na uongozi ambao unaaminika, una ukweli. Sio story how many points did UDA get, how many points did Azimio get. We are looking at how do we be part of the discourse that makes the country move forward in terms of understanding their politics and playing their role rightly. That's the reason why we stay awake all this time, to see to it that we are part of the solution, not part of the problem. So NFL, jaribu kuje huku uongee na Mr. Murunga. Kama umeshindikana, tulia pale, panguza machozi, utaona mbele vizuri. Kuna wimbo inaenda hivyo.
Bernard, you should know there are people who cannot even make a statement when they have two people to talk to. They only can compose such silly statements by taking 50 minutes to type that one word. So ignore them. Just ignore them. They are irrelevant, and they are Kamoto used to call them hogwash. Don't even waste your time.
Take it easy, Bwana Lazarus. Take it easy. Thank you very much. I want us to move on. So for the purpose of gender sensitivity, Bwana Henry, Bwana Daniel, subirini hapo hapo, tutarudi kwenu. Tumsikilize Mama Selina kwanza. Tangu tufungue session 3 hours ago. Bwana Nyumba mpaka akaleta mswada kusema kina dada wameenda wapi. So wacha tumsikilize Mama Selina kwanza, alafu turudi kwenu. Karibu Madhe, vipi leo?
Thank you so much. Penat, I was following. Nilikuwa nasikia akisema hii kipindi hakuna wamama, and you know mambo ya jana Kirinyaka vile imeendelea huko, na mimi na mother I was panning, lakini nataka kushukuru the courage alikuwa nayo kuambia kama wanataka kupanga mkutano yao. Pena, these people are panicking. Walikuwa nataka kuonyesha baba ati ya kwamba mother ana watu Kirinyaga, but hiyo ni kitu kidogo. Na shukuru baba alisimama akawaambia wametoka mbali na mother. Hata akasema vitu yenye watu wajui, ati wakati baba alikuwa nafungwa, wakati Aida alikuwa na shida, ni mother alikuwa the young lawyer that time na aliwasaidia sana. Ya pili, nataka kurudishia watu ya Central, na niliwaambia tangu zamani, watu ya Central wakifunga hoteli mutashangaa, and I think a lot of people wajafanya kazi na hawa wana mchezo. Siku yenye watatosheka wanatoka hiyo mamiti mutengeneze tu, mutaikata. Ingine nataka kushukuru, naona mnasema Kalonzo Musyoka amesema kiti yeyote anapatiwa. Ile kitu imenishangaa Penat, kwa sababu nimesikia tangu jana na leo. What is the interest of UDA kukuja kutupanga, kutuambia vile tungekuwa na running mate? If we don't have Kalonzo, we lose. So what if we lose? So what? Nini inawasumbua? Kwa nini wasituachie tujipange? So hiyo ndiyo ningesema. Ya tatu, Kirinyaga ilikuwa na hot contest. Kuna Anne Waiguru, kuna Ngerechi, but I thank God hii watu ya Ruto wanafikiria wakishout na kuita Ruto wanamsaidia. They are killing that man. I think wanamwangusha bila kujua. Unapatia watu pombe, wanaenda kushout. After shouting, what you get? Wale wengine wamejipanga, baba amejipanga, ameweka campaigners yake kutoka wards mpaka county, ametengeneza mambo yake. Hii watu ya UDA is shouting. It is a matter of day. Baba alisema tulianza mambo pesa, wakasema, na baba nikafurahi akasema awata release mpango yao so that UDA wanataka kuchukua. So tuko na running mate already, constituency ya wamama vile tuliwaambia, and itafanyika na Kenya watafurahi. Na kuna kitu moja Penat, I want you guys to remember. Wakati tulikuwa tunatengeneza constitution, kwa sababu Martha Karua alikuwa Minister of Justice. If you guys can remember, vile Ruto na Uhuru walikuwa nakimbia wakati ya Hague, wakiita Martha Karua majina yote, na walikuwa naokopa sana. They are really panicking. If I want to tell you guys, wanajua Martha Karua akakuwa deputy president, watu yote yenye wako na corruption, they don't know what next. So wanataka baba apate mtu mwenye ako weak. So with Martha Karua, watu are very mtu yote amefanya corruption, wale wako kwa serikali wangetaka huyo mama asiingie, lakini nashukuru baba amesimama, na nashukuru pia rais alipeana jina ya Karua na ya Kalonzo, which means nilikuwa naokopa sana nikifikiria Rapta Uhuru anaweza kuwa na twist na mada. But unajua Central, wakati walikuwa na Kibaki na Uhuru, walikuwa naweka parking Martha Karua, but they know she's a strong person. So niko kasi, wacha niwasikie, lakini mwenye alikuwa nasema hao mama hawako, tunafuata sana pole, ni time tu. So nitaruti tena, but otherwise nataka kushukuru na kama kiti ni yetu vile tunasema Mtembei TV, sisi wa mama tuko na nataka kushukuru my brothers, musiokope, muache UDA wasikie uoka, but mother is coming very strong, na baba atatengeneza hiyo mambo ya corruption. Ako na deputy president yake, watasimama pamoja, na kama ni mambo ya international community, mother is there. Na musisahau Chief Justice Martha Koome ni rafiki ya Martha Karua, na mulisikia Raila vile alikuwa anasema akipongeza those are the reformists, wale walikuwa opposition wakati hiyo ingine. So mjue tuko na Chief Justice ni rafiki ya Martha na ni mama na ako very strong. Can you imagine tukuwe na Chief Justice, tukuwe na Deputy President, tukuwe na President, tukuwe na kina Kafana ule wa Kifuta Kibwana. How we start government, vile Martha Karua alisema, can you guys see watu wenye wako Azimio, the reformist, na muangalie the other side. Kama kuna mtu ameonyesha huda, amewafix mahali where they belong, is Martha Karua, because yeye au kopi atakwambia unaweza weka mwisi ama fisi na kondoo. Hana kitu anaenda hasara. She want to tell them the truth. Muelewe, utakuwa na mali, who will take your money? Nani atachungia nyinyi nchi? Kama kuna mtu ingine kwa hii watu wote walikuwa naokopa, Martha Karua, she came out. So I think watu ya Kenya wanastahili kufurahi na kupongeza Martha, because akiingia ndani atoki, anunuliwi, wamepapaika, and I'm telling you, mama tu akiapishwa na baba hivi, they will run away. Hata hiyo story mnaambiwa parliament opposition nini, hakuna, watatoroka. I'm telling you, these people are crying. Na walikuwa wametafuta Martha, walikuwa wamemulilia akwira ni meti ya Ruto. Martha akasema no, tulikuwa tunajua mambo mingi sana. So Kenyans tusikue na shida, steering itasimama. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you so much for your contribution and insights. Zinatusaidia kuelewa mambo ambayo tukuwa tunaelewa, na tunaamini kwamba nchi imerekebika. I think one of the things we have had as a country in problem that the people who are charged with the responsibility of implementing the constitution did not play their role right. And if we got the people who really believed in the new constitution, in the realm of power and with the political will, Kenya is about to turn the right direction. And so we can keep in that spirit to see to it that we be part of that change. And that's why we want to encourage everybody, wherever you are, make sure that your voters card is safe, your ID. Sahi ID zimeanza kupotea, na zinachukua miezi 6 ndio zirekebishwe. Chunga ID, fungia chini ya mattress, na mattress isikuwe karibu na jikoni. Sikiliza. If possible, keep your ID at the bank. It's now the most important tool you have right now in terms of going to be part of what makes Kenya great, by going to vote in a government that will bring the really true change that this country has been yearning for. So tujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. Nani huyu Henry alikuwa amebeba mkono? Kuna nini bwana Henry?
Ben, kuna swali. Wenye wana miti wakate nini, because you know not every place we grow trees, so we better be given options.
Kateni miti, weka fence karibu na mito. Weka fence kubwa refu karibu na mito. Watu wachukue barua za kuvuka daraja, wakaguliwe kwanza. Counseling centers ziwekwe kando ya kila daraja ya mto wa maji mengi. Hakuna ubatizo until after August. Yeah. Now let's do this. Nataka kufanya justice. Robert, ngoje kwanza tafadhali. Kuna watu hawajaongea na ni masaa matatu. Naomba sasa waongee kwanza ndio tuende hiyo second round please. Nani huyu? Kakewa.
Yes. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you? Hold on, Bwana Stanley.
I'm,
Tunakuja kwako after Kakewa.
okay, I'm fine. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's my first time to appear in your show. And I want to talk about this issue of runmate. I heard Murunga saying that at Makueni, Raila can answer a lot of votes without Kalonzo using the governor. But I'm from Makueni, and during Easter I travel and I listen to people, most of them what they are saying. But what I can say, most of them are undecided because our leader, who is Kalonzo Musyoka, has not yet, we don't have a clear stand whether he will support Azimio or not. You know, now we are waiting for Raila to announce his runmate. But considering the Kalonzo Musyoka, he has been deputy president. You cannot compare Kalonzo Musyoka with Mother Karua. I know we have Mother Karua, we have Peter Kenneth, and Kalonzo. Those are the serious. The two who are run for the landmate. Those three are the one who are serious. But when I listen to most of people who talk from who came from Nyanza, they are emphasizing on Martha Karua. But as for me, it's good to wait for the panel. And we have a lot of politics concerning the run of Kalonzo, Martha Karua. I think what we have, people should stop that politicizing. And the Kalonzo should also follow the Azimio la Umoja.
I think it's lost.
Ngoja Roba, kuwa patient. Daniel, inaonekana neti bundles zimeisha ama kuendaje? Pole, utarejea alafu umalizie sentensi yako. Yes, Bwana Samson, what is it?
Can I go on? Thanks for admitting me to the panel. I was listening to my colleague, and he has a point. And I think
Hold on, Bwana Samson. When you lift your hand, you are either wanting to interject or ask a question. If it's for submission, you wait for your turn. Your turn is coming. There are those who came before you will do the submission, then we come to you. Sawa. Yes, Roba.
I think let me answer the young man who's disappeared on us. See, Murunga was reacting to the polls. It was not like something was making up from his own making. I understand he has a leader who is Kalonzo. I can see me just back. Okay, I can hear what I'm about to say. Yeah, so is he talking?
Daniel, unmute first. Your mic is off. Unmute.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to say, if you may give me 2 minutes to finish my statement. Okay. What I was trying to say is that when you listen, most people who come from Nyanza, they are emphasized in the and endorsing Mother Carol. But I usually follow politics, and what I think Raila should do should not focus a lot on Mount Kenya. Should he focus more so other regions apart from he should also concentrate on Mount Kenya, but more so other regions. That can be done by him picking land made from outside Mount Kenya. You know, Mount Kenya, most of people have decided to vote to associate themselves with UDA. I don't mean Raila will not get votes, but he will get some votes there. But if we pick Kalonzo, Ukambani will be locked behind him. And Kalonzo is the only person who was, after Raila, Ruto is the only person who has huge following, who follow him in his legions. And if Kalonzo is picked, I think Raila will be next president. I'm 100% sure. Karo is a good leader. I know. But considering politics is about number, I think Kalonzo is best.
But Daniel, naomba nikuulize swali.
Uliza.
Kalonzo akisalia kwa Azimio, lakini asifanywe running mate,
ndio
Ukambani bado itakuwa locked.
Itakuwa yote locked. That is a fact.
Basi kwa hivyo haijalishi kama Martha Karua ni running mate ama Kalonzo ama mimi, bora tu Kalonzo wakuwe kwa Azimio na mimi nikuwe kwa Azimio na Martha Karua kuwe kwa Azimio, sio? Basi hiyo ndio hesabu imepigwa.
Lakini ukiangalia Martha Karua sikatai, lakini ukichukua Martha Karua difference itakuwa yaani difference ya kama umemchukua na hujamchukua, ile difference itakuwa ni kidogo. Lakini usipochukua Kalonzo juu ya ile politics saa hii imefanywa, ile unasikia watu wengi wanasema no Kalonzo no Raila. Si umesikia watu wengi kutoka Ukambani wanasema hivyo? Sasa hiyo ndio politics mingi kwa Ukambani. So Kalonzo asipochukuliwa, I fear juu watu wengi hawatajitokeza kupiga kura. That is a fact.
Okay, thank you, but that's subject to civic education.
Okay.
Kuna la ziada? Naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali.
Hapana.
Okay, asante. Mute sasa mic yako. Mikono imepanda. Roba.
Yeah, I was saying something. I want to talk to the young man. I saw yes, going back to school. So the thing is, he said people from Nyanza. I come from Nyanza, and I don't have a leader who a leader who tells me how to fight. I have my own thought. I don't listen to other people. So this young man, I don't undermine what he's saying, but at the same time, 2013, 2017, we had Kalonzo, we lost. What's different this time? So that's the propaganda that's been injected by UDA in Ukambani. So, and now they are applying it. And that's why I remember somebody was saying about this issue of our Azimio to go some places and try to unlock these things here. This is too much here. It's too much. They are just lying too much. You see, this man, what he's talking about, Some of these things, they are online clips. So how does he know every voter in Ukambani is going to do? I mean, they cannot vote because of Kalonzo is not voting. Or Kalonzo is not an Azimio. So Kalonzo owns them. On the other hand, that's what he's trying to tell us. And that's wrong politics. Nobody should own somebody. For your conscience. Let me also just finish by reacting to this clip. The UDA governor candidate from Mombasa. I think for the first time, I can say I agree with him that Nzoko should go back to Nairobi, not even go back to Nairobi, should not even be allowed to go and interfere with Mombasa politics because he's corrupt. He's corrupt. He should not even be part of what we are talking about here. So I agree with him for the first time, the UDA guy from Mombasa. That's what I have to say.
So, okay, sorry about that. Stanley. Juan Henry, are you still there? Henry.
Yes, I'm there, bro. Na wasalimu nyote wale ambao mnanitazama na wale wanachangia.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Ninashukuru na pia nitaendelea kushukuru Bernard. Na ningeuliza ni kama swali niseme hii TV yetu iko online na sijui kama kuna channel huko nyumbani. Watu wanaweza kuwa wanatazama kama pengine ni airtime. I think tukitoa hata 1,000 kila mmoja ama 100 ikue channel ambayo watu wanaangalia, because from here watu they can at least get something from our perspective. Maybe there are few people who can just watch this online on YouTube, but it's better if we can have a channel whereby people can be just, and I know sometimes when it is Peter, it can be banned, because we had something like this 2017 on WhatsApp. It was banned because we are saying the truth. So I'm urging you guys, if we can do something, because this is a beginning, and we appreciate you, Bernard, and whoever you started this thing, and because of the freedom that we have, and I think which was brought by our Honorable Raila Odinga, because he's the one who fought for all of this. We appreciate so much. And what I'm saying, siasa ya kwetu hapa nyumbani ni ya utoto, childish politics. Because you see, like Ukambani wanasema Kalonzo hasipopatiwa, Kalonzo has been jumping here and there. Lazima uwe na msimamo. Kwa hivyo hata akienda kupigania hao watu wao wenye wanataka achukue, pengine hata kuwa na msimamo, atakuwa analegea mahali fulani. So we are not looking at mtu wetu amechukuliwa. We are looking at what can make our country go forward. So kuna vitu vingi tusiseme ati niko nakula. So, and this I've been saying this on over and over and over. Let not a politician go on the platform aanze kuongea juu ya mwanasiasa mwingine. Amefanya hivi, huyu ni yako hivi, ni namna hii, sitaki kusema hiyo matope yote wanaongea. So don't be talking at sisi. I was there, I was in Kenya from February to April. You know, siasa nimeona huko, watu wa UDA wanasema sisi tuko na pesa. They are not talking anything else. Tunawapatia pesa kwa mfuko. I don't think ukipatiwa hata 50,000 saa hii, najua ni vizuri, wacha wakule hiyo pesa, waweke kadi, hata yoyote atachukua uongozi. Sisi hatuna shida. Kama ni shida, sisi sote, mwenye umekula, mwenye uchakula, ni sisi sote. Tukiweka, tukipata manufaa, any progress within the country, hata kama ni Raila ama ni Ruto, kama ni progress, sisi sote. Sasa tunaumia sababu ya mtu mmoja ama wawili watatu. Most of the people, it is very too corrupt. Unaenda kwa hospitali mgonjwa, hata madaktari wanahitaji pesa. Kwa barabara, mimi nilikuwa, I was driving without a Kenyan driver license, siko na kitambulisho kila kitu. But kama uko na pesa, hata ukifanya whatever you want to do, that's not the kind of country we want. So who that they are proud, because I cannot say how they heard that they have that money. Mimi nimekuwa hapo na nimekuwa tu nikienda nikikaa nikisikia wale wanasema, I just listen. They have a lot of money. Saa ingine ukienda hata kwa they have a lot of money. So unaambiwa kama unataka kukula kuja hapa. Na hiyo pesa inatoka wapi? Hata kama ni biashara, for real, kama una akili timamu, where does that money come from? Kuna hii nimekuwa nikiangalia YouTube, kuna huyu jamaa kutoka Western, hata the name has gone. Alisema, mtu alikuwa anasema hata hiyo clip iko kwa YouTube. Ati mbona Wetangula na nani hawachukui pesa? Huyo akasema ukiitwa tu napatiwa 1,100. So hata kama ni Mungu amesema tu hivyo. Even if it is God, it's only God who can release the money. But you as a human being, if you have been given money, you have to take it. So let us not wajinga. Mimi nasikia viongozi wengine wanasema wajinga wameisha Kenya. Hawajaisha. Before wajinga walikuwa wanapatiwa pesa wanapiga kura bila kujua. Sasa hii ndio pesa imekuwa mingi, wanafanya wajinga wengi. Hawajaisha. Kama wanaendelea kuisha, wewe unaendelea kuongeza wengine. So let us not cheat ourselves. Ati huyo anatoka kwetu ni kama kwa mfano wacha niseme Kalonzo, sababu mlikuwa mkiongea juu yake. Ati kama hawezi patiwa, Kalonzo hawezi kukuja kukulisha kwako. Kama ni parapara, kama ni mafuta saa hii iko juu, Kalonzo akulipii mafuta. Angalia yule kiongozi ambaye atapigania maslahi ya kwa Kenya wote. Sio Mkamba, sio Mkalenjin, sio Mjaluo, sio Mtaita, sio Mturukana, sio Msamburu, sio Mkisii, sio Mjaluo, sio Mluya. Na nimesikia vizuri sana huyu jamaa alisema sijui, I'll look into the clip, maybe niwaambie nicheze muone. Wetangula walikuwa wameanza kununua kitambo na Mudavadi. So hiyo sio kitu amesema wamenunuliwa pesa. So that's business. So if somebody is doing business anachezea maisha yako, alafu unasema yeye ndio tunataka kama kiongozi msemaji wa kutoka jamii yetu. Sasa hiyo ni kusema nini? Unajiuza. Ni kama kwa mfano Waswahili wanasema mtoto wembe mpe. Patia wembe. Ukatekate makaratasi na vijiti, ukate kitole ndio utakuja kujua, oh kumbe hii kitu ilikuwa hivi. Sasa they are just enjoying. Hata Uhuru mwenyewe amekubali serikali yao imeanguka. But on the other side, huyu mwingine sasa serikali ni nani? We are blaming both of them. Sio Ruto, sio Uhuru. Uhuru amekubali kwamba kama Raila angechukua serikali, maybe something else could have been, Kenya ingechange. Sasa watu hawaoni hivyo, wanaona tunapatiwa pesa. Where does this money come from? Transport, manguo, watu wanakuwa really kama uko na really, hata kama ni biashara, hiyo biashara gani? Nilisikia Sankoke, mimi natoa mfano ile mtu mwenye ameongea. Sankoke alikuwa anasema kuna mkutano ulikuwa huko sijui ni wapi, akasema afadhali pesa ya wizi ya Ruto kuliko huyo mganga, na anasema all the time huyo mganga na mchawi atoi hata 1,100. So we are encouraging wizi. So he's telling people we are encouraging wizi. Huyu rais wetu ni mwizi, anatuletea pesa ya wizi na nyinyi mkwe wezi. So is that what you can encourage people? Atibikia huyu kula sasa sababu anaiba anatuletea. So we must be very careful with what we are doing. Kura yako kama Kalonzo anataka kupatia Azimio kura, wacha aweke mahali anataka. We kura yako binafsi, you are just fighting for your future of your children, and you have to change your country. So we are here, we are out of Kenya, but what we see, and that's why sometimes I see some other guys decide come back, and maybe they want 5 or 6 that they say we are meleta lunch because wamezoea hiyo uchinga. Wachinga wajaisha, but wengine wanaundwa. So we don't want to see just such kind of behavior. Unajua, mnasikia mimi saa nyingine mimi naangalia I watch what they say over on YouTube. Wanasema hii nchi yetu mkicheza this time, hata wengine wale wako na roho safi wanasema this time mkicheza Kenya itaungua, na imeanza kuungua. Sasa hii imewakishwa. Sasa ikiongezea kuni, mtaona moto. Sasa mnaona moshi, mtaona moto. Kama sisi tutaona moto kama tutacheza nchi yetu. Ni kama wewe ukitembea uchali, kama unaona sharp objects mbele yako unakanyaga juu, si itakudunga? But we have to be very careful. Hata kama ni Martha Karua akuwe vice president, hata kama ni Kalonzo, hata kama all we need, hatutaki kujua kama umetoka kabila gani, hatutaki kuchukua wewe ni nani, tunataka kujua mtu mwenye anatetea. Look, hata saa ingine kipaya chajiuza, kizuri chajitembeza. I'm happy this time round the way Azimio is conducting the campaign. Hakuna kupeana pesa. Kama wanapeana I don't know, but wanasema ukiingia, hata wanapigana tu wazi, wanasema ukiingia UDA pesa iko huko. We have to be very careful. Sisi wa Kenya hatutaki handouts, tunataka maendeleo. I'm happy. Mimi sio eti sababu Raila I voted. Mimi nimepiga Kenya kura one time in 2007 na niliwaambia this is the first and last, because najua my vote is not gonna count. Viongozi na kitu kingine nimeona viongozi, msione marafiki zenu, those people are close to you, at sasa you nominate. Hiyo sasa, hiyo ndio tunataka kuchagua viongozi. Hata kama unapendwa, unataka uchaguliwe kuwa kiongozi ama rais, wachana viongozi wa raia wenyewe waamue. Useme ati mtu wetu atachaguliwa, sisi tunataka rais, sisi tunataka governor, tunataka nini. Just look at who can develop our country. Otherwise, nashukuru sana. Hiyo issue nimesema, this thing should be, mimi nilikuwa nyumbani, hata watu kupata hiyo wanaita fuliza ama ya time ni ngumu. Bernard, ongea na jamaa wote, kama mimi nilisikia ni pesa kidogo sana ya kulipia hiyo airtime. Hii kitu kiwa official, watu so that people can be watching it back home there. Nashukuru, asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bwana Henry. Lazarus iko nini?
I have issues to pick with he's gone. It's called
it's here.
Where is he? There's something I keep on saying here, and at times I always like comparing and contrasting. It's either you define where you stand without trying to become smart and playing smart. And I said it yesterday, and I think that one of the guys have confirmed what I was saying yesterday. You see, the gentleman from Makueni is telling us they are not decided. And they want to take us in the bag because he's defending the concept of Mutula Kalonzo Jr. They was speaking today. Actually, today didn't have content in the Nation Media TV. He's telling us they are undecided. And they want to take us in that bag in Azimio to keep people ransom, to be in their bag. I find that it will not survive, my brother. It's either you guys are in UDA or you're in Azimio. Hakuna mambo ya nusu na nusu. And this time around, hakuna kupita katikati. It's either you are in or out. Secondly, I think you need to be given rules of the house, the standing orders. You should be briefed. One thing you should know, let us always, I tell my colleagues from Azimio and UDA, let us bring facts. Here there are people we need to convert. UDA side need to convert us. So whoever convinces you is one you get converted to. Let us not come here with lies. If you have facts, present them. Yesterday I said, you see a member of parliament lying to us. Like Gachagua telling us yesterday, the president has never been to church. And you realize there are some maggots who accept that concept and they walk around and say it is true. And what makes me sick, ni mtu mwenye ako na akili, he'll walk around and tell you, see, that is what he has been doing. The Bible tells us, your tongue gives you what you want. Same to Sankok. Sankok has been spewing shit after shit. Mungu alali. So what we say here, we should always know we'll account for it. And before I finish, Kakewa, just take the report home. Take report home when you go back. It is either Kalonzo to tell us where he wants to be. This time around, no babysitting. Like Ruto does on the UDA, no babysitting. It's either you are in the trip or you go back home. Because you can't hold people ransom. You hold Nani Ngilu, you hold Mutua, you hold Professor Kivuta Kibwana. Then when you're given decisions, you wake up in the morning, you take Sonko somewhere, and you just want to create this harmony. And that is why at times I say we may not like Ruto, but at times we need to have decision to be made once and for all. I submit.
Okay, thank you. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm really working hard to see to that everybody makes their submission, especially those who have not made their first submission. So kuna mambo ambayo nitarukaruka, lakini naomba hivi. What Henry suggested is a very good suggestion. There are different factors to be put in consideration. It's not just monetary, but one of the reasons why we are existing as a channel is to open up opportunities one to another. So if you're here and you have a channel where you can get us to go to the terrestrial broadcast, you are free to give us that avenue and we will exercise it. We can either buy time on an existing TV station and be getting our feed and feed to the Kenyans if they will accept that, or we go ahead and pay Communication Authority of Kenya. We get a channel on Pang or wherever, Signet, or the other one is called what? Then they be carrying our footage. That's still viable and able to be done. But we are praying and working towards that. In the meantime, tuko YouTube, tuko Facebook, na tuendelee kukaribisha watu kuwatch. Naona tume relax. Let's invite as many people to watch so that we keep with our viewers on toes. So kama uko na avenue ya kutusaidia kuhakikisha kwamba we will be broadcasting both online and on the terrestrial TV, then come up. You can get my inbox so that or get my contact. I will share my contact tuongee from there and then move forward. Niko na shida hapa, okay? Jakindu Bey has not made submission. Samson has not made submission. Njiru has not made submission. Bilasio Muka hiyo ingine sijaiona has not made submission. Naomba watu wote mmefanya submission mtulie kwanza. Hao watu wachukue dakika mbili wafanye introduction. Then tukirudi sasa ndio mkuwe na interrogation. Sawa sawa? Thank you. Aya, so tumsikilize nani Jakindu Bey. Jakindu Bey amengoja sana. After mzee tuko kwa Samson then Njiru. Jakindu Bey, karibu.
Asanteni sana, hamjambo wote na wasalimia wote.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asanteni sana, asante sana. Nafikiri nitazungumza mambo mawili tu, labda kuna moja tu nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia juu ya, kwanza wache nianze na hiyo makamu wa rais. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba hii mambo ya makamu wa rais ni Kalonzo ndiye ameleta hii fujo yote, kwa sababu kama angekuwa amesimama vizuri na mwenzake Raila tangu kitambo, hatungekuwa na hii mzozo wa kutafuta na mtu wa makamu. Lakini Kalonzo alionyesha hii, ameenda ameunga nani nyingine. Sasa hiyo nyingine ameunga, yani ana compete na Raila kila kitu, badala ya kushirikiana ni kwamba anashindana. Sasa mtu kama huyo, mimi naona ni vile tumeona mfano wa Ruto, ni mfano mbaya sana, makamu wa rais wa namna hiyo. Nataka kuambia wote, ama wale vijana, hata wale wanatusikiliza, waone Vice President Penny wa Amerika, ambapo alikuwa makamu wa rais wa Trump. Trump alikuwa anasema uongo, anafanya vitu, lakini hungeweza kumsikia Penny anaenda kumkashifu president. So Ruto badala ya kukashifu president angeresign na kutoka. In fact, afai kuwa kwa serikali, angeresign na atoke na aseme haya mambo, amkashifu president. Lakini sasa anakashifu na yuko pale kwenye hataki kuresign. Ndio kusema ni mtu mbinafsi, hatutaki mtu wa namna hiyo. Kwa hiyo saa hizi mimi nasema ni jambo la busara, ni jambo ambayo nasema lazima sisi wote tuiangalie kwa makini, kwa sababu hatutaki vice president ambaye atafanya president awe na shida ya kufanya kazi. Tunataka nchi ambayo tunataka nchi yetu iwe na kwamba ina function, ifanye kazi, ndio tupige hatua, kwa sababu tuko nyuma sana katika mahitaji yetu ambayo tunahitaji kama nchi. Jambo lingine nataka kuzungumzia ni kwamba nataka kusihi wa Kenya kwamba sisi wa Kenya tuacheni kuongeza chumvi, tuacheni kufanya kama sisi tu ndio tuko hii dunia. Dunia yote iko na problem ya bei za vitu zimeenda juu, bei ya mafuta imeenda juu, bei ya gharama imeenda juu kwa nchi zote duniani, si Kenya peke yake. Wa Kenya wanazungumza azif Uhuru president ndiye amefanya hizo vitu, yani Uhuru ndiye amefanya hizo. Sio hivyo. Bei ya vitu ziko juu, bei ya mafuta iko juu Amerika, iko juu Uingereza, iko juu Ujerumani, iko juu Japan, kila mahali bei ya maisha imepanda kwa kila kitu. Bei ya mishahara haijapandishwa kokote, sio Kenya peke yake. So wasifanye sisi wa Kenya tunaona tufanye kama president anasema, ndiyo kama kuna shida tutafute suluhu, tuache kulaumiana, tutafute suluhu ni kitu gani. Ndio maana alikuwa anakumbusha vice president, badala ya kumsaidia kwa suluhu anamlaumu. Jambo lingine la kanda ambalo nimesikia tu hapa, kuna yule msemaji ambaye amesema kwamba alikuwa Kenya, alikuwa anafanya namna gani. Mimi nataka kumwambia huyo msemaji kwamba wewe mwenyewe wacha corruption. Ukitaka nchi yetu isiwe na corruption, anza na wewe. Usiseme wewe unaenda huko Kenya unaendesha bila driving license, unapatia polisi pesa. Hiyo ni makosa. Anza wewe, anza. Mimi ndio maana nasemaga tuwe masikini jeuri. Usikubali mtu aje akupatie pesa ambayo ni hiyo pesa amekuibia alafu anarudi anakupatia. Yani ameiba 100,000, wewe anakupatia shilingi 100. Alafu hizo zote zingine sasa unaenda ukimpigia makofi. Lazima tuanze kwa mageuzi. Tukitaka kugeuka tuanze sisi wenyewe. Tusikubali kupewa pesa. Tusikubali kwamba una shida yote unakimbia kwa MP, utamfanya kuwa mwizi, kwa sababu mkimuomba pesa kila siku lazima atatafuta namna gani atapata hizo pesa, mwisho anakuwa mwizi. Kwa hiyo yule msemaji ambaye alisema kwamba Kenya ukiwa na pesa, usikubali. Lazima tuanze sisi wenyewe kubadilika. Sisi wenyewe ndio tuanze kubadilika. Na yule msemaji ambaye alikuwa anasema kwamba upande wa Mr. Kalonzo kwamba ile kitu ambacho wanachama wa Wiper wanafanya makosa ni kusema bila Kalonzo hakuna Raila. Sasa maana ya kuwa kwa Azimio ni nini? Basi si afadhali watoke, msiwe kwa Azimio, kwa sababu ukiingia kwa Azimio inatakiwa uingie kwa sababu naamini kitu ambayo Azimio umeshaona kwamba Azimio ina mipango ambayo unaona itakufaidisha, itakuwa ni ya manufaa kwako. Sasa ukiingia pale ukisema kama sio ufanye hivi basi sipigi kura, sasa hiyo ni kazi bure, kwa sababu hiyo haitakuwa na maana yoyote kuwa kwa Azimio kama huwezi kupiga kura mpate ushindi. Haina maana. Basi sio afadhali utoke au ukae kwa upande mwingine, kwa sababu tunataka watu ambao wanaangalia nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nchi yetu ya Kenya haitegemei tu mtu mmoja. Nchi yetu ya Kenya inatutaka sisi wote tufanye kazi pamoja, na kufanya kazi pamoja lazima tukubali sehemu yoyote ile tumepewa tufanye. Huwezi kusema mimi hii sehemu mimi siwezi kufanya, mimi lazima nifanye tu upande huu mwingine. Hiyo sehemu nani atafanya? Tunataka kila sehemu tukiambiwa kufanya tufanye. Hiyo ndio tutaendeleza nchi yetu. Lakini tukisema hiyo mimi siwezi, mtu mwingine tu ndio, hiyo ni makosa. Kwa hiyo Wakenya tukitaka nchi yetu iendelee, lazima tukiunga Azimio mkono, tuiunge mkono bila masharti. Masharti tuache. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante Jakindu Bey. Moja kwa moja tuende kwa nani? Samson.
Let me unmute. Thanks, Bernard. And I think some of my topics have been addressed well. And I think this is one of the campaign which has really teach us, young leaders, on forms of leadership. I think we've been reading them theoretically. Like Daniel, I believe you are in a tertiary level, and I believe you have learned forms of leadership. And I want to give you the reason why. Okay, let me declare my interest. I am a Luo, so I'll not discuss this point based on my biasness on Raila. I want to be neutral. So that put aside, I just want to apply what we all know. Now, why is William Ruto seen to be feared by his lieutenant? Because he's applying authoritative form of leadership. Now, in authoritative form of leadership, the followers are on the favor of the leader. They are not participating on the formation. Now, UDA or Kenya Kwanza has been formed by William Samoei Ruto. Kindiki Kituri cannot make any force or any demand that I have to be given this or else I am going. Where is he going? Anyway, what has he done in Kenya Kwanza? What has he done in UDA? Like, he can actually go. Ruto can pick anyone to make Kindiki Kituri because he's applying authoritative form of leadership. What can Mudavadi say that is going out of UDA? That if he's not given a running mate, is getting out of Kenya Kwanza. The question is, what is he bringing in Kenya Kwanza? He can actually go because Kenya Kwanza has been formed by what? William Samoei Ruto. So that is authoritative form of leadership where the leader is the final say and he make the final statement. Now, the other one is that is what is known as participatory form of leadership. That is what has been singing like partnering. Now, in partnering, you feel a portion. Now, that is the reason why Kalonzo feels he has a portion, he has a share in Azimio. Because he feels part as someone who was contributing. That is the reason why he can have that command. Now, that is what we are seeking to be a democratic, a society where you are feeling like you have contributed. So that if one day you feel like the cost of living is rising, you have a share, you have a representative, you send someone with your vote to the parliament. Daniel, which county are you coming from? So you need to go vote a good leader that you have a share in his pre-representation in the parliament, not someone who will come and say that I'm the one who made myself to be a member of parliament in your area. I don't know what you are understanding. And this thing will pinch many people. The form of leadership, and let me show you, whichever way, even if Ruto becomes president or he becomes opposition, it will be very hard for his lieutenant to come up with a policy in the parliament because they never form UDA. In the parliament, we have got a leadership system, and there is what is known as whipping. If UDA, they just depend on Ruto, they will be taking commands from Ruto all time, whether he become president or he become deputy president. And let us give these two leaders easy time to select their running mate. You see, whichever way, we don't need to push them. Let us be part and parcel. We will not hear people of Embu confronting someone to be running mate of Ruto, or else they go away. Let us be in a coalition based on ideology. Okay, let us not be kids. We are past that age, and I wish you be a person and say that be in Azimio, Daniel, be in Azimio if your ideology are aligned to that. Get out and be in UDA if your ideology are in UDA. Don't you be controlled by Kalonzo Musyoka. I am not controlled by Raila Ruto because I have never seen him since I was born until now. I am of your age, almost age mate by appearance. Okay, but I have never seen him. Okay, he doesn't know even my ancestors, so I cannot be controlled by him. But when I sit down, I listen to what he says. I buy his ideas. We are the same with you. There is no difference, Daniel. Whichever way you are in Makueni and I am from Migori, we have not. I don't know whether you have met Kalonzo, but I am certain that we are almost in the same capacity as you towards Kalonzo. So don't be confused. I think you are grown up and you're becoming a parent. Make a decision. In Ruto's camp, Ruto is applying authority, and sometimes we say there are some circumstances when authoritative form of leadership is appropriate. Now, this time, this is the only point you are seeing it being appropriate, because you cannot bring jokes in Kenya Kwanza and start demanding useless, you see, bringing some ultimatum, because you will be kicked out anyway. And even if you are kicked out, they lose nothing. So let us appreciate all forms of leadership. The Raila is giving you partnering so that you feel part and parcel of the government. I don't know, but that is my submission. I wish this particular submission can be also used to educate other people. Let us be in a coalition because of ideology, not punishing someone, not hatred, like many people. And that is the reason why if you analyze how many strides Ruto has made to central Kenya, and I can tell you as a history student, although I am a statistician, I can only count number of times, but I cannot give you a lot of history. I can only give you numbers. But the reason being, there is an edge between Nyanza and Central. And any other person who can take that opportunity to confront Central people against Nyanza, they will see you as their son. Even if you are telling them nonsense, yes, that is a fact. And that is the reason why some leaders in Central are now standing up. Enough is enough. Let us be realistic as a member of Kenya, as family of Kenya. But that is the niche that Ruto is taking. And his key leaders, when you listen to Ruto's allies, like Kangata, Gachagua, Wahome, Ndindi Nyoro, you will hear their form of language is always to attack Central, to attack Nyanza. That is their gap. So let us be mature enough and say that let us be in a coalition because of ideology, and let us not have hatred that we are fronting this region against this region because of hatred. We want to get out of that kind of politics. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Samson, that is clear. I trust tumejifunza mawili matatu. Tunashukuru sana kwa submission yako, na ningependa tu kusema hili kabla nani aingie. Ni zamu ya Njiru. Kabla Njiru aje, ningependa kusema hivi. We seem to be caught up into instead of asking what is Kalonzo's Ukambani, is Kalonzo a representation of Ukambani interest in Azimio, or it is the Ukambani people to safeguard Kalonzo's interest in Azimio? Yani kura za Ukambani ni za kutafutia Kalonzo kazi ama Kalonzo ana kazi ya kutetea kura za Ukambani ili matakwa ya Wakamba wa Ukambani yashughulikiwe katika serikali. Inaonekana hapa katikati tuko tu hapa kupigania mtu kwa sababu ni mtu, na tufikiri our interest, where is our interest safe, where is our interest being taken care of? Because we don't exist as a voting bloc to defend our kingpin or defend our leader. It is him to go and fight for us. It's for him to go and push our agenda. Now, when he reverts to us and begins to use us to fight for his own interest, that is called voters abuse. We should refuse it. So, Bwana Daniel na wengine wote, tuulize maswali ambayo yanafaa. Kalonzo anapigania nini? Haki za Wakamba ama haki zake? Akiwa deputy president, ni Wakamba wangapi? Okay? Wakati alikuwa vice president 2007 2013, okay? Ni Wakamba wangapi aliajiri kazi? Industries ngapi alilete? Barabara ngapi alijenga? Hiyo maswala tutumie historia kabla tuanze kusema no Kalonzo, no Raila, no, relax, okay? He has been vice president. What difference did he bring? Now that you want him to be deputy president, okay? If he's deputy president, what do you stand to gain as a people? If we don't begin to think that way, tutafika mahali ambapo tutakuwa tu ile tulikuwa kifanya shule Romeo and Juliet, the Capulets and the other group, the Montague. They have to fight every time they meet, whether there is a reason or not. I don't think we should fall to that level. So tujiulize maswali, ni vote za Ukambani za kutafutia Kalonzo kazi ama Kalonzo anapaswa kufanyia kazi watu wa Ukambani? Asante. But Daniel, do you have something to say before we bring in Jill in less than a minute? Unmute. Your mic is off. You unmute first every time you want to speak. Okay, inaonekana.
Okay. Umenipata sasa?
Yes.
Okay, najaribu kusema si ati ni Kalonzo anifanya nikuwe kwa Azimio. Ni kweli ile matamushi inatolewa na viongozi zingine si sawa. Hii ya kusema no Kalonzo, no Azimio. I think hiyo composition si mzuri. Hata hii wamekuja kuleta ya kusema ati Kalonzo hafai kuenda kwa panel, kwa panelist. Nadhani pia hiyo argument si mzuri. Unajua ukiwa kiongozi ni mzuri ufuate utaratibu ule umewekwa. Kwa kama ni kwa Azimio Kenya Kwanza, huo ni utaratibu umewekwa. Na ni mzuri afollow huo utaratibu. Na mimi juu najua siasa is about numbers. Na ukiangalia mi si ati nasema lazima Kalonzo akue. Lakini kwa maoni yangu vile naona Kalonzo ukimkombea na mtu kama Martha Karua, na ukikombea huyu mtu ukimweka na usipomweka, na huyu mwingine ukimweka na usipomweka, ukiangalia consequences ile itakuwa, mi naona Kalonzo ako better off. Lakini sijasema lazima akue, lakini kwa maoni yangu mi naona Kalonzo ako better. Na ninaona pia
Bwana Daniel, ulikuwa na nusu dakika. You have made your point, thank you. Na kuna special request kutoka kwa mtu anaitwa Martin Ndeto. Amesema usiende popote, anakuja hapa kwa sababu yako. Kwa hivyo subiri hapo, akifika ndio mtaongea mbivu na mbichi. Mimi ni facilitator tu.
Sawa, niko hapa.
Wananjiru namna gani?
Asante sana. Unanipata?
Nakupata, lakini sauti yako chini kidogo.
Okay, can you get me now? How are you, Bwana Bernard? Can you hear my voice now?
That's a little better. Just get closer to the microphone, increase the volume of your gadget.
Okay, I will do that in a minute. And okay, I believe that one is better now.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Sorry, Jacinto Bay, what is it? Are you greeting?
Mia tu Bwana Njiru.
Bwana Njiru unasalimiwa na Jakindube.
Okay, asante na
Sawa, Njiru, go ahead, take your 3 minutes, tumsikilize huyu Bilasio. Alafu tuende Julius.
Ni sawa. So kitu ya kwanza, I want to be very fast today. One thing which I want to say is that leo nimeona opinion poll ya Tifa. There is one question nimejiuliza na hiyo opinion poll. Why, kwa nini even kwa stronghold ya Kalonzo, why, kwa nini undecided ni mingi kuliko Kalonzo? That one is a very serious question you need to ask yourself. It means there is a problem with the Kalonzo popularity, and it shows, if I want to say that, it shows that Kalonzo is experiencing an erosion as you compare to his influence in 2013 and 2017.
Excuse me, Bwana Njiru, do you have something speaking in the background ama ni kwangu hapa?
Hapana, sina kitu yoyote. I'm alone.
Okay, carry on. Let me find it.
Yeah, so nasema sasa Kalonzo has experienced the political decay, whereby why is it that undecided ni mingi kuliko support yake? That's a very big question he needs to ask himself. Then kuna swali ingine najaribu kuuliza hapa. Unajua, I know and it is normal, although mimi I'm not part of that cocoon. I support excellence, yeah? But naelewa Wakamba saa zingine wakisema wanataka Kalonzo. I know ni hii jinamizi ya tribalism ile imetusumbua kwa vichwa for so long, which we are trying to fight in Kenya, whereby it is become too difficult that we cannot see excellence anywhere apart from in our homes. And that is one thing which I want us to fight here. Please, hii idea ya thinking that unless mtu wetu afanye, mimi sisemi Kalonzo asichaguliwe. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is Wakamba, they have also to show that they can stand with somebody else, and as long as they are excellent. So kuna kitu najaribu kusema hapa, and I want to tell my Kamba friends here. Mimi, I want Kamba people to tell me, apart from Ukambani influence, nataka mtu aniambie Kalonzo Musyoka, what other special attribute which spans away from Ukambani, which we can talk about him. Personally, let me say, when I'm talking of Raila Odinga, kuna vitu fulani, even if Raila Odinga does not come from Embu, where I come from, there are some special things I can attribute. Hata kama huyo jamaa sio wa kwetu huko Embu, mikono yake imefika huko. I'm not trying to demean Kalonzo. What I'm trying to say is, pia Kalonzo akipigania hii kitu, let him not display a Hulk mentality. Hulk mentality, yani mtu mkubwa sana. Let him not portray an image which he doesn't have. We can give him the deputy president without even fighting for that thing. In any case, Azimio ilimpea hiyo kitu in 2013 and 2017. And I do not see any challenge ya yeye kupewa hiyo kitu. Lakini there is one thing which I will tell him. The more he fights for that thing, the more he loses it. The more he fights for that thing, the more he loses it. I wish he can just learn to relax and wait this thing play out. And there is one thing which I want to tell watu wa Ukambani, if they are listening to me here. Deputy President Wahi Musimu is more important than the presidential candidate. In simple. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to demean, you know, the presidential candidates are cast in stone. We cannot change that. Hatuwezi toa Raila hapo, hatuwezi toa Kalonzo hapo. The moving target ni deputy president. Na sasa hii moving target, which is the deputy president, ndio inafanya minus and subtraction depending na how you make the decision. Sasa ile kitu nataka kuuliza Daniel Kakewa hapa, even as he listens to me, can you tell me, na hii undecided vote haiko Ukambani peke yake, hii undecided vote iko Mount Kenya na ni kubwa, hii undecided vote iko Mombasa na ni kubwa, hii undecided vote iko Northeastern. So in other words, right now as we speak in Kenya, undecided vote iko almost 25 going to 30. It is a very serious voting block. Na hiyo undecided vote tutaweza tu kuunlock if we have serious candidates in our ballot. Can you tell me, Raila and Kalonzo, how are we going to tilt the undecided vote? And Raila and Kalonzo, can you also try to explain to me how sure are we that we can be able to shift from our usual number of 44-45% ile tulipata 2013 na 2017? Can you tell me how we are going to attract, how are we going to be more inclusive na hiyo? Mimi si ati najaribu kupinga Kalonzo, but watu wa Ukambani kuna kitu najaribu kusema. How can you know, hata wasomi wanasemanga you cannot use the same tactics and you expect to win. Let me tell you, if Azimio is not going to revise their ticket, which was in 2013 and 2017, expect a problem. We cannot move with the same ticket. I'm telling, I know, and na kitu ingine nataka kuambia Wakamba hapa, because I want to convince Wakamba. Presidency is not about deputy president. Let me tell you, if Azimio is going to win, Wakamba wako na ambassadors kama waine hapo. Wakamba watakuwa na cabinet secretary moja ama wawili, kutakuwa na head of parastatus, head of constitutional bodies. So shida yangu ni, must we fight on this deputy president? We miss the whole bull, hata zile vitu zingine ndogo ndogo ambazo which they are also important as this deputy president, tupoteze zote. So I want to tell Wakamba, they have to look at the bigger picture. Na pia kuna kitu tunaita qualification sahi. So history ati ya watu kusema ati Kalonzo ati akiitwa kwa panel ati ni kudharauliwa, I'm failing to understand. What is the big problem ya mtu kuenda kwa panel and to be scrutinized? What is he fearing? So we have many Kenyans who have expressed and they want to become deputy president. And we have to scrutinize these people. Watu wamejitokeza pale. And what we want is the best person who can be able to move us from point A to point B. Me, I don't care whether it is Martha Karua. I don't care whether it is Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't care whether it is Peter Kennedy. But history, Wakamba being loved on their person, it is annoying. It's annoying and it is unfair to the whole system. Sababu, you're also making other communities to start saying, hata sisi tunaweza taka hii kitu. So, in life, saa zingine ukitaka kitu sana, you miss it. That is the principle of life. Ukitaka kitu sana, you miss it. So, lazima Kalonzo relax. And he has to show confidence. He has to show confidence that, Kalonzo is a very senior citizen. Okay, Dakamoja.
Bernard, sinaweza mjibu hiyo swali ameniuliza. Bernard.
Bwana Daniel, in half a minute.
Sinaweza. Okay. Ameuliza mambo na undecided. Unajua mambo na undecided, unajua politics ya Kenya is a ethnic. Ni mambo na hiyo. Sasa watu wengi
It's okay. I will talk another time. I have to
Wananjiru, hold on. Wananjiru, mute your mic. Let him respond.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, undecided is because of Wakamba wengi wanaona ni kama Kalonzo hatapewa hiyo kiti. Lakini hiyo nadhani ni kitu tu ni siasa tu imefanywa, lakini hiyo sio ile ukweli. Unajua siasa ni about ni uongo. Siasa ni about uongo mwingi yenye inaenezwa na watu wanaamini. So kulingana na mimi juu unajua siasa ni about ethnic. Sasa watu wengi huko ushago na wanadhania Kalonzo ni kama anachezwa. So hawajaamua, na saa hii siasa bado haijapingwa mzuri. Kalonzo hajaanza kukampeni. Wakati sasa landmate atachaguliwa, nadhani hapo ndio wataanza siasa ya serious. Kuna kitu ingine ulikuwa umesema hapo, unafaa kuangalia kiongozi amefanya nini ndio uone kama utamchagua. Kwa mfano Kalonzo alikuwa vice president, hiyo najua. Lakini ukiangalia alikuwa vice president wa Kibaki. Na hiyo wakati ukiangalia ile system of government vile ilikuwa inafanya ni tofauti na saa hii. Saa hiyo president alikuwa na mamlaka mingi. Hata kwa mfano ukisukuma maendeleo yako ilikuwa ngumu. Juu alikuwa na power si hata ya kukufuta. Lakini saa hii David yako na a lot of power. anaweza sukuma maendeleo upande huko kwenu. So nadhani Kalonzo akiwa hapo, maendeleo mingi inaweza kuja Ukambani. Juu siasa ya wakati wa Kibaki sio ya saa hii. Siasa imebadilika.
Wewe bwana Daniel wewe.
Lazima mkuwe na kiongozi hapa juu.
Hakuna kitu kwa serikali kinafanywa na mtu mmoja. Serikali inafanywa kwa system. Kila kitu inapitia bungeni. So
Hawa viongozi
wakati Kalonzo alikuwa vice president, yeye ndo alikuwa leader of business in parliament, if I'm not wrong. Okay. Alafu so kama nilikuwa tunakupatia mfano ili uelewe kwamba kuna uwezekano wa kuwa vice president na kuna chochote kitasaidia Wakamba as a community. You get that? That meaning the vice presidency is for serving the entirety of Kenya. It is not something cut for the Kamba people. And ndio tunasema with devolution, okay? Hata tuhitaji mtu akuwe president huko. With devolution pesa inafikia kila eneo la Kenya. Kwa hivyo our main focus should be strengthening devolution and making our county to function. That's where our interest is catered for. Our interest is not catered at who is the deputy president or who is the president. Our concern about the president and deputy ni yule mtu ambaye atasaidia nini? Devolution, ili devolution itusaidie. Sasa watu wengi wamesahau kuangalia mahali ambapo wanapaswa kuangalia, wameangalia hapa kiti moja ambayo wanataka kufaitia, no Kalonzo, no this, no that. That's what I wanted us to appropriate in understanding. Tunakuwa deceived kufikiria kwamba kama si deputy hatutapata. Saa hii with the new constitution, kila eneo lote la Kenya liko ndani ya budget ya Kenya, hata kama iko kwa map ya Kenya, iko ndani ya budget ya Kenya, and through devolution everybody's interest is catered for. So the best place for you to deal with the maendeleo hiyo unauzungumzia ni kuchagua MCA wa maana, chagua governor wa maana, chagua senator wa maana, na hayo mambo yote yatafanya nini? Yatashughulikiwa hapo. Lakini wewe umechagua Zuzu MCA, mjinga ni hiyo ingine alafu unaenda kulaumu deputy atakuleta maendeleo. So you see now you are blaming the wrong person who is not even supposed to be doing that. Sawa. So naomba hilo lisalie hapo. Nataka kila mtu awe na nafasi ya kuongea mara ya kwanza ndio tukue balance. Sawa. Nimebakisha watu wawili watatu. Penny, namna gani?
Salama kijana yangu.
Wewe una disappear. Hii anointing umeipata.
Hapana, mimi nataka kuingia kwa show yako sana kwa sababu wale ndugu yako wanasema wataki kuona mtu ya ulda. Lakini wewe unaniacha. Hata jana niliona kijana yangu ndugu yangu huyu Robert Abuya na baba yake ndiye rais. Na aliniambia siasa nyingi sana kutoka the 90s. But let us go to it. Siasa ni propaganda. 90% of siasa wewe ni pastor, wewe unatuambia ukweli. Lakini siasa 99% ni propaganda. And my friends, you are giving us very many propaganda. Ukisikia ile vitu yote nani Ligata anasema ni uongo, lakini it sounds good because you guys have done it. Wacha nikuambie for the benefit of my age. Kitambo sana nani mzee Oginga alikuwa anawania kama president. Alianza kipati yake. Unajua poloti iliambiwa Kisii. Mama waliambiwa ati unaona bado unaweka kondo yako, hapo Mjaluo atakuja kuweka ng'ombe. Buda yake. Na they believed, all of them. Na ilikuwa porojo. That's what the example I'm trying to give you. So let us separate the two and understand that everything that you guys are saying is true to your side. Ni Azimio. And if we win, like I've always told you guys, it's good for us, good for everybody. That way we can really have an opposition in Kenya. And any country that has an opposition, and most of you guys say America. America has had very clear two parties, opposition, Democrat or Republican. The Democrats now are scared ndio mkaona wakatoa mtu mmoja ambaye alikuwa justice, wakaleta mwanamke mwingine ndani, kwa sababu they are scared that the Republicans can win. Hiyo ndio siasa. That is what the siasa is. It's not hatred. It's just sitting on the table and cutting the cake. Just like Kalonzo is saying, lakini Kalonzo muweke, you can keep it. Other Raila called him a watermelon. Is a pure watermelon. So what does it stand for? Sisi watu ya UDA tunataka watu ambao wata move Kenya from this stage to the next. You guys don't see it, and some of us have no problem, because that is the politics. I've watched the politics since the 80s. Ronald Reagan, nani wanadanganya, wanashinda na wanashindwa. So Bernard, you young people should read the Constitution and try to stay around the Constitution, not in the Constitution, but around the Constitution. Today, and I'll keep reminding you guys, Kenyatta and Ruto, mostly Kenyatta, is violating the Constitution. He has never respected even the courts. And you guys don't have any problem, because this is an Azimio program. So you follow what Azimio tells you. But that's why I said, Bernard, naanza kuiba sadaka, mnipatie wakati.
Penny.
Yes.
Penny will not get away with what you said. If this is Azimio,
Let me finish. Bernard gave me time. You can ask all you want. I mean, most of you are Azimio. That's what I'm saying. It's not an insult, my friend. Most of you are. And when we come, let me finish. One word, I finish. Now, Bernard did you wakati. So for us, for the revolution to work, we have to do away with the PCs, the DCs, the chiefs, and all these guys. Our generation, Mzee Mingo Dinga, he was telling us that the PCs and DCs are the rank of the past. What are we still doing with them? So some of us are pushing for those chiefs to go, because you cannot tell me what those PCs are doing and what the governors are doing. We are pushing for them to go, and therefore the revolution can work. There is another group that is paid a lot of money for nothing, NCIC. What are they doing? They cannot tell me how to talk politics. Nikifanya mbaya, nikifanyia Bernard mbaya, wacha nichukue kotini. That's the country that we want. So, nimemalizia hapo tu, Bernard, thank you for giving me a chance. Nilikuwa natembea.
Nakuitia Alex.
Nisaidie hapo.
Penny, subiri swali lako kutoka kwa Lazarus.
Okay.
Sina swali kwa Penny. Penny niko na dawa yake.
Anasema nitakuchukua Ukamba mimi mwenyewe. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Penny, for your contribution, and we are glad to hear you. Na wewe ni UDA. Shida uko kinyume na serikali ya chief. Na hiyo ndio msingi na msimamo wa UDA. Sasa sielewi wewe machifu wakienda UDA itatawala namna gani? Na hao ndio wanataka kurudisha KANU ile ya kitambo, ile KANU ambayo ilikuwa inachukua sufuria na kuku na karai.
Wacha tushinde mtaona. Lakini mkishinda I'll be sitachiwa. Mimi mnasema tutachiwa. One word Bernard. I'm sorry. Kama Mama Selina yuko. Kuna wengi sana wanakufollow. Bernard, kuna wengi sana wanakufollow, lakini hawakuchi kwa show. Sasa wananiambia ati mimi na Mama Selina tunachuana. Na huyu mama sijamuona. Ati tuongo hapa nitole tu na kwa badilio. Wacha wakisiwa kuambia hiyo ni nini. Thank you Bernard.
Iko shida.
Now tuende hapo, msiende hapo. Thank you very much. Naomba hivi niendelee na mkururo wangu. Bwana Julius, it's not your turn, it's Balasio's chance.
Yeah, I want to ask Penny a question. I want to not my time.
Yes.
You know, these people of UDA, we don't understand them. Surely, what they speak, and they I don't know how we are going to deal with these people. Unajua wanakaa kama kinyonga. Wanasema kazi ni kazi, alafu wanasema wafute machief. So, I mean, what are we talking here? surely. Anakuja anatuambia wanasema
Can I answer you that?
You know, sometimes
ngoja ulize swali Penny, tulia.
Sio vizuri like you know wanataka tuseme watu wengine wakiongea kitu kama wanataka, but they are always saying kazi ni kazi, kusukuma wheelbarrow ni kazi, hiyo ni I mean, sasa hiyo ya chief, how many chiefs do you have in Kenya? Tuko na machifu wangapi? Tuko na machifu sana. Then au machifu wako na families, right? Au machifu wako na watu. So that means it's almost a half. I mean, you are called to support almost the economy of Kenya.
Penny, you can respond quickly, please. We move on.
Yeah, just 1 minute. No, my friend. That is very true. What you just said is a fact. It is not going to be like you guys can leave tomorrow. No, it's going to be negotiated where they can live maybe 5 years, 10 years. Instead of hiring these people, put them over here. It's negotiated. It's cold-blooded. If I sounded like that, my friend, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. But they have to go. That's the bottom line. But it has to be negotiated. That's it.
Penny, do you hold the same sentiments like your party leader that Kibaki was the best president this country had?
Who doesn't know that? I mean, it was embarrassing for him to say it in front of Kenyatta, but it is true. Kibaki, then Mzee Kenyatta, then Moi.
But who retained the chiefs and the PCs and the DCs against the court order?
Yes, it's true. You are right. We all make mistakes. That's a mistake. That's true.
I just wanted you to confirm that. Thank you very much.
Ukinipanda makosa nakubali. Thank you. Apana, we negotiate.
Yeah. Thank you. It's not negotiate. Rearrange the system of governance. But we get your point. We appreciate it. Naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali, tumsikilize. Yes,
Bernard.
Lazarus.
For your information,
yes.
Kwa kina Penny, they have like 9 chiefs kwa community yao. So whatever he's saying, he should know his life is in danger because kwao they have 9 chiefs.
We want my friends.
In fact, his clan is the one leading with the chiefs. So inaonekana shamba yake ushago imechukuliwa. No.
And nina shamba hata hapo na
waacha wewe bwana Penny, ngoja hapa. Biliaso Mukanda. How are you? Bwana Bilasio, are you there?
Yes.
Bwana Bilasio, mitambo inakataa. You need to come out and then get back so that you connect properly. You just unmute once, click on the mic once and see what happens.
Okay.
Sorry, your gadget is not well configured.
Are you getting me? You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, that's better now.
Okay, it's better. Okay, thank you very much. I've listened to many speakers who have spoken, and one thing that I would like to thank Bernard is that there is one speaker who said that we need at least to maybe make sure that our conversation also reaches out to people from our villages, because now the platform we are using, I don't think that it is reaching to many. Maybe for those of us who are very conversant about maybe use of smartphones and our other gadgets. It is also a good initiative that we need to contribute to this so that we can also have a platform that will also help us get votes, because the essence of this is to reach out to those. I've heard many people speaking about undecided. I've heard many people talking about how do we convince people from our vicinities and our villages that can also support us. If I can also go back to the statements that were made by Daniel and Samson, I also thank Lazarus and Jakin today. I've listened to their conversations, and I think that is the best way, and that is the way we should all follow for us to get votes. Either being in Azimio or being in UDA or in Kenya Kwanza, the way they put it. That's the way. But the main thing is that as people who know much about our leaders, we should not be held ransom to what they are doing, because many of them that don't, they do not speak the voice that will give us something or give us another stage of leadership or other things that will help us common wananchi. If you look at what the Ukambani people are saying, the likes of Daniel, they're saying that without Kalonzo, there is no Azimio. Yes, he may take it that way, but if you're mature in terms of leadership, you should not think the way he's thinking. Without Kalonzo or bila Kalonzo, Azimio is gone. Azimio iko na wenyewe. Na Azimio iko na wenyewe. So look at, even if he is also looking at the numbers, look at the numbers from where now the point, where the central people, the number of votes they have, 5.5 million. If you look at the comparison of the Ukambani is around 2 million. The 5.5 million, if we need to work on a way on how we are going to convince, even if we are going to get even the 2 million. I know if even Kalonzo is not going to be given, we cannot leave Ukambani empty-handed. We will not. So we need to look at the votes that are in central Kenya. Even if we are going to get even 2 million, we add even the 500,000 that we are going to get from Ukambani without Kalonzo being given maybe that seat. It is going to add value. Let's talk about the mature politics that is going to give us numbers. When you sit on the table bargaining, you bargain about what you have. What are you going to, how are you going to add value to our bus, or how are you going to add value to our political divide? Not asking, you know, the Ukambani MPs that are speaking about on behalf of the Kalonzo, they're not speaking on the interest, as Bernard has asked, the interest of the Ukambani people. They're talking about the interest of themselves. They're not talking about the interest of the Ukambani wananchi. Juki Kalonzo said, without me, Raila is done. He's speaking for himself because he wants to be seen. People think that without Kalonzo, like what Bernard is saying, that Kalonzo akipewa ataleta maendeleo kwetu. Me, I come from that side of Western. Maendeleo hata wenye tu kuvotia Jubilee ama tu kuvotia Uhuru Kenyatta, we already seen what is happening there. Bernard should know ya kuwa hata wasipovotia Kalonzo asipopewa kuwa running mate, maendeleo yao na mgao wao wa serikali upo na devolution is working. Kama kwetu hatukuwa tunaona hata KMTC, mtoto akisoma ilikuwa tu lazima kuje Nairobi KMTC, kuje all these big schools huku. But things nowadays is happening. You go to the county levels, unapata vitu zimehappen. Hata kama ni kazi ni huko utapata. So tuweke interests leaders should put their interests aside and think about the wananchi's interest. If Kalonzo will shelve his ambition of becoming the running mate, shida za Azimio zimeisha. Because at a support, he should support anyone the panel is going to select. Na tumalize hiyo maneno, tuendelee na support, aanze kucampaign. You should not wait till he's selected. Is that the time it's going now to start campaigning? You should emulate what Martha Karua is doing, Peter Kenneth is doing. Of late, I've not seen Kalonzo in the campaign trail. I've not seen him. You expect to be given on a silver spoon if you are not working for it. Work for it for you to be recognized. Don't wait till that time watasema Kalonzo tosha for running mate. That's the time now you start assembling your people and start running up and down that you're campaigning. Start doing it right now. Usingoje mtu apige kengele aseme sasa Kalonzo, on your mark, get ready, go. So Daniel, you should still you start thinking beyond the box ya kuwa sisi tumekuja Azimio. Now remember there is a statement that Kalonzo made before even coming to Azimio. I'll be very stupid to support Raila for the third time. What happened? Nani alimlazimisha akamwambia now come to Raila? Alikuja kwa hiari na akaona the ideologies that the Azimio people have is more important and it can also help my people. So when you've already boarded, do not give ultimatums. Stay cool, changia, fanya vitu zenye zitasaidia, hii basi iendelee. Lakini uwezi kuja kwa hiyo basi, alafu ikianza kukimbia unatoa gurudumu. Nasema wacha isimame hapa kwanza, iningoje. Ikiwekwa gurudumu, ikianza kuenda, ikienda, unafungua mlango, anasema wenye wanataka kutoka watoke. It will not work for us. We are left with very few days that we need to assemble our arsenals and start moving. The more we are talking much about running mate, ndio unaona hata mpaka polling pia inarudi chini. Raila has been on the upper way, amekuwa juu ya Kenya kwanza sana. Lakini hizi malumbano, it is costing us. Let's talk about the mature politics that is going to help us. And when you speak about your people. Don't speak for the interest of the wala watu washakuwa kwa leadership. Kitambo ungeona mambo ya kusema ati ni nani anaweza kuwa running mate, nani anaweza kuwa. We have very, very many people who are potential, who can even give or add value if he's selected to be running mate. Nani angejua Rigathi can also be on a list of people to be running mate in this country? Who knew about them? It's not necessarily that Kalonzo, Martha Karua, Peter Kenneth, that the people to be running mate. We can even select somebody hata kutoka hapa Nairobi. Hata even Babu Owino can also be running mate. Na upate mumepita na mumeshinda. Si lazima hizi big figures ndio peke yake wakuwe running mate. So the issue of running mate should not be an issue to everyone. Mpaka sisi watu wa chini tuko na kura za Azimio ama tuko na kura za UDA, tunaanza kuona like it's an issue. Believe me or not, hiyo kelele wanapiga is just a bargaining power for their own stomach. The moment that issue is sorted, utaona another song coming. So thank you, Bernard. I know it was my first time to speak. I like the platform, but tutafute njia ya kuona hiyo platform we can reach out to men, because this platform can also change those undecided ones. The likes of Lazarus akiongea anaweza change even like 100 people. Yeah.
Okay.
The likes of Samson can change. Yes.
Lazarus is a
what
zombie.
the direction we want.
This is a zombie. Unajua Jesus
Asante bwana Mkanda, na nafikiria tuanze upeguzi basi I think there are some dormant TV channels that are dormant. So bora tu mkusanye pesa ya kutosha, we can buy and go. We used to have a TV called Parastato TV, and there was a Core TV for not for Gor Mahia, but so if we are able to get that and able to pay the bill, we'll be on the terrestrial TV. But in the meantime, we can enter into partnership with the terrestrial TV and be taking this night session and be broadcasting there. Alafu tunasonga mbele. Lazarus iko nini?
I agree with what Bilasa said. Quite a number of things are to the point. One thing I would like to say is I was in dispute about the polls. And my friend Tumbi has just told me they are not for it because it's not favoring them. They are saying it is not the right polls. So that was bound to happen. But one thing I know, Kalonzo Musyoka has been a subject here more than enough. And we need to accept him as one of us. And agree with what you said. We need just to ensure we get good governor, good MP, good senator. That is what is important, because at the end of the day, some of us, when you go home, you ask yourself, if you compare a county, I'll give a hypothetical, if you go to Kisumu, then you go to Homa Bay, you ask yourself, are we in the same country? Same allocation, same everything, different results. So I think these things boil to leadership. For example, if you go to Kakamega and Kisumu, then you leave those two counties, then you go to Siaya or Homa Bay. My friend, you can't compare the two and contrast. So it's an issue of getting the right leaders. But more so on Kalonzo, as Maurice has asked. You see, Kalonzo is not making an effort to tell people, whichever result will come out, I'm on the move. And you see, that is where we are getting tired, because if he was on the move, you can give him the benefit of doubt. But he's now on a pause, and his pause is really crippling even the innocent. So I just need to say, Moriasa, I agree with what you're saying. We are where we are because it is what it is. Like they said, if you can get it, I can get it. But we have to change and choose where we want to be.
Sawa. Asante bwana Lazarus. Bwana Julius, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard.
Julius ni mole pia ujue ya UDA.
Lazarus, mimi ni mzee na siiti Bernard kijana yangu. Kuna kijana hapa, kila mtu ni mzee. Mimi wakati nimeanza kusupport Raila, tulikuwa kitu inaitwa Ford. Unafanya vidole mbili, ukifanya vidole mbili hivi Wamasai inasema hiyo ni ng'ombe mbili. Sasa ukiambia Masai tutakuwa na ng'ombe mbili, my friend, it was like a curse.
I agree.
So Lazarus, ukiniambia mimi nimeanza kusupport Raila kabla wewe ulianza kumsupport juzi tu na hata by the way I can see something in you. Tutakuchunguza.
Labda Temba.
Hapana, Temba ako sawa.
Lazarus ni operator bana. Ndio alifufuliwa na Jesus. He's a zombie bana.
Na najua Lazarus okay. Baadaye nashukuru kwa wakati mwema. Naona nyinyi wote na wasalimia kwa upendo. na nitaongea mambo machache, sio mingi sana. Mambo ya baba in the mountain, tumeongea maneno ya Kalonzo mpaka hata hakuna haja tuongee hiyo maneno. You know, there are some things that they are beyond our imagination, beyond, I mean, we cannot do anything. We just give him to do what is, but unajua Kalonzo, shida ya Kalonzo anasukumwa na kina Mutula Junior. You know, Mutula Junior, actually Mutula Junior na Sonko na hiki naitwa nani, mlimuita nani huyu anatafuta senator na governor Nairobi, mlimuita jina kikali aje?
Anatafuta governor
Nairobi,
Professor Kaloki.
Hapana.
Kosgei.
Kosgei.
Sakaja.
Hapana, sio Sakaja, Kosgei. Brother,
no, Kosgei za Kaleba na mwachana na mtu wetu bana.
Brother,
but it's called Sakaja Kosgei.
Sakaja Kosgei.
Ndio
mkale.
Sakaja Kosgei ni brother Akip.
Brother yangu bana, na hata Bernard msimdai, huo ni wetu.
Alafu naye Kalonzo anasukumwa na Ndeto. Ndeto ako wapi? Ndeto ndiye anasumbua Kalonzo.
Ndeto tunamngojea bana, ako pending, unajua kwa curtain bana. Kwanza sasa kwa ofisi.
Imagine an end anasukuma
Kalonzo bana. Ukiona Ndeto sasa kwa ofisi bana. Ametuma text kwa mimi, ametuma text kwa Bernard, Lazarus, kila mtu. I'm coming.
So by the way, nilikuwa kuna kijana jamaa aliongea hapa akasema ati Kalonzo alikuwa vice president wakati ati serikali ilikuwa tofauti. Serikali ya Kibaki hakuna mtu hakuwa na freedom, na ilisemekana kwa mazishi yake. So that guy must be lying. Kalonzo kama ni mvivu, asidanganya ati alifanya alikuwa vice president na government ya Kibaki haikuwa na nini. It's wrong. Hiyo ni uongo.
No, Julius alifanya kazi na Bernard alituambia juzi. Alijenga nyumba ya vice president. Hiyo ndio anataka.
Akiwa mwenye Ndeto tutampiga fine. Ndeto advice Kalonzo vizuri, anampeleka vibaya. Anyway, tuliona maajabu hii wiki. Tumeona maajabu, watu wanatupiwa chakula kama maumbu ama kuku, na huyu ni mtu anatafuta kura. You know, we have seen a lot in this week. Meona, but all in all, Azimio Central, it's doing good, though kulikuwa na link hapa na pale, but nani your mic on? So
carry on, it was Muganda.
Oh. Muganda atakupiga fine. Unajua mimi ni mzee kukuliko. Sasa niliona campaign ya Azimio Mlima Kenya. They did good. I can give them around 65%. Na that is the way to go, kuongea na aspirants wa kuwatia moyo, because wale hawakupata ticket, you know, they can backslide, waanze kunini, na unajua naye fisi anaongojea tu kuwashika ni wadanganye. But what the Azimio was doing in Central, it was a good idea, very good. I like it, and I hope that but because actually it was a good, ni njia nzuri what they are doing. I was very happy to see it, and though hiyo sasa hiyo ndio iliharibu siku. Madam anatafuta women rep na anatupia watu wa chakula kama kuku. It's crazy. These people, they don't, I mean, hawajali binadamu, wanaona binadamu ni kama mzigo. They don't care about there's no humanity in them. And I want to tell you one thing seriously. There is nothing called Kenya Kwanza. Let us just know that is just UDA. That's a UDA affair. Kwa sababu ukijaribu hakuna, There is nothing. Kenya Kwanza, kuna Kenya Kwanza. Everything is made or decided by UDA. So kama UDA ndio wako mbele, saa haja gani kutumia Kenya Kwanza? It's just a waste of time. Yeah. So for me, I think I'm very happy and about Azimio, what they are doing, and I'm really pleased to see Kina Mother Karua, the people from the central. Even though Kalonzo is not there, but he wants to be given a deputy, and he's not working. How can you get something and you're not working for it? Surely. Kalonzo is a good man, but he should also put an effort to get out of those young people who are demolishing him, because kina Mutula Junior, najua wao wengine wabunge wote wa Kamba wanatafuta re-election, so they have to hold Kalonzo hostage so that they can get re-elected. Ile wave ya Kalonzo, that's what they are doing actually, nothing else. So, I mean, Kalonzo should also wake up and understand that he said anything that the Azimio decides, Kalonzo will follow. But at the same time, and he's fighting, like he's competing with Raila in everything. Actually, he's fighting with them, which is not good. It's not good, because if you have decided to support someone, support with all your heart. Even the Bible says that. Mtu ukiamua kumsupport, kama utaki kumsupport, kata. Me, I have only two words, yes or no. And if it's a yes, I mean it yes. And if I say a no, it's a no. Mtu unakaa hapo kidogo unaanza kupatiana conditions. Nataka deputy governor Nairobi, umepeleka governor Mombasa. I mean, and that is what happened actually in 2017. We lost 2017. In Kajiado tulipoteza viti vingi wa bunge because mbunge ule wa ODM alikuwa na around 16,000. Wa Wiper alikuwa na 8,000. Sasa wa Jubilee akashinda in Kajiado East. So vitu kama hizo ndogo ndogo vitu ambayo saa zingine unajua sometimes mistakes ndio inakufanya mtu na understand, you learn from them, but it's like Kalonzo is not learning up. I mean, I think something is wrong somewhere, because we learn through mistakes. A mistake is not something that will drag you forever back, but it will make you understand what you did wrong before, and ukirekebisha you are ready to go. So for my remarks for now, I think that's the
Okay, thank you, Bwana Julius. We appreciate tip.
Can you mute Mukanda's mic?
Mute from there. I have a
Right. Naona sasa rafiki yangu Penny akiona Alex na mimi tukikuja anatoroka. Sasa ameona ati Lazarus ameingia, naogopa pia hiyo. Yeah, Penny, we know that you're diehard, but at least do some research before you come to the show. Even if you like the guy so much, I know you're a fun guy. You laugh a lot. Everything is nice. Everything is okay. But the show is addictive, and you know why. Azimio is winning. So I want to salute my friend on the chats, David Olur. Today, your comments have been very mature, and it's helping the SEO. I like that. It's good. And a little bit of jokes here and there is fine, guys. He has not said anything that is malicious. So check it tonight. It's okay. It helps the SEO. So it's good. So David Olo, keep it up. That is Captain Uko. Come on, chats. Yeah, so I want to talk about, of course, Kalonzo, the watermelon himself. Niliona sasa Mtula Arap Ruto leo amekuwa toned down. If you saw the interview in KTN, you were saying nothing. It's as if the Wiper movement is defeated. Hata alisema mwenyewe, don't hit us when we're defeated. I think, usually when I hear Mtula Arap Ruto talking, in the past, you could hear that he's a very intelligent lawyer But this time they didn't have any points. What are you talking about, Ati? You should respect Kalonzo. Ati asifanya interview. And why did Raila not do an interview? I'll give you an analogy. When a company is formed, the CEO and the chairman don't do interviews because those are founders. Where would you be a founder and then go for an interview? The people who are coming for interviews are the company secretaries, the board members. Some of them would come for interviews and stuff like that. So
be aware, Giz, we listening to what you're saying. Is around.
Kuna Gi hata Black ameingia sahii. Unajua watu ni, unajua lazima nini naitwaje hiyo, they have to what do you call it, they have to earn their bread. So tulisema kitu juzi alafu ikaenda kwa UDA and they've done exactly what we've said in Mtembei. I believe that this is only a joke, Gi and Black, msikuja hapa kunigonga. Sometimes take jokes. These are our UDA bloggers. It's only a joke. So don't take it too seriously. Kalonzo, for me,
but ni ukweli ni UDA bloggers. Wacha kuwapaka mafuta bwana.
Watakuja hapo wapige kelele and then for 2 hours we'll be arguing about nonsensical facts here. Kwanza ngoja Gi, naona amenyamaza hapa, amejificha. Ndeto amefika. Ngoja muone. My friend. You're about to see a dragon.
Wacha kuogopa Ndeto.
No, it's for me. It's for me. Mimi nataka kusikia. That's why I've come in. I've come for Ndeto. I want to hear this Kalonzo stuff. Kalonzo, for me, you can see he's toning down his rhetoric. And I've got two situations as to why that is happening. The first situation is either Kalonzo already knows he's lost. There's no way he can be a deputy president anymore. And then the second thing is what I had said yesterday. I'm going to, excuse my language, he's pissed Uhuru so much that some of what might have been promised in the government for him are being withdrawn. So naona sasa Wiper beginning to tone down the rhetoric. And I think it's going to tone down for the next few weeks. And plus, I think he was caught red-handed. Serikali ni serikali. So huyu mtu akiongeanga na Ruto on the side, I think the president is beginning to saw his tracks na akaambia wewe ache mchezo. All right. The other thing I'm looking forward to as a Kenyan leader, and I've seen very few leaders, except there's one in Ukambani that should not have done it, is when I see the fly whisk. Raila akibeba hiyo fly whisk, you know it's a very important moment in Kenyan history. Na msichukulie kitu kidogo, ni kama ni kidogo. I think in the Luo land, there are only 3 people that are allowed to carry the fly whisk officially. Kuna Raila, kuna, I think there's a tomboy, what's it called? Tomboy relative. I don't know about the third person.
The Luo elder. The Luo elder.
The Luo elder. And then there was my favorite politician that passed away, Kajwang. Kajwang, I mean, that was a waste. I think that would have been a very good leader now. I'm telling you, Azimio would be on fire right now if Kajwang was still alive. I don't want to dwell on what ifs and what's off. I beg you, Bernard, if you could find some clips on that great man. I think we lost a great leader. And we assumed back in the day as Kalenjins, we assumed that whisk ilikuanga na magical powers kwa sababu mjamaa kino hiyo kitu.
Kip, wacha nikusumbue kwanza cause umeniogopa. Vijana musilale. Lale vijana musilale. Bado mapambano.
Yes. That's my boy, man.
Martin ulikuwaka kwa master na utuambie.
Bernard Black anataka umpe link tafadhali. Black.
Yeah. Tunakuja kuwa tag team by the two bloggers.
Allow Black in.
The two bloggers are coming for us. But yeah, I'm waiting for Raila's whisk to come through. They're very important. Hi, Penny Bana. Show your face this time. Check it, man. Buzima your mic. I'm waiting for that whisk to come around, and I think either the day Azimio comes as a full team, and I think that's when we've picked a deputy president. Mtaona hiyo kitu. And the day ataapishwe. He's got two whisks. One whisk is his personally, and there's one that his dad Jaramogi had given him, and then the one that his dad had two. So one, there was a time when Kenyatta died, alifanya whisk to remove all evil spirits and also to show a sign of forgiveness. And he sang a little song in Luoland. I wish somebody could translate that for me, because Raila sang the same for Kajwang when Kajwang died, because you could see that where Duke wachana na mimi. Duke, you're always on my case. Duke Moses wachana na mimi. So my 3 minutes are up. I'll come contribute later after Martin. And let's continue.
Ben, let me say something, Bernard. Let me say something. He attacked me. Bernard.
I will continue attacking
you.
Keep.
Sema, what is your what's the issue?
No, mimi nataka kumwambia mimi simuogopi. Hii siogopi Alex. Alex. Ni vile wanataka kunitarau, lakini ni vizuri tu. Ni mimi ndio nawachokoza. Mimi ni mzee nakuja kwa vijana. Keep. Mimi nimesoma hii siasa miaka kama 30 na kitu. Na hivyo ndio I say what I say. But I am not a blogger. I'm not paid from Zogoi. It is my opinion. I went to school in the early 80s where they were teaching Parliament economics from John Maynard Keynes. There are books right there, any colleges you can go to. But mimi sikuogopa Keep. Mimi nakuja hapo yeye mle, momingale.
Penny, watch pressure.
So Penny, so you only
Penny alituambia koji mpaka 13th. Tunamgoja 13th.
And then Penny Penny amekubali sasa anakuja kutuchokoza, so you don't come for a serious debate. So it's just about the principle.
No. It's a serious debate when you are with Bernard. Wale wengine they are all blood ODM. Na sitaki kuja huko kuwachokoza, lakini Bernard ana agree, ana accept debate. Hiyo ndio debate. Inakuja na maana yangu na mnakuja na yenu. Lakini wale wengine wanataka useme what they want you to say. I cannot do that.
So that's another thing you like doing, is bootlicking to the moderators.
It's okay. Let's do this. We must progress. We must progress. It's important. They said what? Tell panelists to stop insults of calling people names. Stop.
Okay. One last time. Black is a blogger. Let's
keep the decorum. Respect one another. Let's debate for the betterment of improving the discourse, not to fall back into the exchanges that are not helping make this country a better place. Please, let's do that. Respect one another. Don't insult anybody. We are all meeting on this platform, and we can run into each other somewhere else. Especially you young people, I want you to imagine the person you insulted, then you go for job interview, okay, then you find he's on the panel. I don't know where you're going to hide and how you're going to explain yourself. So please don't destroy your future. It's important. Lay a grip on yourself. The highest level of discipline is called self-discipline, and self-control is the key that you must engage. If you feel somebody has annoyed you very much, sign out, call, cool off, then come back.
Ben.
Don't insult anybody. Thank
Bernard.
you. Yes.
Bernard. Since we came with you here the first time since we logged in, I think there's no one who has been abused unless Black is. I don't think we've had even exchange since we started.
Oh,
But all the same,
no. You understand? You know, it's like saying Tibim. You know, they get scared about these words. Tibim. You know, and then sasa kama mtu ni blogger basi. Tibim bana.
Okay, let's move on. Let's listen to Mr. Gee. Mr. Gee, are you there?
We are waiting for my brother Gee. Come up, brother.
Oh, Gee, are you there?
He's there.
Ameshtuliwa na Tibim.
No, he's still checking the. He said what? National Bureau of what? Intelligence?
No. He was just joking. He's just trying to absorb. He's getting instruction.
What is that? What is that group that is headed by Itumbi?
It was abolished by Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
He's still getting instruction from Sugoi. Just wait his
coming. So, wacha Martin aongee akiendelea kuangalia script. Martin, endelea.
Bernard, umenifanya vibaya. Kuna kamtu umeacha kakaenda na nilikuandikia message umweke hapa.
Na nika publicly announce nikamwambia asiende mahali popote unakuja.
Ulimwambia?
Yes.
Na akasema aendi. Alisema aendi.
Na ameenda wapi? Nilikuwa na mgoja hivi, nilikuwa naoga mikono. Na ngoja nikuje nikule samaki. Ameenda wapi?
Mr. White amefika.
Subiri, wewe endelea tu kuja.
Mwingine ndio huyu. Kwanza patia huyu.
I'm here to deal with these people perpendicularly, horizontally, vertically, whichever.
Bana patia huyu kwanza.
Pe Black kwanza.
Ngoja kwanza.
Paka nimeacha kazi kwa sababu yenu.
Let's dance.
Umeresign. You have to concentrate on
the campaign. As you can see niko kazini. Unaona? Yaani nimeacha kazi yangu yenye nafanya kudeal na watu hawa.
Haya, karibu deal tuone.
Yes, ongea sasa. Fungua. Yuko unaongea. Amjambo kwanza.
Hatujambo
kaka. Amjambo.
Are you a blogger or not a blogger?
As you can see, mimi ni mtu bwana, I am working, employed on a higher pay grade than most of the people in the panel. Sorry to say.
Mato, your friend is back. Daniel is back.
So hii kazi ya kuita watu sijui bloggers na nini keep achana hiyo. I mean, bora mtu akiwa na contrary opinion, it does not make them a blogger, right?
No,
kila mtu ana haki ya kufikiria pande yake.
Wewe ni supporter wa kazi. Yes. Ni kazi. Blogging ni kazi.
Yes, kazi ni kazi. Hapana. Mimi ni kazi. Walakini sina huo uwezo. I don't have that nini. I mean, I don't have that skill. If I did, I would say yes, but I'm not.
Okay, please. Let's now get back to the debate. Let's get back to the debate. Everybody, cool down. Make your submission. Make your submission, please.
Okay, number one, in regards to Raila beating Kalonzo and Ruto in Ukambani, I mean, number one, the question we should ask ourselves, what was the sample size? Number two, is Raila competing with Kalonzo? He's not. So those are the fundamental questions we should ask ourselves. I mean, then where were the samples collected? That's another thing. For example, I'll go into mfano ya Nairobi, yeah? If you collect the samples in Kibera, location Kibera, you're most likely going to get Raila's opinion poll going higher than Ruto, isn't it?
Black, let me say something today. I'm sick again. I'm agreeing with you. Ai, niko mgonjwa leo. That is true.
No, kama ni ukweli ni ukweli.
Scientific, scientific. No, I agree with you. Ukikuja na facts kama hiyo, those are the things we want to hear. Please proceed. That's
And you
actually
see,
true.
Mr. Black, that is what exactly I asked before you came. I'm totally
Okay.
with you today. Yes.
Now, and then collecting a sample size of around 2,000 again does not make sense. So, I mean, I find this opinion poll to be in error in for so many reasons. So I would not want to get into that.
Because I'm not going to stop that argument. I think it's best, even as Azimio people, we hear what you have about that, because now that is, what do you call it? You've come with an opinion that is coming with facts. So tafadhali fafanua.
Okay.
This one I'm not going to interrupt you and call you a black or anything. Look about it.
Tip, that's hate speech. Black ashaingia Azimio kwa Azimio wewe. Hiyo ni hate speech. Unasumbua black kwa nini na ni Azimio?
Hapana, mimi sijasema, mimi si Azimio. For the records, whoever is watching, you all know mahali niko. Until otherwise, bado niko pale pale tu. Naona.
Please, musicheze na unge.
Order. So I am not a poll expert, but
yes.
Black's sentiments that the sampling was done in Kibra. To me,
I was giving an example.
Yes, I'm saying you cannot claim that, because the company that is doing sampling, if it's sampling 1,000 people from Nairobi, okay?
Yes.
Nairobi
Yes.
is not
Yes.
Kibra. Nairobi is it has different segments. We have sub-counties,
Fine.
we have wards,
Yes.
then we have different.
Yes.
So these 1,000 people should be spread across Nairobi, because they are looking for a Nairobi opinion. I can't be as an opinion poll wherever company, then I sample one section of Nairobi and I claim that is the wherever the opinion of Nairobi. So I don't think we are that low whereby somebody will call 3 people in Nairobi and say he has heard what Nairobi has said.
No, but Ben, what Ben is asking, what Black is asking, yeah, is basically, for example, what age group was a sample from, the total number, what questions were asked, were the questions biased, even if these guys were what you call it, undecided, were questions being were the questions leading? Because some of this, I don't believe in polls, especially in Kenya. Were they leading towards a particular candidate? So we might be excited right now, but me, I'm a bit skeptical about them. So I really want to hear Black's opinion, because today inaonekana amekuja maturely. So I think we need to kind of question ourselves as to our excitement about this. You know, we might be saying that it's happening. So the other very, very good question he asked is, Raila really competing with Kalonzo? So we need to ask these questions.
No, it's not the competition of Kalonzo being on the ballot. What has been happening of late is that Raila cannot get the Ukambani vote without Kalonzo. Okay, that has been top argument, and it has been pushed. No Kalonzo, no Raila in Ukambani. Okay, so the poll answers that question. Not necessarily that the poll is final, but in my opinion, it gives some kind of direction on the same. But balancing the number of the undecided plus the poll itself, now that's where the issue becomes questionable. How come they are more undecided than they are the people who decided and gave that particular direction? So hapo ndio kuna mshikili, lakini huku kwingine let's not say that the people sampled were from one political party or from one age group. I don't think so. But all the same, Let's move forward.
Before you continue, Ben, no, this is a very important topic, right? So in terms of, because I believe that party polls are more accurate than actual what do you call it, actual this fake scientific ones that they give us to the public. So kuna hii yenye UDA alifanya na kuna hii yenye Azimio alifanya, and they're all leading to one road and one question, and that is why this is why I asked that question about Ukambani. They're leading to one thing, and that is the Kalonzo factor. They both have looked at polls, Azimio alone and UDA alone, and you can see UDA is chasing for Kalonzo to be VP, and it looks like a lot of Azimio people are trying to push away. So this is the direction I wanted to see Black coming into. Why is it that the UDA people are pushing for Kalonzo, and why is it that the Azimio people are moving to Martha Karua? There's a reason for that. There's internal polls that us as the public cannot see from UDA that is more accurate. So that is why I wanted to, continue with the argument with Black, because this is more of a mature argument here.
So, Bwana Black, go ahead.
No, I mean, another question we could have asked ourselves, especially when it came to Makueni, there was also a poll done for the parties. I don't know if you're aware of that. In that poll by Tifa, it says that Wiper commends 43%, UDA commends 17%, ODM commends 10%, and the undecided 25%. When you look into this, Wiper commends a larger share, 43%. And when you talk about Wiper, it is Kalonzo. When you talk about UDA, basically you're translating that to Ruto. And when you talk about ODM, you're basically translating that into Raila. But then again, the same factors that I mentioned earlier come into play. But here, at least there's some relation also that we can have into this, because naturally, by view of where the origin of Wiper is has its stronghold is Ukambani. So I would not be surprised on this one. Now, what does this tell me? Because ukiangalia upande now, if it's just Azimio and like let's say in KKA, Azimio gets 62% still in Makueni, and KKA just gets a mere 13% in Makueni. So what does that tell you? It tells you that Wiper is a factor, a major contributing factor into Azimio getting this 62%.
So Black, you want us to take Kalonzo? Is that what you're saying?
No, not that. I'm not saying that. Understand that. I'm not saying that you should take Kalonzo. Kitu ambacho najaribu kusema ni kwamba ukiangalia hii poll, it is skewed in one or another. I mean, I have too many question marks.
You see, the problem is it's either you believe it or you don't. So you can't like nitpick.
Okay, to be honest with you, to be honest with you, I don't believe it even one bit.
So then why were you pushing us towards the Ukambani vote?
Mr. Black.
I'll tell you one thing. In my view, let me give you my view, my personal view. I was answering Kip, then Lazarus, I can come to you. Let me give you my personal view, Kip. This is me as Black. Yeah, I don't know what my party bosses, but seniors like Murkomen and all those people.
Oh,
there are reasons
Murkomen
for saying that
you report to Murkomen jokes.
Sikiliza. Nasema wale ambao wanaokuwa wakisemanga Kalonzo should go this way or that way. I mean, I don't know what's in their mind, but I'll tell you what is in my mind. Yeah, what is in my mind is this. As sisi kama KKA, we will definitely do well and do best having Kalonzo in our team. That's a fact. That's why we really wanted to have him in our team, because we know his value and we know what he brings onto the table. No. So as much as we lost him to the Azimio side, no. perhaps they believe that having Kalonzo and getting Karua out of it, because Karua, as much she may not be, she might not get much votes in the Mount Kenya region.
So I'm going to stop you
But
there.
she'll
Sorry.
bite off some part of Mount Kenya.
I get you there. But don't you think that it's actually a play from Ruto, knowing that he's going to be a future opposition leader? He's just trying to collect his alliances for his 2027 and 2032 political future. So what he's trying to do is collect the kingpins of area, because Kenya is a kingpin, what do you call it, political force. So you'd have Ruto being one, which I don't agree with. Then you'd have Uhuru being another. Then you'd have the Wetas and whatever it is. So he's trying to collect these people in future to vie for 2027, because I know he's lost this one. So Mimi, for example, I only go for the ground. So Mimi, bad, I don't get your argument about the polls. It's either you believe them or you don't, or you want Kalonzo now, which is impossible, or you want him for the future. So if you want him for the future, utakuja kuchafua Azimio. In future, you can come and cut him when you're in the position. That's the sense I feel. You're cutting him for the future. You're cutting him to break the government in future.
Well, in my view, that's not how I look at it. In my view, perhaps they're trying to paint the other guys as being disrespectful for the things that Kalonzo has.
Which is politics. I agree.
Yes, which is exactly. For the things that Kalonzo has. Okay.
Hold on, one moment. Julius?
No, Mr. Black, there is something which getting my attention. Because there is no Kenya Kwanza, let us say UDA. UDA has been telling Azimio to choose to take Kalonzo as a VP. But now you are saying that you love that Kalonzo join UDA, for example, that fraternity. But you see, it's sometimes very, very funny, because, for example, you have two teams playing soccer, and the best style of the other is attacking soccer, and the other one, So you tell me that put this striker is the best striker. He will help score, and that striker scores in your side. Does that at least shows that there is something behind it? Surely.
Well, Julius, in politics, not everything that you see is what it is. No. Now, as much as they may be saying that, in my view, how I see it, they might be trying to pass a different message, or trying to portray a different message, or try to make people see a particular message away from that. What could that be? Now, they're trying to show, maybe, in my view, that Kalonzo amekuwa akisaidia Raila, amekuwa na Raila muda wote hiyo. He has deputized Raila a couple of times. He has stuck with Raila. When it comes to numbers, Kalonzo has proven to deliver numbers from the Ukambani community. If it's experience in regards to kukalia kiti ya DP, Kalonzo akona experience because ameshai kuwa deputy ya Kibaki, ameshai run as running mate ya Raila twice, and then now kuja kufanya comparison na Karua, who has not achieved any of what Kalonzo has achieved.
Okay.
Then unless there's someone pushing for Martha.
is unfair.
Bernard, unaona sasa unafanya nani? Black anaongea mob mpaka mwenye mlikuwa nataka amekimbia.
Please, let's do this. Order, please, everybody.
Nilikuwa nimeoda nani akuje wakamba wawili waongee, mwache kuongea story ya Ukambani tu.
I want us to communicate, okay? Half truth is worse than no truth. So please, let's do this. Let Black prosecute his line of thought until the person listening understands what he's saying. Then we can rebut. Not everybody picking on him from all directions. We are not just doing disservice to the show. We are doing disservice to the debate, and we are irritating the viewers. Sawa.
Thank you for protecting Black.
How Kalonzo is profitable for Azimio, and how Azimio needs him, and if Azimio cannot keep him, he's more profitable to them. Let him finish. Let him paint for us that picture tuone vile inakaa, kwa sababu mimi najaribu sana kuiona na nashindo. Endelea bwana Black.
So in my view, I think naona maybe wanajaribu kumpaint maybe your presidential aspirant as a man who hana shukrani maybe for the things that huyu mwenzake amekuwa in his career journey in trying to fight to get the presidency, and then this is the thank you he gets. So maybe they're trying to portray that maybe this is a person once getting into power, more likely is going to do the same for everybody else who has been with him at our tupa kando, and maybe Kalonzo is the best example for this. Ndo pengine wanajaribu kumportray huyu amefanya hivi, this guy is capable of, I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, Bernard, ambia Kakewa arudi, ambia Kakewa asiende. Nilikuwa nimemgoja sana.
Tafadhali bwana Martin, stop panicking. Okay? Asante. So bwana Black.
Or alternatively, perhaps kwa kumsukuma vile, they're hoping that in the event that Kalonzo is not picked, and these guys, we have been giving the positives about him na hajachaguliwa, then maybe in defiance, he might decide to do the opposite in regards to supporting Azimio. He might do the reverse, the support. No. And that would cost Azimio in one way or another. That is another view. You can look at it that way.
Ben, it's politics. He's saying facts there. That is politics.
So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Black. Now, I just want to bring in this dimension before Lazarus comes in. The difference between Kalonzo and Martha Karua. Okay. Kalonzo, as much as he has experience, I don't think their level of experience is in any way different. But there is a huge difference between Martha Karua and Kalonzo, not just in gender, but in the reform agenda. Okay? Martha Karua was in the trenches with Raila for the second liberation. She's been on the front line of reformation. She's the one that midwife to the new constitution. Her coming into play, if she gets the deputy presidency, she will play a major role in institutionalizing reformation better than Kalonzo, because Kalonzo was a conservative. He was with KANU. It wasn't until 2002 that he jumped ship from KANU. So Kalonzo from 1985 to 1992 to 2002, he has been what? A conservative, keeping the status quo, fighting for the status quo. And probably that's what affects him when he plays the opposition politics. He seems not to have the know-how of playing the opposition politics. Different from Gilu, who are in the trenches, Mother Karua who are in the trenches. And so the Mother Karua ticket combining forces with Raila and their history of reformation will have drastic changes within a short time, other than the Kalonzo Musyoka. And Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi, and Wetangula. Hao ndio wakukanyaka kwa break. Wakati tunaenda kuswea Uhuru Park, hao ndio wanakanyaga break mpaka break inakatika. You get that? So the Mother Karua ticket will be a propeller of fast reformation changes that will get all these people who have run away with our money, bring back our money, get back our schools, and the other thing. And probably, just probably, since that is the best, whatever language that Black likes, just maybe, okay? The greatest fear for UDA and Kenya Kwanza is Mother Karua's acceleration of seeking justice and catching up with the corrupt, especially when she's deputy president, and her stand on corruption, Raila's stand on corruption, itakuwa ngumu. Wakati vitu zako zimeshikwa hapo Mombasa port, utapigia nani simu? Ukipigia baba amekaa ngumu, ukipigia mother imekaa ngumu. So ni vizuri tukiwa na Kalonzo hapa, atakwambia hey, wacha tuelewa. That's what I think, but Kip, what is it?
When you give somebody a rope long enough to hang themselves, they do it. Black, you've said something that is a very good point now. Ukasema, they. You didn't mention who these they are. They are trying to, what do you call it, portray Raila as the bad person that betrayed Kalonzo. Who are these they? Murkomen, Didi Njoro, all these are the days you're talking about. And then Mutula Arap Ruto. These are the days we're talking about. So umetupatia facts. And I don't mind it, because it's actually politics at the end of the day. And of course, you're going to have to sling as much mud to the other side as possible. So to measure that is the poison pill, which is Kalonzo. So you're trying to use Kalonzo's fate as what do you call it, a bargaining chip for you in future for him, who you will dump, of course. And you're using the guys like Wetangula, Mudavadi, and stuff like that to try and get the public to empathize with Kalonzo, but it's not working. The public already sees that the behaviors that Kalonzo is doing right now is not sitting very well with us, because one day he says Tosha, the next day he doesn't do that. So if he sat down and let his goons do all the work for him and just kept quiet about it, maybe he would have achieved it. And earlier on, one of my favorite panelists, Njiru, said that. He said that ukitaka kitu sana, too much, like it makes you sick, you will not get it. So Black, you've made the point for me, which is those they that you're talking about are the likes of Murkomen, Wetangula, and the likes, trying to muddy Raila's reputation by saying that he does not keep his promises, that he's betrayed Kalonzo. So asante sana, Black. And to be honest, today the debate I've had with you is amazing. I think this is more mature. And if you're saying that they're playing politics for politics, that is good. Let's just call it a spoon, not a big spade. If it is politics they're playing, and and this one, I don't feel like it's bad. It's just political games.
Lazarus, you had your hand up before I unleash this to.
Before you unleash the is it the Kambamit? Let me say I enjoy my debate with Mr. Black and White, but it's made me understand what you've been always saying all along. Politics is all about perception. Why do I say so? If And Black, I'll use a hypothetical scenario. If you have a neighbor where you stay, I suppose you are in Texas or Minnesota, whatever, and your neighbor tells you how your wife is very good, she cooks nice omelette, you should not divorce her. You have your personal difference, but your next door neighbor tells you how Mama X, she knows how to cook. Will you not have some question mark? How did my next door neighbor know how my mama or Toto cooks X, Y, Z? Will you not ask that question unless you're that dumb? But as we say, politics is perception, because today it has apparently come clear, not from you alone, it has come from even Murkomen today on the media, because you guys perpetuate lies. I'll use your words, you guys. Because the other day, today Kalonzo has come out clearly. I'll answer you because probably you are not online when I shared this. Kalonzo said people have been complaining Raila didn't give him time to talk. But he has come out clear and said it is not the case. You guys want, and what makes me, I would like to understand, what do you guys understand by the word respect in politics? Because always Temper tells us, and Wakese and Bernard, in politics, there's no favor and there's no rough ride. What do you guys understand by respect? Kalonzo is not respected. I would like to understand a simple term before I proceed.
Okay, and to like just before we took the break, Murkomen had said some things, but apparently unsubstantiated. So you surely were in this same room somewhere.
She was not. She was not.
None of you were in this room.
No, none of them.
The room that
they were not.
You know, Murkomen here is
I was only with Wambua.
that he has, the mechanism of reading the.
Sorry, let me take that again. Iko shida kiasi, wacha nitafute tena.
Before we took the break, Murkomen had said some things, but apparently unsubstantiated. So you surely were in this same room somewhere.
She was not. She was not.
None of you were in this room.
No, none of them.
The room that
they were not.
You know, Murkomen here is
I was only with Wambua.
that he has, the mechanism of reading the body language. Okay. He has spoken here about many things that are just propaganda.
Okay, help us correct this record.
You cannot come and purport and say clearly that there was this promise done. He seems like he's the one who was seated in all the negotiation. He has talked about the seat and everything else.
Mutula.
No. So we can only know from both parties or the parties involved on what was agreed upon for them to either join Azimio or even go to UDA.
What was agreed upon?
And I think this show was not about Kalonzo Musyoka.
No.
This show was about running mate.
Yes.
He should tell us who their running mate is.
I will tell you right now.
He's running to be he's going to be a governor. Maybe I don't know whether he has chosen his running mate or not. And I think it will add more value to us and to Kenyans when we really discuss issues on who should be a credible running mate or what should the presidential candidate, including the governors, what kind of qualities should they look for in a running mate. I think then it's going to be a much more sober discussion and debate rather than just talking about one person and making it being a show about a personality or about Azimio, where we know even these guys in UDA, they have not even told us who their running mate is. And of course, especially people from our region, they have been kept guessing. Now we know also Musalia is still waiting. I am waiting also for that day when they also name their running mate. So let's not make it about an individual, but let's help Kenyans broadly. What can we look for in a running mate?
Help us understand, what is Azimio actually looking for in a running mate?
Azimio,
you're party to this discussion. At some point, you're rumored to be part of this conversation, consideration to be
not rumored.
deputy.
She's a deputy presidential candidate.
Yeah. You're a deputy presidential candidate.
Yeah. I would thank God if I
it's been announced on this show. But
today Mutula is announcing many things, which is, by the way, a good prayer.
Have you been promised? Have you had those discussions?
No, I've not had this discussion with anyone. And for me, my commitment in Azimio is not because of what I'll get, but what we can deliver for Kenyans. And genuinely, anybody coming in, either to Azimio or any coalition, should come in to add value and to make sure that they help the coalition to achieve what they believe in, and for sure to make a win. It's not about individual. It's not about my own personal interest. Because when it goes about me, then the other person will also think about themselves. Then you're not thinking about Kenya and about Kenyans. So for me, I would say for running mate, whether it's in Azimio, and I'll talk about Azimio, we'll look for somebody, because we have our presidential candidate who is Raila Amolo Odinga. We'll look for somebody who complements him. Let's look at the gaps. What are the opinions saying? Who is a favorite, or who likes Raila? Where is he trailing behind? And how can we be able to win the people who are not with Raila for now? Whether it's region, whether it's numbers, whether it's gender, whether it's about the age, those things must be considered. And I think in that panel, we saw clearly that they said a few things that will qualify people to be running mates. But also, number two, when you talk about that panel, I think that panel is more senior than the deputy president when he went to meet his people. Veronica Maina, they were there. So when you talk about just people, I don't know who are, but the panel of those are eminent persons.
Okay.
And I think Kalonzo himself, that's why he said we need to be very genuine here. He has already given senator to be in the panel. So that means it's part and parcel of that.
So we expect...
When these people go to a funeral and start discussing about, the funeral and how Kalonzo should have been treated, there are many people who actually were brought and up together. They were very close friends of the late president who never got a chance. So it's not about personal, going to be seen on a national TV that you were there. But the fact, and I saw Kalonzo responding very maturely today, he said, but the fact that he was there, he was able to send off his friend. He was happy. He didn't have to speak. But these people, they just trying to fan the fire here and trying to separate us.
Okay.
But we are strong together. And I will also tell my friend Mutula here, we need to not to allow people from outside to come and divide us. We need to sit down. If there is an issue, it is not about Murkomen to come and tell us how we should keep our house. First and foremost, he should tell us who is the running mate and come out here.
We'll circle back. We'll circle back to him.
Yes.
Let me say this, and not all of us could qualify to sit in the council where Sabina sits. She's what we easily call numero uno. It's first among equals. Sitting in a very senior panel with very senior people to discuss very serious issues. And therefore, on my part and on the part of my party, and I say so because I sit as a vice chairman in charge of policy and communication, we and for the good of the party, and we are not here to appear as if we are quarreling. And I'm just advising them, and I'm happy I'm sitting outside looking in. I'm just telling him the perception created is wrong, because when my party leader says he will not apply, it simply means that at the part where they sat in the council, the question as to whether somebody is supposed to be vetted was not discussed. Because what are you vetting? What are you discussing? Now, it's important. This running mate question is so important because it's not only running mate for purposes of presidential candidates, it's running mate for purposes of other seats, including the one who is going to be my running mate. It is a very personal issue.
Correct.
It is so personal that this person who is your running mate will know very intimate things about you. Now, I must say that because Sabina and Murkomen were on one side at some point, they were pamoja. Now walikuwa pamoja. The fact is, they are the ones who have missed the concept of who a deputy presidential candidate is.
That's true.
A deputy presidential candidate is a very serious person, is a president in waiting. And how you treat that person is key, not for him as a person, but if the person has reached, let me tell you, it's going to take us a long time. Murkomen and I are famous for making noise, banging tables. But it will take us several election cycles to get to a position where you can be considered to be a deputy presidential candidate.
Yes.
So a person who has acquired the notoriety, public notoriety to become a deputy presidential candidate, has run as a vice president. And I'm talking about Kalonzo. Sabina Chege says it's not about Kalonzo. There's nobody else who's being discussed. There's nobody else who is trending except Kalonzo Musyoka. If there's another person, I need to know. But if
I'll tell you.
No, but the only person who is trending and who is being discussed is Kalonzo. Now, if you reach a level where you have become, the last vice president was Kalonzo, and he has run twice with Raila, what would I have proposed if I was to be asked? And we have very famous sayings in my mother tongue, which I cannot repeat here, but I can translate to say, A person who cannot be advised by a young person doesn't have that person as their child. I would advise this.
Sorry about that. That audio seems to be very low. But I wanted to hear what that Mtula was saying.
We could hear
all
it.
the same. If you
it.
got it, the better. 1, 2, 3, 4. Olo. Sema mawili matatu. I want to unleash Martin and
thank you.
Bernard, I don't finished.
Oh, you had not finished.
You remember you.
Finish quickly.
So actually, the clip played part of what I was going to tell Black regarding Kalonzo. And you see, even the two panelists, except Sabina Chege, I've made it clear that it will take many years for us to have to take back the office of deputy presidency to what it is, because this is a personal choice you make. And for me, I agree with it. Because guys, let us refresh a bit. Sonko refused to appoint a deputy because he had already anticipated fire. And he had already anticipated what was going to happen to him. I don't know if he had prophesied that. But you see now, having had someone like DP Ruto behaved the way he has behaved, and of late even went public to say he will go to the office and immediately start campaigning towards his re-election. That alone leaves you with the situation that, is Martin Deto the right person to be my deputy? Is Julius the right person to be my deputy? So it is an issue which is not eating Azimio alone. It's even eating UDA. Because you may think, let me choose, hypothetically, let them say they choose Mudavadi. Mudavadi will go there, and the moment he goes there, he knows is protected by the constitution. So he'll do whatever he wants to do. You will take him nowhere. And you see, that is what has given DP Ruto, he has, how do you call it in law? Security of tenure. Because you cannot remove him, you will die with him the way he is. So for me, the issue for DP, me, if I was Raila, I'll wake up in the morning and appoint a Turkana as my running mate, chapter closed.
Okay, thank you Lazarus, hiyo ndio ya kwako. Wanolo, ebu sema ndio niachilie Ndeto na Kakewa wako na kesi hapa.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. I want to address Mr. Black. So I want to start by saying this. Black, you know, I find it very funny how you started the show by claiming that you are at work and you are earning a good salary than those who are here. That statement was very funny. Don't put politics in your heart. You know, like me, I want to tell you that Black people have insulted me. Even in this panel, people who are even my friends. But I don't care. You know, if you want to join politics, you must have a crocodile skin. But if you will start minding small things, now you are coming here with your tools and you are showing us how you've even left your work. That I find that very petty. Then now I want to say this. When you said that the opinion polls were taken from Kibera, that one I find it naona ni kama hiyo ni madharau, because this is what UDA guys always say. When they want to talk about poverty, they will give evidence with Kibera.
It was an example. It was an example.
Can you? It's okay. Can you leave me to talk, please? When they want to give evidence about poverty, or when they want to make a funny statement, they use Kibera. You know, when they use Kibera, you know what they mean, or what they don't want to say, but they have already said it. In other words, he wanted to say that this one was taken from Luos. And it's okay if that is your own opinion, because as far, the last time I checked, Luyas were the biggest tribe in Kibera.
Luyas were the... Although your interpretation is making what was said to say something he did not say.
Bernard, you are now infringing on my freedom of
No,
speech.
Bernard, when you begin to bring in tribes and balancing of tribes,
Look,
you are
I'm just
getting
explaining what I think. I'm just saying what I think. Okay, I will not talk about that one. Let me talk about the issue that brought me. If you don't want me to talk about, I will not talk about tribe. I'll go to the next point.
Me, just like I'm listening to you, okay? My main job, the one that is talking about, is interpretation.
Okay, I will go to, you know, Bernard, you didn't,
to look into. What
Bernard,
I want
you know,
to say is, if you can't listen to what I'm saying, then we will not communicate. One alone, nimesema tu, restrict yourself from blowing one matter beyond its measure. You started with Kibra, now it has gone to Luo, it's gone to Luya, it will
you know, Bernard, you are not understanding my communication. That's the problem. I wish you could just hold your horse so that you understand me.
What is there that I need to understand, Guanolo?
Hold your horse, Mr. Bernard.
Buanolo, let me interject a bit. With all due respect, in English, we say meaning are in people. I've never been for black. I'll present my case. You may not like it, but I'll have to put it right. We may not like what black says, but let us.
No, the guys, this one is not fair because I'm not even finished.
Okay, it's not fair, but let me present my case.
Bernard
has given me time to talk.
No, Lazarus, you are not going to roll me. You don't like me. That's why you are trying to come to this argument.
I don't care what you want to say.
I will address Bernard, not you.
Yes, Bernard has given me time to talk.
No. I will not address you, and don't address me.
I'm going to send you to quarantine now.
No problem, Bernard. Send me.
Order, both of you. Thank you.
Don't bully Mr. Black like that.
Sikilizeni tafadhali. Sawa. I want us to help. You know, you people in the panel, you assume you are the only people here. The most important people here are not even the one in the panel. The most important people here are the people who are watching. And if we are not making sense to them, we are wasting time here. So let our communication be clear in the sense that we don't dig in for what we think and what we feel. As much as I may not understand everything, there are things that are off board. And as a community, we must guard against them. So, Olo, address Mr. Black on what Mr. Black said, not the interpretation of what he said, because that interpretation is your version, of which may not be what he meant or what he intended to mean, but because you're interpreting and responding to the interpretation, you will always be wrong in your response. And like I said, my job is to interpret. I'm a Bible teacher. I interpret scripture, and that is how you can take one scripture and make it say what it never said by following a particular line of interpretation. That's all. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard. I will leave what I was thinking that I was going to say. Let me go to the point. Now, Mr. Black, I want to tell you that we don't care where this opinion poll was taken. We don't care whether it is correct, because we know what we have. We know what we are made of, we in Azimio. Then another thing that you said that Kalonzo can do well in your team. Well, Kalonzo can do well in your team because you have a unifying factor, which is being jealous of Raila Odinga. All of you, if you are together with Kalonzo, Ruto, and the rest, all of you never wanted Raila to succeed. So you see, in that case, you will have a unifying factor, and Kalonzo will thrive in your team. And I want to say that there is no need of Kalonzo to keep whining, because if I check very well, Mudavadi betrayed Kalonzo very bad when he invited Ruto into a meeting that Kalonzo was not informed of Ruto's presence. So I find that Kalonzo, he just have a bone of contention with Raila, which is not real. It's like this is just being jealous because he knows very well he can't achieve what Raila Odinga has achieved. That is what I want to tell you. And thank you very much. If there is any question, I welcome.
Okay, let's Lazarus.
You see, Bernard, I made a disclaimer 3 weeks ago, and I will repeat it based on my background. I will defend my clans forever, whether bad or good. But let us not translate things. You see, there's this habit where you have a defined perception, and this is I told guys here. Some of us, we are more diehard to Raila than people think. But when you come to a
Bernard,
forum
is
like
that a question? Is that a question
no, boss,
or how do I term that kind of submission?
Although you can only bully
Let him
idiots, not me.
what he
You
said.
can only bully idiots, my friend.
You are out of order.
No, you can bully idiots, not me. I'm talking. Let me talk. And
Bernard, is it right for someone to call me an idiot?
Let me finish my statement.
You are out of order. Thank you very much. Since the two of you cannot hold a serious conversation, go and sort out your difference first, then we will bring you back later. Yes, keep.
It's for me. I just think that it's becoming football politics here. Black and I always have differences, and it's a fact. And sometimes I'll call him out, and sometimes he says some stuff. You'll go into metaphors that I don't agree. But today, honestly speaking, we had a cordial conversation, and I wanted it to continue. And I don't understand why he needed to be interrupted or bringing tribal politics to that. I think Black came with his points. He came corrected today, and we had a conversation there, and you know, questioning the scientific validity of the polls today is something that I also want my Azimio brothers and sisters to understand. Like, you cannot trust the polls. People will feel subdued and think we don't know what will turn out. So it's like you could see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Black. We've had a good conversation, haven't we? And I think that this animosity and anger, when even Bernard today, you've really picked up something from Black, and I think that is what needs to happen. When somebody from UDA comes with a conversation that is something that the nation needs to learn about, it's civic information. When we see some of these polls being driven around by the Star newspaper or sometimes from the Nation, I don't trust them. So today, Azimio people, you need to question these things. Hata kama imetoka kwa Azimio, you've seen me having this conversation with Black. And that's how it should continue. So let's not fight like that. There are situations that I have UDA members of the panel here, I would fight because it's absolute nonsense. But today, Black, to endelea na conversation, I think it should continue. We need to know, we need to understand this poll. Hata kwanza Temba tusaidie hapa leo.
It's okay, Bwana. Keep. I really want us to appreciate the fact that polls are taken randomly. I've been polled before, but I was never preset to be polled. My phone rang and somebody said he wants a few minutes and asked me a few questions. I wasn't anticipating any call from anywhere. So,
but your profile, Ben, but you were profiled. They profiled you before they took that poll because it's scientific. They took information about you.
Now that profiling is done randomly to random people.
It's not random. It's not random, unfortunately. They picked
What do you mean?
Specifically. You know, they picked you specifically because you are specific gender, you're specific, you live in a specific area, religious background. The other situations by even, we're in Kenya now, tribe, financial numeration. So they pick a specific amount. So right now, for me, I'm just saying that we do not know what scientific what do you call it, method was used for this poll for the undecided. That's what I'm saying. This is the argument I'm having with Black, and we need to understand how that poll was done.
That is even what we discussed with Bernard before you came.
Shida ya nyinyi wanasayansi ni kwamba mnataka kila kitu kifanywe kisayansi, na mnataka pia sisi tuanze kufanya nini? Kufanya hiyo hesabu yenu ya kisayansi.
Kwa kama Mama Selina sasa.
Naomba hivi, okay? Naomba hivi, hata ni wakati wa watoto kwenda kulala.
Bernard, before you finish.
Lazaro, ngoja mimi nimalize, okay? Naomba hivi, okay? The reason we are talking about this poll is what political implication does it have on the Kenyan voter, okay? It could be scientifically wrong, it could be scientifically accurate, it could be not scientific at all, okay? But it is already out, okay? And it has painted a particular picture politically, okay? So how do we respond to the same? But what we are doing, we want to go and begin to look for what my village people say. If you look for what the chicken eat, you will stop eating chicken. Why are we going to the river to find how the fish ate to grow fat before you fished it and put it on the pan to cook? I think as much as we would want to question the poll, we are not addressing the issue of the poll by going to look for its scientific approach, other than tunataka kufanya poll yetu hapa, okay? And we now want to send out a team.
Bernard, we need to move on. Tumekuwa tumewekwa hapa mpaka nani amekaa hapa for a long time, and we ask for a special session.
We want to go and send out our team to go and find out what is Nairobi saying, what is Ukambani saying, what is Mombasa saying. Then we now look for what are the scientific methodology that we can use. As at now, tutumie ile majibu tumepewa kukadiria masuala yaliyoko na tuendelee na mjadala. Okay? Kwa sababu hiyo direction mnachukua sioni kama inachangia kusaidia Mkenya, other than kusema TIF inatumika isiaminiwe, hiyo poll ingine isiaminiwe, na hiyo ingine isiaminiwe. So we are preaching faithlessness. In my opinion,
we're not ready. We're not ready for polls. We're not ready for polls.
Bernard, you see, one thing Black brought clear, and you see that is why I feel bad, and I'm together with the Kinakip.
Bwana, mtu atalala bwana. Watupatie alafu tuendelee, tutaendelea. Lazarus amekuwa kiongea tangu nikiwa kazi. We Lazarus, we kwanza ushasumbuliwa na Kip. Endo kaongea na Kip huko kando.
No, nani Martin, wacha tumalize. You see, Black was trying to...
bana, kuna kitu imekuwa ikizidi hapa.
Sawa, thank you Martin, relax.
So what
Lazarus, maliza mara moja tupatie huyu Martin anyamaze.
You see, that is why before Black came in, we discussed this, Bernard, with you about the polling. We even asked with you, we had dispute about the polling. But when Black came, he explained it so critically, and at no point did he mention any tribe. So trying to bully him or to call him name, I found it a bit intimidating. Mr. Black was very right on what he was doing. But if someone wants to come and choose a word that Mr. Black abused people like Kibra and Luo, I found that is out of order. And for me, I'll stand with Black, and I said it last time, whether he's a UDA guy, but when someone has a fact, he has a fact. Bottom, period. I rest my case.
Oh, thank you very much. Bonatemba, how are you today?
I'm good. How about you?
I am well. I'm well, and I want to leave you to preside over a case between Martin and Kakewa. There is no history of that case, only between the two of them. Then after that, the following people have not said anything. Our lady in the house, Sarah. So she should be given priority, plus yourself. Since it's already 4 a.m., and I have an appointment to catch by 9 a.m., naomba ningatuke tu haraka, hata kama Martin atanipiga mawe, anasema mimi naogopa siasa zao.
Na umekuwa ukikimbia yote. Unajua vizuri sija submit, sijafanya nini, nilikuambia kitambo niekee huyu, ukaniekea. Venye nimeingia umepatia kila mtu, mkaanza vita zenyu, nikanyamaza. Akaenda akarudi, umekimbia because nimekuwa nikikwambia najua kitu yenye unakimbia kwa sababu unaogopa ile kitu nilikuambianga kutoka kitambo, na nikakwambia niachie siku moja nipatane na Mkamba hapa, si Themba. Nikakwambia niachie nipatane na mtu. Hiyo ndio unakimbia.
Okay, nitasubiri, endelea. Niko hapa, siendi kokote. Endelea.
So sasa ni mimi sasa. Finally. Ako wapi? Kakewa.
Amwia.
Ukabaka se niki ukengandwe. Dakika moja tu. Dakika moja tu, wacha tukimbizane tu dakika moja, hata sitamaliza dakika tukiongea Kikamba alafu tutarudi kwa Kiswahili. Kase wekenga ndo niki.
Hata yo.
Nikwe wiye baza muno ni uyandela wambiyo nena. Uya asiange ya Kalonzo ne unandie makueni mindo ebida ya ditata. Oizi unandie ndi Easter. Na wazi akuye kudho kundie zine chao Kalonzo ne kwa takanya kukulia Kalonzo akwete chao Ukambani. Sasa mbosi wakati. Ya ndona ndo izeno ngipate na Kalonzo.
Na isi andu ainge kwa umeenda Kalonzo.
Andu ainge alano una neni na monao.
Wale na komana mo area within.
Okay. Tondo no ese na kebudha we you Kalonzo you ganyango politika kenge andu tondo no ni international TV. Tika kenge andu TV. Wendo ombea you kebudha ngelo na nani na mutua makwata nite Kalonzo chao wikete makueni kana wikete chao weona yu Kalonzo na tona ku tito no kwata kuna Azimio ona teka muteka mweaji egie chao
Ewe si ni sawa no pe perception ile create kula ku yakamba ta Kalonzo ta working pe wakamba
na timu
perception is
Jundo teka siasa. Nuli kanundo teka siasa si atena si amulu mutezia. Kingpin Kalonzo ni kingpin wao.
Wa Ukambani. Wasisi Kalonzo.
Wow, lakini you okwete gavana asu atatu ekango kulia by the way my friend. Alafu tutarudi Kikamba, tutarudi nitu si wakatita biandwa. Tikwatanite gavana asu me atatu Kalonzo ni chao weka onaka.
Choba get their support yamo.
Exactly. Thank you, my friend. Aya, sasa turudi sasa. So, Bernard, what we were talking, which is what I've been talking about, and my brother will explain to you. Without the three governors, na amekubali mwenyewe, Themba ako hapa, na mtu wetu anasikia Kikamba. Without the three governors, there's nothing in Ukambani for Kalonzo. He needs the three of them. Nina akengana, nimedanganya bro. Kakewa.
Daniel, you're on mute.
You know, when Martin, when both of you are on mute, you guys, there's a lot of echo. We can't hear what you guys are saying. One of you has to be mute for the other one to talk so that we can.
Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Okay. You can hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that Kalonzo will be having a lot of power. Even he will be supported by three governors. He will be able to champions for the development for our regions. That is what I was trying to say. But the other thing I can add is that the three governors, without Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo is a has more votes compared to the three governors. So I think Kalonzo has a lot of votes. That is what I can make about Kamba region according to me.
So tumekubaliana vizuri Kakewa, tusidanganye watu, because the problem ile Kakewa, nimekuja hapa na nimekuwa nikisema hapa na watu wananijua, nimekuwa nikiwaambia Kalonzo without the three governors is a toothless dog. Do you agree with me on that one?
I don't know why you guys insist on unmuting yourselves, both of you. There's an echo. You guys don't hear the echo. We want to understand what you guys are saying.
It's on his side. My side is good. See, I'm talking. My mute is on.
Yeah. So when you let him talk, you need to mute.
Okay. I can answer him by saying yes and no.
Okay. So in that case,
I can say yes in a way that they may champion. They may give me a lot. They may give him a lot of power to champion for development in our regions. But in terms of votes, I can say no. Kalonzo is the factor in Ukambani. Even you can see Kivuta, when Kalonzo joined Azimio, the three governors, they were unwelcoming him because they knew Kalonzo is the main factor. When he joined the Hello. Okay. I'm trying to say they knew when he joined, they will not matter a lot. Kalonzo is the main factor in Ukambani.
boss, wacha kudanganya watu. Hebu etela kwenu niba mute yako nikuulize. Kwenu niba exactly Makueni? Mboni. Okay, when was Kalonzo back in Mboni? Na Mboni, by the way, says mkona Kibuda. When was the last time Kalonzo did anything in Mboni?
In terms of development, I know Kalonzo has done totally nothing.
Okay, good job. You coming. Unajileta.
Huh?
Unajileta too. So what has Kalonzo ever done for Mboni? Give me one project that Kalonzo has ever done for Mboni.
Yeah, I'm saying this. Kalonzo has not done. I don't know what he has done for Mboni. But what I'm trying to say is what people say and the perception about the most of peoples in Ukambani. That is what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is
same
not
question. On the same sentence, let me ask you, what has Kibuda Kibwana ever done for Mboni?
He has done.
How much time are you guys supposed to have?
He has done a lot.
Okay, arrest my case. Mr. Bernard, arrest my case. That's just Makueni. We'll find Kitui and we'll find Machakos.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Thank you, Daniel. Although, Daniel, you are giving conflicting information. Okay, you say that if Kalonzo is supported by the three governors, he will have a lot of power. If the three governors are without Kalonzo, they have less power. And then Kalonzo has done nothing. So I don't understand. Why should you be fighting to support a person who has done nothing? against 3 governors who have done everything that you have been looking for?
Okay. What I'm saying is that in our area, he might have not done anything, but he was a national leader. He built Thika Road with, I think, with Quebec. That was their project. But according to our area, I can't pilot and project which was done by Kalonzo. I can't say he has done this and this. But what I know, he did a lot of infrastructure like Thika, those one.
So
yes.
Swali la mwisho mbili. Governor Kivuta ni Governor Kivuta ticket gani? Chama gani?
Is Thika in Ukambani?
No, wacha Martin wewe. Bwana Daniel, you are aware that Kivuta Kibwana, Charity Ngilu, and wherever Mkua are not Wiper members?
Yes.
And are all governors.
Unajua mkiunmute nyinyi wote kunakuwa na echo. Usimuulize maswali mtu mwingine anajua.
Yeah, they are all governors on their own party tickets.
Yes.
That means Kalonzo hana governor yote Ukambani.
No, but Kivuta aliingia na Wiper.
Aliingia na Wiper?
Yes.
Muungano?
No.
Okay, sawa. Let us leave it there. Thank you. Bwana Temba, sema mawili matatu kabla ukaribishe sana alafu
Daniel, thank you for muting. You know, Daniel, you are I don't know if it is the audio you are using. Kuna vile ikinini kunakuwa we are struggling to hear. I won't say much, but I'll say only one thing. After listening to the debate between Sabina Chege, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Murkomen, I tried to pick out a few things. I can comfortably confirm today, here and now, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and his friends are not interested in the interest of Kalonzo Musyoka at all.
Mutula Arap Ruto.
He's not interested in the interest of Kalonzo Musyoka. His focus is one. His focus is one, to be the governor of Makueni. So he's playing the local, what will sound best to the people who are going to vote for him. What is going to sound best to the people who are going to vote for him? If he looks like he's championing the interest of Kalonzo, and he's playing to local politics, not global politics. If they were interested in the interest of Kalonzo, if at all they were interested in the interest of Kalonzo, I can tell you for now, they would have been quiet. And even if they went to that debate, the way you saw one Sabina Chege trying to calm, actually, eventually it sounded like it was 2 against 1. Yet it was supposed to be Azimio, to the extent that Sabina Chege tried to even tell the person who was running the debate that they're supposed to talk about running mates, not one person. Mutula changed that particular debate to him addressing the Azimio secretariat and pushing. And Sabina was saying, hey, these are things that are going, not even one time did Murkomen expose anything within the UDA and Kenya Kwanza. He didn't. But Mutula went on and on and on, to the extent that I said that the interest of Mutula is not so much about Kalonzo Musyoka. He's not at all interested in Kalonzo Musyoka. In fact, I dare say they don't care whether he becomes a deputy president or not. They care if they become governors. They're interested in their posts. Now, what does the voter that is going to vote for Mutula Kilonzo care about? The voter that is going to vote for Mutula Kilonzo cares about that he is, first of all, seriously in Wiper, and secondly, he has championed for the interest of the party leader. So the louder he shouts, the more he talks, the better for him to get his voice down there. Because let's face it, the post of the deputy president is squarely the decision of the person who is running. So it doesn't matter how much you make noise about it. So I don't think they're interested. They're playing a different ball game. And whether Kalonzo gets it or not, at least they will come out as actually they fought for him. And therefore they are going to be elected where they come from. So if I was Kalonzo, I would be, because if you think about it, Sabina says that Kalonzo, if Kalonzo was not interested, he would not have allowed one of his guys, Enoch Wambua, to go and sit in that secretariat that is going to choose and to interview. He would have recalled him. And by now, probably would have heard from Enoch Wambua that I was not consulted and my name was put there, and he would not have even sat. We are being told that the committee is going on tomorrow, that is today, 4th and 5th. There will be interviews going on until 10. So in my opinion, I don't think that Mutula Kilonzo and those Kamba guys are interested in the interest of Kalonzo. They are playing their local politics. They are interested in the posts that they are going to vie in. And the post they are going to vie in is largely a Wiper dominated area. And so how do you get voted in? If you look like you are championing the interests of the party leader, the loudest. You can see that kind of narrative in other places too. In the places where Jubilee is dominant, or the places where UDA is dominant, those guys are likely to push for the person, the champion, the person they think is the best bet for them. And for them, they're going to be assured of their votes. So that is, in my view, what I think. And the earlier Kalonzo noticed that his enemies, number one, are these guys, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and those guys. Because Wiper has an MP in who is going to be a governor in Nyamira, who is vying to be a governor in Nyamira. The guy has not come out anywhere to talk about Kalonzo being that Kalonzo must be the deputy president. Wiper has a secretary general from I think northeast, northeastern. According to the order of a party, the secretary general should be the voice of the party. We don't hear much from her. And Wiper has one, there's this other guy who used to be deputy speaker. He is not talked. We are only hearing from those people where there's predominantly Wiper. Predominantly Wiper. Why? For one reason. And they're being clever. They are just playing right. They don't care. And that is what one day Ruto told Kalonzo. That you see, you need to be careful with these people. These people don't care whether you become president or not. They only want to ride on your name to get their seats. Once they have gotten their seats, that's it. So what would you expect from Mutula Kilonzo? Mutula Kilonzo wants to be a governor. What else do you expect? You don't expect him to come and say, Martha Karua is a better bet. He is going back to those people and they are going to ask him, what did you do as a deputy party leader of Wiper? So he's coming out looking like he's the champion for that. Is it going to work for him? Probably he's going to galvanize, he's going to mobilize his votes, but he's actually hurting the chances of Kalonzo Musyoka. That is what I can say, at least for now. The rest, I think, will be commenting on as we move on, because we are here. I know Bernard wants to go, so I must just let it that short. Bernard, allow me to now take over so that unless you have something you want to say before you go.
Thank you very much for that perspective, and we're glad that you're here. Wekesa is also coming in, and naona ni kama conspiracy, but you have a great time. We'll link up later on in the day. Let's build Kenya. Let's make Kenya great. Let's ensure that no Kenyan is taken advantage of because he did not know. And there was a proposal of Tembei going to terrestrial TV. It's something that you also need to look at. Either we buy time on the terrestrial TV and be airing this program on them, or we buy one of we have dormant TV channels, TV stations that are channel. They used to air, but they ran out of money. So I think they are on auction or something. So
Bernard, I'm on it. I've already spoken to 2 people.
Good. So let's work out that so that we just fly. See you later. Thank you. It is Sarah. Don't forget.
Okay. See you, Bernard. God bless you. Sarah, karibu.
Asante Vemba. I wanna take a back seat for a while. I wanna hear a little bit of what the men are saying, and then I can make my submission later. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. What did you want to say, Lazarus, before I bring Black? Black has been raising his hand.
You see, prior to you coming in, I'd also raised the same clip you are trying to discuss about. And you see, it made me realize at times there are people who knows how to cover their privacy and some who are not aware about their privacy. You see, if you watch that entire conversation, at no point was Murkomen trying to talk about the mess in UDA. But you see, after Murkomen presented an obvious answer, it let now Mutula Kilonzo was open to dispose things even which was not meant for that forum. And I said it before you came. Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Wambua, and the other guy who took off with the certificate, their intention is not for Kalonzo to succeed. Their intention is precisely their own interest. And for that matter, I realized that even them proposing Kalonzo, they know deliberately it is a fail. It's a fail. Kalonzo choice will give them an upper hand to choose. Then another thing which I was worried about, and I was asking myself, the same people they're referring to, like Mr. Black, before we started these fireworks. You realize at some point, Gachagua said, what is the vote for 1.5 million for Canvas are for what? He said, there's nothing about 1.5. But suddenly, they are now the ones who are saying how good Kalonzo is and they want Kalonzo to be pointed. So I find we need to learn to keep our privacy, and I've come to remove many points from Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Yeah, I mean, they are not interested in Kalonzo being the DP. They are not at all. That is not their key point. Their key point is to win their seats. You know, in politics, you go to win. And their winning point right now is one, that talk more about Kalonzo. Even when the chances are clear that, because what is it that makes them think that Kalonzo will not be considered? Let's now start thinking backwards. What is it that has shown them that Kalonzo may not be considered? In fact, even Sabina Chege said, Kalonzo may, he's among many that could be considered, because the sole decision of arriving at the person is a candidate. So nobody knows whom Raila will choose. So what is it that is pushing them? Personal interest. They're interested in galvanizing people for their votes. In Ukambani, if you don't speak Kalonzo, most likely you're not going to be elected. And with the competition rising from the other governors, you need to look like you're actually pushing the interest of Kalonzo. Yes, Black, before I bring someone else.
Number one, what I hear from you as you speak, what I'm picking is that Kalonzo is a factor in Ukambani politics. That's what I'm picking. Because if at all they have to do all this so that they can gain the popularity,
You muted yourself.
just one.
Or tell those people to disappear from there, but you are on a global TV, so tell them to stop making noise.
And Black, wacha kutuchezea vitu. Kalonzo is not a big factor anymore. You just
No,
had it.
he's right. He's right. With that statement, Black, yes, you're right. That
because
there's a way in which Kalonzo, the mention of the name Kalonzo in Ukambani, could make you an MP, right? And that's what they're trying to ride on. Go ahead.
So I mean, if by having Kalonzo gives you votes, and especially decisive votes, that means he's a factor. He's a major factor, a factor that should not be just disregarded. So by Mutula Kalonzo Jr. advocating for him, first of all, we should also remember that his late father had a very large stake in Wiper, having been one of the co-founders of Wiper. Now, this is the son who came through, to Wiper through his dad's reputation and his dad's stake in Wiper. So when he speaks, he also speaks kama mtu ambao amerithi kutoka kwa babake, so he's advocating the interests. Now we should also try to go back. Before Kalonzo joined Azimio, we should realize that Mutula was so much into Kalonzo running by himself as a presidential candidate and not to go again be anybody's deputy. And in my view, the way I look at it, that would have been a wise choice. He may have lost in the elections, but believe you me, he would again prove to be very decisive into who would be the eventual winner of the elections. Why am I saying this? Because for sure, there would be no first round winner. Now, coming to the runoff, the two candidates would have to seek him in regards to his support to propel them to get this to get the win. Now, at that point, he would have been in a much more stronger position to negotiate or bargain positions in government to offer his support in the runoff. Now, this is the calculation, the way I look at it, that perhaps Mutula Kilonzo Jr. was looking at. And that would have been a very smart approach had he gone ahead and used that. Now, when Kalonzo Musyoka did the opposite of that, you can tell that Mutula Kilonzo really lost the energy because his boss decided to do otherwise. Now, nevertheless, the position where it is right now, the way he's agitating for his boss to be picked as the running mate for Baba, basically he's ameweka in a sort of a blackmail position. How am I saying this? In the event if they decide not to choose Kalonzo Musyoka, then by the way they seem publicly to be agitating for Kalonzo, it would make it right, in quotes, in the eyes of their people if they were to revolt in one way or another in terms of votes, where they would take their votes in the event Kalonzo is not picked. So in basically what they're trying to do, they're trying to arm twist the Azimio side to either pick Kalonzo, and if they do not pick Kalonzo, this is what you're going to lose, or this will be the cost of you not picking Kalonzo. So basically these are threats, indirect threats to Azimio. So in regards to politics, I mean, mi naona iko okay. I mean, this is politics. That's how it's supposed to be. I mean, you advocate for your interests until you get your interests. So, which I find it right. So my point was hizo ambazo nimekueleza, but most importantly, Themba venye ulikuwa umesema, Kalonzo is a factor as per you venye ulikuwa umesema in Ukambani politics.
Yes, Black Kalonzo is a factor. But let me tell you something. In my view, you can only twist when there's an alternative deal on the table. For example, if Kalonzo was to leave Azimio and then he's offered vice presidency in Kenya Kwanza, that will be a deal. You can say we are going to carry our votes to this side. But you can't tell people that we'll carry these votes to this other side, and the other side is also not going to give him anything. You see, it's the thing is, Kalonzo's goose is already cooked. These people are not interested in Kalonzo's deputy presidency. That is not what they're agitating for. One thing you need to, there's no twisting they're doing. They're upping their stake so that they, in fact, Mutula Kalonzo, if you listen to him today, he said, you see, it is not just Kalonzo Musyoka. There are some of us, our votes will be upset. They'll upset our votes. He was saying, telling you something that you can hear. That even for them, they were going to use that as a way of getting their votes to be a governor, getting their votes to be a senator. It is not about Kalonzo, right? So if Kalonzo doesn't pick it, even him is wondering, if I go back, what am I going to sell to my people? But at least he'll sell one thing, that you see, I fought for my guy. You see, we fought for him. So they're trying in every moment they can get to air that. Obviously, it's Kalonzo. Obviously, it's Kalonzo. Look at it this way. Kalonzo said, they say that Kalonzo doesn't need to go to attend the interview. And then what happens? He's sending Enoch Wambua to the interview panel. So you see, it gives you that sense of, okay, so what are you guys saying? Kalonzo has not resigned from the neck, where they are with Sabina Chege. He sits on that council. He's a member of that council. Why hasn't he resigned if he says that this is something we don't like? So according to them, it is not so much about Kalonzo being a deputy president. And that's why for us, we need, yes, they are trying to up their game, but they are playing into the local Ukambani politics. The local Ukambani politics. Will it work for them? We don't know. The verdict, I mean, the jury is out there. But after listening to him, in my view, in my little understanding, I think they do not have the interest of Kalonzo. They actually totally don't care if Kalonzo becomes the deputy president or not. Actually, right now, they know he won't. So they are trying to just push for their own interests. Yes, Selina.
Thank you, Wekesa. I'm wondering why you are always interested in what Azimio want to do.
I'm not Wekesa.
Temba. Why can't they take? Kwa nini watu wasichukue Kalonzo kama Azimio are not ready for Kalonzo? Why are these people crying for him? And why do you want to arrange somebody's house? Why can you guys do your own and let Azimio pick whoever they want to pick? Anyway, as for now, Even Kalonzo himself knows. Anajua hawezi pata hiyo kiti. So I don't know why Black is talking like, oh, Ukambani, it is a real factor. How about the factor for women? How about the women in Kenya? How about the constituency of women? Do you think that one is not fought? Anyway, Temba, I know UDA inawauma, but you cannot go in a house. Unaenda nyumba ya mtu amechipanga, unataka kuweka nyasi. Unajua ile nyumba ya rao ni ya nyumbani ya samani Temba. Uwezi weka nyasi yoyote, kuna nyasi ya kuanzia nyumba na kuna nyasi ya huko juu. So, UDA pole sana. Amwezi kuja kupanga baba. Kwanza, Martha Karua being the deputy president. Najua watu ya UDA, wale watu wote wako na corruption, they know things are really bad. So they wish Martha Karua angekuwa anything. Can you see this? Martha Karua, Martha Kome, baba, ile watu wote walikuwa wa 92. The reformist, kina Orengo, kina hii governor ya Meru, all these people are coming. Wanakuja kuform serikali. Hii wakora hawana chance. Ungesikia vile Martha Karua anaongea. I want you guys to pick that message from Martha Karua. Anasema nini? Na Kikuyu wanasikia hiyo message ya Martha Karua sana. So Black, don't waste your time telling us about Kalonzo. Muchukue mukitaka, hiyo kura ni sawa. Wakamba have already decided. Nani anataka kukaa nje ya serikali? Temba, who want to be out of the government? Tell me, today. Nani? Baba aliwaambia today. Niko na Nyanza, niko na Western, niko na Masai, niko na Turkana, niko na Mombasa, niko na all Northeastern, niko na Wameru. Alihisabu na akasema, tell me, where are these people coming? Nasikia huyu anasema ati itakuwa 50 plus. From where? Kura ya Rift Valley, hata Rift Valley iko moto. Kericho iko moto, Nandi iko moto. Where will they get these votes? Where? Hata Ruto mwenyewe anaambia watu ya nyumbani, mimi ni Mkale. Anasema he is fighting for 2027 na anataka kukuwa na members of parliament, councillors, apiganie pesa, but si kiti ya rais. Can you ask the Kalenjins? They know. Hakuna kiti, lakini inasemekana asirudi nyuma. Ajaribu kwenda mpaka the last minute. He knows everything. Ukipata ule Mkale ya ukweli, wale wanakaa chini. They know. So ile kitu anataka ni at least akuwe na members of parliament, akuwe na governors, akuwe na more councillors, so that apate hiyo pesa ya serikali. Lakini story ya kiti anajua it is gone. He was there, alikuwa ndani. He's a deputy president, he knows everything. So hii watu ingine supporters, I hope amuta akufa wakati mambo imeharibika, but Ruto already amefunga roho. Ni ile wanaume waruti nyuma, but he knows there is no seed there. Sasa nasikia sahi hakuna pesa. Nasikia wanalia pesa ya campaign. You guys, hii watu ya Azimio wataanza kufanya campaign. And the best thing, watu walijaribu kushout Martha Karua Kirinyaga. Those na wanasema Ruto. I don't know how these people think Temba. Unaenda kuuza muti yako, unaenda kutusiana, unakuwa mchinga kwa barabara, mumelewa, muna shout Ruto. Baba hakuna kitu, atajua hiyo ni watu ya Ruto, si watu ya Martha Karua, si watu ya Jubilee. So we know he has people. So ukienda mkutano ya wenyewe kuharibu na unafikiria umepata point, unaenda mashishi, una shout. As hey, these people, I don't know. This, I think ni watoto yote. Awana, nilikuwa nafikiria huyu Mutama angekuwa msee. That group. And then, why are you crying, Kalonzo? So Kalonzo na Mudavadi, who is better? Hiyo ni brothers, wacha waende walikuwa ile simu ya Nigeria inawaita. The Nigeria call is still on. Itafungwa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marcelina, for highlighting that. Black, you have a response to that. Nasikia umeambiwa kwamba Ruto ashajua hii kitu imeenda, my friend. Na mwache kuwa obsessed na what is going on in Azimio. But it's okay. Number one, tushawaambia hata hao kina Mutula Kilonzo, they are not interested in Kalonzo. Hao sasa wamerudi kujipigania. Do you have any comment on what Mama Selina said?
Black amegeuka kitambo. Black ni Azimio.
I'm not Azimio. I'm KKA.
Aligeuka kitambo, tulimgeuza kitambo, tumemshikashika hii time yote.
Mimi ni Kenya kwanza bwana. Mimi ni Kenya kwanza.
Black.
All the way.
Black. Yes. Ni Azimio.
Do you have anything you want to say before I bring Julia?
Mama Selina. Ruto bado hajapoteza.
Yes.
Ruto bado hajapoteza. Na sione akipoteza. Kwa sababu tukiangalia the way it is kwanza si eti kwamba tunajaribu kulazimishia mambo ya kujua nani hata
baba amesema utuambie sahi. Baba amesabu mahali anajua amewin. Now kwa sababu Ruto watapata 50-50. Can you also tell us county sile Ruto ako mbele, utuambie so that tuna compare. That is how the game is. Ya mwisho, let me tell you, Martha Karua is my personal friend. Na wakati aliitwa, wakati alitakikana akuwe running mate ya Ruto, si ati hajaongeleshwa, si ati hakupembelezwa, lakini alisema no. Na ndiye nakwambia, na utarudi kuniambia siku hiyo. I know na Ruto mwenyewe he knows. Na wakati ya katiba 2010, Martha Karua was the Minister of Justice. Wakati hii mambo ingine ilikuwa inakimbisha wanaume, yeye was the minister. Na hawa wote hata Uhuru, he knows Martha Karua who she is. Hata Ruto, Martha Karua akiwa cooperative, we were there. Na walikuwa na kufa wanahangaika. Martha Karua alitengeneza hii katiba, watu wamejaribu kufuruka. So I'm telling you Black, na mama atakuwa tribute kwa sababu baba amepromise Kenyans anapigania. Yes, I put right. Na baba anapigania corruption. Who will assist Papa to do corruption? Martha Karua. She's the matter of corruption. Atanyorosha watu, mutashanga. Si kunyorosha na ubaya. Na usuri ile tunataka pesa yetu irudi. Ikifika ujue tu running man Martha Karua, hakuna mtu atataka kumutusi, hakuna mtu anataka kumuchipu kwa sababu wanajua vile ako na msimamo. Martha Kome, hiyo ni rafiki ya Martha Karua. So tukiongea sahihi, watu ya wale wataki corruption Kenya wamejipanga. Baba atakuwa napiga simu tu na kazi inafanyika. Na Martha Karua amesema munipatie vitu 3 tu ya UDA, na amesema anatoa ya baba. Hata wewe Black sahihi utuambie vitu 3 ile inafanyika na UDA. Photomap utupatie 3. Martha Karua amesema give us 3. Tell us your friends. Ukikuwa rafiki ya mwisi, wewe ni mwisi. Amesema mchunge sana, msipatie kondoo mchanganye na fisi, atakula kondoo. Ameambia Kenyans, kesho msirudi kutulilia kama mali yenu imeenda. Uniambie hiyo maneno vile ulifikiria. Ayo
Mama Selina, ambia Black
aende aongee na DCI wapate wameka deal, ndio kama at least asishikwe, kwa sababu anaogopa sana ataenda ndani. Kuna zile amekula pia yeye pia, unajua tuliambiwa hapa, tukaambiwa kama ulikuwa umekula enda uchezekaa wewe, ongea na watu, make a deal before kukue kubaya. Ambia Black, hiyo ndio anaogopa.
Martin, mbona unaongelea kama umejificha kwa kati?
Walitusi Kinoti. Kinoti ni mkubwa ya Interpol. Walimuita majina. Kinoti ndiye unajua acha tu ni nyamase.
Aya, asante. Julia.
Asante Themba. Na nataka kusalimu kila mtu. This debate is good. Hi Selina. Long time since tukutane hapa.
Hi.
Huwa nasikia Mama Selina akitujulisha what happened. There's a friend of mine from Merego Marakwet who likes to listen to you. Huwa ananitext na niambia Selina anaongea sasa. So that is very informative. Now, I just want to talk about the opinion poll. First, I'm not surprised at the polls, and I expect to see Baba gaining more. This is the thing we've been talking about here. We looking at a picture where we'll see Baba gaining so much. Like, tuone kama tutafika mahali atakuwa na read 60s, 60 and above in many places. Because I want to attribute this to what Mother Karua was saying. Now, show me your friend and I tell you who you are. Who are the people surrounding Baba? Ni akina nani? If we are to, even if we are even to talk about this Kalonzo we are discussing here, Kalonzo doesn't have scandals himself. Hana scandals. Yeah, why are these people around Baba? Why is Baba having so many strong personalities that are clean? The likes of Kibuda, Kibwana, Charity Ngilu, the likes of Mother Karua. Look at the people around Baba. Look at them. Yes, we have a few ones whom I'm sure Baba will have to put aside after the elections. But the majority of the people surrounded, we look at them critically. These are people who have strong personalities, but who are also above board. These are people who have played major roles in the development of this country, in the fight for justice, in the fight for democracy. Yani ni watu unaweza kusifu na watu unaweza simama nao. On the other side, look at the people surrounding Ruto. That's why Ruto is having such a hard time, even to, he's short of running mates. He's really short of running mates. He doesn't even know what to do about it. I am sure of that. Because even when people began mentioning Kiduka, I don't know, Kiduka, somebody, is because that is the only person mwenye anatafutwa kwa Kenya Kwanza anaweza kuwa msafi kidogo. Unaona, kwa sababu hata wakisema Mudavadi anatafutwa na maskando zingine hapo za graveyard. There is something to be said about people around Ruto. And then I listened to somebody who was telling, somebody from Kirinyaga County, one of the politicians, telling Baba that Baba is a Kariako ni nguvu, takuwa ya nguvu. And he was telling him that, look here, if you work with Mother Karua will not tolerate anything mtu akusumbue. I think they are reminding Baba of how Mother stood with Kibaki. And she's so principled. She's so strong-willed. They were telling him, hakuna mtu atakusumbua Baba. And that is the combination that Mother is giving Baba. On one side, they fought together. They have fought together for the democracy of this country, for justice. And then on the other side, Mother is so principled that no one will bring nyoko in Baba's government. No one. Even those cabinet secretaries atasimamisha. Even if there will be a cabinet secretary mwenye atakuwa with something small, Mother will not tolerate that. That's why this combination is working so much. So when I look at the polls, I saw a situation where Kenyans now are exuding confidence on one person and the people surrounding him. And I saw a situation where, as we got close to the election, it will be 60 plus. Now, this led me to wonder what happens in Mount Kenya. When I saw KIMUNYA talking, there's something I've been saying. Yes, we've been saying Mount Kenya is obsessed with Ruto, is obsessed. This may not remain the same, Mr. Black. I think this speaker has been lying, because I've been saying here that Mount Kenya people, either they don't come for your meeting, for your rally, public rallies and all that. They don't have the time to come around and jeer you. So if you see people jeering somebody in Mount Kenya region, huyu ni mtu amepangwa, amekuwa mobilized. I want to use Makiadi's name. Makiadi's word, amekuwa mobilized. Sio mtu aliwacha shamba yake. You know, Mount Kenya region, I want to pray kuwapatia sifa hapa. That's a place I've grown up with. They are so busy. They are so obsessed with what they do. And this hour what wanamkanga before 5 p.m., 5 a.m. in the morning. They are so obsessed in their businesses. They are so obsessed in, for them, every minute count. Every minute of the 12-hour daylight count. Such that if you see them coming for your public rally, they have made up their minds to come. If they don't like you, they will not come. That's how Mount Kenya region behaves. So I am seeing a situation where that what the question Serena is asking, mbona hawa watu wanatusumbua, wanaanza kusema chukueni Kalonzo machukueni nini, is because this is what I said yesterday night, that a Baba Karua combination is a nightmare to the Ruto camp. It's such a nightmare. It's such a big nightmare, because the question is, this is the nightmare that Ruto camp doesn't want to face. What happens when Baba unveils Karua as running mate? What happens to Mount Kenya region? And what will happen to this undecided vote? Because now Kenyans are looking at a team that can salvage them. Mr. Black na watu wenye wako UDA hapa, tuambieni tu ukweli. Kenyans are tired. Any Kenyan who has common knowledge is aware that the biggest problem we have in this country is corruption. Hata usiwaambie utawaletea pesa, they know and they are very sure that the biggest disease, because hata kwa barabara, wakitembea kwa barabara, when you drive on the road, unakutana na polisi wanakusimamisha, they want money from you. You will go to apply for your ID, somebody wants money from you. You will go to apply for your passport, somebody wants money from you. You are looking for us kama wanatafuta mashule saizi form 1, someone wants money from you. Now I remember some years back, when I think Harambes were outlawed, still in this Uhuru government, and it was said that people should stop giving money for Harambes. I was surprised. I was very surprised, Mr. Black, because at that particular period, Mr. William Ruto gave several millions to Muranga High School. I don't know, to buy school buses or to do it. They had a very expensive project. Muranga High School had a very expensive project. And the parents were happy now. Mbona tunaitishwa, kwa sababu wazazi sijui walikuwa wameitishwa sijui 20,000 kila mtu. I don't know how much money. Let me say I don't know, and then put a disclaimer. I don't know how much money the parents had been asked. So as the parents of Muranga High School are being coerced to give that amount of money, Mr. William Ruto also was among those who were giving money in that Harambee. And people were like, we are being told to stop exploiting our parents with Harambee money. And this is the deputy president who is participating in this now, when this is being discouraged. So Kenyans wamechoka, yani wamefinywa, they can do their hesabu, they can see wamefinywa wapi, and they know that if I can go and get my ID without being asked to kidogo, my passport without being asked, when corruption, when it starts from the top, everybody else lacks moral authority. If your biggest boss is tainted with corruption, and then his followers, we just look around Ruto. Look about Gachagua. Look about Waiguru. Just look around who surrounds Ruto. And when we talk about this here, people keep saying itwajapelekwa kotini, lakini Ruto amepelekwa kotini. Hata Gachagua has a case. Even Waiguru has a case. You see? So even without me, Julia, being kupelekwa kotini, the fact that I am mentioned, that taints my name. So Kenyans are desperate. They are so desperate. They just want somebody to come and stand Michuki style. They are looking for characters like Mother Karua style. They are just praying to God. God, just give us about 10 Michukis and 10 Mother Karuas and help this country. So when they see Mother Karua around Baba, they are breathing a sign of relief. And they are hoping this miracle they are seeing in the far distance happens. So that is why we see in these opinion polls, and I'll not be surprised if, as the elections come here, we see Baba hitting 60. But the biggest frustration that Kenya Kwanza will face is Mount Kenya region flipping to this other side, just flipping. You know, you see them today, they seem to be singing Ruto, and then as we go to the election, they flip. And if they flip Mr. Black and make up their mind to napiga kura, and they decide we are voting for Baba, it will be such an embarrassment to our deputy president. Because once they make up their mind and say it's again kumera kumera, it will be so bad, so bad, so bad. Now, having said that, I also was worried about the undecided vote. And I realized that Kenyans are not decided. That was a very big number of undecided voters. So, but as we go forward, I think the person who is going to gain here is Baba on that undecided vote. I think we'll talk about this, continue talking about this when shortly before the elections, and you'll prove me right, because that undecided vote will go towards Baba, because there is very retro thing, these undecided people, it means they are not obsessed with anybody. Hawako obsessed. They're not obsessed. They're not looking at tribal things and all that. So they just need to be convinced kwamba sisi, you can trust us. So I think the question now going forward, Azimio people should ask Kenyans, in whose hands are we safe? This is what Mother Karua is saying. In whose hands are we safe? Bona tupatie wolves mbuzi zetu. How can we give ourselves into the wolves to eat us up? In whose hands are we safe? We want peace in this country. We don't want somebody who have people who are warmongers, who are hate mongers. In fact, we can say so many things about these people in UDA camp. We can say so many things, and the thought of them terrifies Kenyans. The thought of them in power really terrifies Kenyans. So me, I'm not surprised with this opinion poll. The other thing about the opinion poll is the opinion poll about Raila in Ukambani. This is something I said yesterday. I said this: what is the worst that Kalonzo can do? The worst that he can do is refuse to back Baba and maybe vie for presidency. And I left a question here with Mr. Demba, and they were still arguing with Martin and Mr. Makiadi. Maybe they'll tell us tonight. Because I do not think that now Kalonzo can go to UDA and become their running mate. So Kalonzo has nothing to gain by going to UDA. So if he decides that he's not going to back, he's going to go mom, that will be the picture in Ukambani, the picture you saw of the opinion poll. So there are people who are Baba diehards who still support him, and there are people who are Kalonzo people because he's their tribesman. So they are going to be there like tusimame tu na Kalonzo mpaka mwisho, and there are people who will not vote because they'll be confused because Kalonzo has confused them. So that is the opinion poll you saw today is a picture you see in Ukambani if Kalonzo decides not to support Baba. So in other words, Baba doesn't have so much to lose as it was being portrayed, or some panelists are trying to say here that Kalonzo anaenda na milioni zake mbili. It is not true. The worst that Baba can lose is about 1 million or less. Because now the Ukambani people will be like, where do we go? There are those who will be like, let's stand with Baba. There are those who will be like, we are not sure. So that's the picture that will be in Ukambani. So my take is that why Azimio is leading, Azimio is proving to have a force that is not formidable, that is so strong because the people around Azimio are performers. We can line them up. We can line the Baba. We can line the Mother Karua. I had Kibuda being mentioned. You know, even Mutua of Ukambani is a performer. We can line them up. Charity Ngiri, we can line them up. We can those people. That's a very strong force coming. So that is what I attribute to the opinion poll. However, wale wenye wananiangalia, I think you can agree with me. If you're still undecided on where you are, let's do the right thing as Kenyans. Let us simply do the right thing. This is a moment that we may never have again, but it's a moment that we've been given to decide not on tribal lines, but do the right thing for this country. Thank you, Demba.
Kumira.
Yes,
thank you so much. There's a question from Wakesa.
Not a question per se. I want to compliment her something small. I think there has been a myth that when Kalonzo is running or Mudavadi, whoever is coming with a block of votes, such that we can say if we don't give Kalonzo running mate, we are losing 1.7 million votes. It's a myth because I can tell you for free, some of these guys were helped by Baba to consolidate their backyard. In fact, they rode on that wave to get all the people in one basket. But allowing even them to go alone, you will realize that they cannot get that 1.7 M for themselves. Just as when Mudavadi decided that now he's switching lanes, he not only left the followers, but he also left even the leaders outside the matrix that he was trying to create. So it's a false assumption, and they are using that as a bargain. I've heard even people on social media, when we try to argue, they become emotional because they want to tell you that if Kalonzo is not Joseph, then we are losing 1.7 million votes. It's not true. Yes, he has support, but I can tell you the match he can get, maybe it's equivalent to what he got, which year did he run? 2007. He got around 800, less than a million. So that is what he may get, because others will be shared by other voters. But how again can you get such? Because the Political Parties Act right now does not allow him to belong to two coalitions. So we cannot argue that he will be in Azimio and be in Kenya Kwanza. That one is ruled out unless he starts a reverse process, which is not guaranteed that it may end in 3 months. So that is a tall order. He may not belong to Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. The second is he may choose to resign and go independent. He has only 3 days to do that, because by 7th, that is the closing window for independent candidates. After 7th, that is closed, and so that option also is closed. So he will remain inside the Azimio. Maybe the other option is to choose to be an enemy within. That is the last option he may have, of which, if he is one person who is looking to inherit or to be a serious candidate 2027, then he needs to endear himself to one of the groups. Either he was supposed to be in Kenya Kwanza or be in Azimio. So he needs to make his calculations well. Otherwise, he will send himself to Seikuru very fast. Yeah, thank you.
Themba, may I add on what she has said?
Yeah, you can add, and then I want to ask Kesa a question before I bring Makiadi.
Okay, what Wekesa has said is true. So it doesn't mean that if Kalonzo doesn't support Baba, now all his votes will go to the other side. The most likely thing they will be shared, and some will not turn up. So, and we can see the ratio that it will be. It means Baba will see benefit more from those votes. The other thing I wanted to add is that somebody is telling me that Mulima is worried. That is Gigi Man. Julia, you know that Mulima is worried about the economy. Yeah, and if Mulima is worried about the economy, it means we have to be somebody we can trust for the economy. Whom can we trust? I mean, if I have stolen before, Mr. Wekesa, and you are unanunua shamba pale kwetu na unaambiwa Julia, buzi yako ikitembea karibu na kwake itapotea. How will you go ahead and buy a farm near my home? You'll change your mind. You cannot take yourself there, because you'll be like, no. even if you have no evidence that whether what I'm saying is true or not, you will still not dare do that. If you hear a girl is promiscuous and you're looking for a wife, you will not go ahead and marry her hoping that she will change. Even if you have no evidence whether those are allegations or not, you will be saying, no, let me play safe. So Kenyans, we have to start by playing safe. If our economy is ailing, if we have a problem, what is in our public coffers, how then can we make this mistake and let our public coffers be in the control of somebody who already have, imagine having a president who has a case in court before he became president for doing 1, 2, 3. Imagine having his running mate with cases in court for having done 1, 2, 3. Imagine such a miserable country. So Kenyans, again, the question is why this opinion poll is like this? Because most Kenyans are asking themselves, in whose hands are we safe? Thank you, Demba.
Thank you, thank you. I want to agree with both of you, and just for hypothetical reasons, we had an argument yesterday here, and I was vehemently taken to task by Makiadi and one that now Wakesa, and I've heard you allude to something like that. Is it possible? Just for argument's sake, is it possible for one Kalonzo Musyoka to deputize William Samuel Ruto? For argument's sake.
I think you heard what Murkomen was saying. He was trying to allude that everybody that is in Kenya Kwanza is not seeking for position. He said categorically that running mate position is a reserve. It's a decision of the presidential candidate, and that's why all those guys are quiet. So he may not even want someone who may come and look like he bargains. So Kalonzo is not this man who will go there and be quiet. So that already rules him out. In fact, the reason he came to this side, he thought like I'm the senior most person and I'm going to be considered. And he also understood, and these guys understand the weakness of Raila Odinga, that he's good and you can play around, and when you give him some ultimatums, when you try to paint him bad, he will give in. Even William Ruto knows that. But when they have seen now that Raila has established a committee, that's where they are finding it difficult because it will be a straight decision. So no, I don't think on the other side he has options. And unless he's just going for a spoiler, he has chosen to be a spoiler, but not like he's going to be a running mate. It won't work. And like I also believe collision issue will tie him.
Assuming is given, how is the coalition issue tying him?
Assuming
how is the coalition issue tying him?
Yeah, because he cannot, his party cannot be in Azimio and be in Kenya Kwanza.
No, him as an individual.
Or assuming he resigns this side and goes as an individual.
Not even resigns. He just gets out and is picked as a running mate.
No. Because according to the act, you can't belong to two political parties. Even when you look at Muturi, what he did, according to NDC, they had decided that they are going to have a post-collision agreement. So when he went there, sources say that he signed as an individual, not as a party, because the party had decided not to be in a coalition.
Let me ask you, is there a place where the constitution says that a running mate must be from your party?
No. Actually, I'm not talking about the party. I'm talking about coalitions. You can't belong to two coalitions.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is there a place where it gives a requirement that a running mate should be in your coalition? It requires the person who is running, not to be in two coalitions. The person who is vying. So who is vying? Between the president and the deputy president.
The president.
The president.
The president.
So the law requires that the president should not be in
two coalitions. Yes.
You are either in one coalition or an independent candidate.
Correct.
Your running mate, now that's the question. Should your running mate, is your running mate vying?
In short, yes. Because a running mate, Themba, must be from within the coalition.
No. For example, Ruto is going to vie by UDA. Assuming he picks a running mate from Ford Kenya. Assuming.
He cannot.
Will you have two signs? What will be the sign of their ticket?
Please note, when you're the president, the person you nominate as a running mate doesn't appear in the ballot box as a candidate like you.
Thank you. So the person you nominate, it doesn't matter which party they are. They can be independent. They can be from whichever party, but it is you as the president whose ticket UDA is going to show, isn't it?
But must come from within the coalition.
Where is the law? Read for me that legal provision.
You see, Nani Themba, when you join a coalition, you are tied by the terms and conditions for the coalition.
No, you had today in the argument, in the debate, and that is the argument. It is the sole responsibility of the candidate to choose. It is not tied by the, yes, it's not tied by the party rules. It's not tied that the person has to be a member of the party. It's not. He can even choose his wife, and you will do nothing. It will have political implications, but not necessarily legal implications, just like the running mate of a governor.
Now, I ask a question. I bring another question into that.
I also wanted to flip a question now. Can Raila choose Uhuru Kenyatta as a running mate? Because there are things you have to think outside that box.
You see, there's nothing within the law that denies him from choosing Uhuru as his running mate. By the way, there's nothing within the law. However, it is the political implication thereof that will make him not want to choose Uhuru as his running mate. The political ramifications, like, there's the politics of the law and the law of politics. So the political ramifications would make him not want to choose Uhuru Kenyatta as his running mate. But there's nothing within the law. No, just wait, Makiat, you'll have your time.
No.
You'll have your time. See, we usually say here, you have your time. What happened to that decorum? You've all of a sudden started becoming unruly.
Last time ulisema mimi ni mzuri sana na nyamaza na ngoja niitwe. Sasa saa hii ninataka kuongea, umeniambia ni nyamaze, so acha ni nyamaze.
Ongea nikusikize.
Sasa Ndemba umeanza kupeana conflicting reports. Uhuru Kenyatta has served 2 terms. So in case Raila Odinga chooses Uhuru Kenyatta as a candidate for the deputy presidential slot, we expect Uhuru Kenyatta to step in, God forbid, if anything happens to the president. Sasa hebu niambie, Uhuru Kenyatta atakuwa na serve term ya ngapi? Is it constitutional for Uhuru Kenyatta to serve another term?
That one can be sorted at that point, but but there's nothing within the constitution that makes it. By the way, there's no constitutional provision that makes it hard for him to choose him as the deputy president. Listen, the constitution says this, that the president, the candidate will choose a running mate who qualifies to be a president. Right? Now,
For
Uhuru,
him now, he doesn't qualify. He already amefika menopause.
Nimekuambia na ndio nimesema hapa Wekesa, sometimes Ndemba na make so remarks ambazo if you go to the context yenyewe they don't make sense, because right now ukiniambia Raila Odinga can choose Uhuru Kenyatta, the constitution says a president is only allowed to serve 2 terms, right? So if anything happens to the president, you expect the deputy president to take over. If you have a president that has already served 2 terms and you choose that person as a candidate for your deputy president slot, then that person in the name of Uhuru Kenyatta is an eligible person to become the president. I said here before, and I'll repeat again, the nomination process from the time unapeleka makaratasi yako kwa IBC, it is a process. Si kitu unaamka siku moja na unafanya. There are many things that you look at before you do that. Coming back to what we were saying here about Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is not in Azimio as an individual, as a person. He is bound by a party. Kalonzo Musyoka is a member of Wiper Democratic Party. Wiper Democratic Party did submit that it wants to be in Azimio. So when they deposited their working agreements with the Registrar of Political Parties, Kalonzo Musyoka as an individual was bound by that agreement. If you want to tell me right now that Kalonzo can wake up, atoe koti na aende huko akue deputy president wa William Ruto, then you are misleading us, because he is still a member of a party that is under Azimio.
And Magiadi, it's not just a party. He is a CCM member. He is a member of the governing council. Him as an individual, he sits in the governing council of a coalition.
So you see, Wakesa, the law only refers to him and is bound by that if he's going to vie, but he's not vying.
You see,
a running mate is not vying.
Richie, one thing we should accept, what them by saying is one way right or the other. That is a gray area in law, because by any explanation, the law does not say who has been a president cannot be a deputy. Yes, for Uhuru it cannot be possible, but there's no law barring him, because you see it's a gray area in law.
There's nothing like a gray area in this.
Let me tell you.
The thing is,
let me say this. Makiadi, you cannot say there's no gray area. There are so many lacunas in law. That's why people go to court.
Very many.
I said in this particular issue, hold on. I said in this particular issue, there's no gray area here. It is as simple as this. The Constitution says that the person who is a deputy president should also, I mean, if you read it, it is very clear that if the deputy president is selected, then that deputy president should be able to assume office as a president. There's no gray area here. So if you tell me that because you love Uhuru Kenyatta very much, you select him as a deputy president candidate, and then you take him to the IBC will not tell you that this guy was a president for 2 terms. It will let him run. But then the thing is this: the Constitution says that this person has already served 2 terms and therefore is ineligible to become the president. You'll allow him to become a deputy president,
let me ask you. The Constitution says that you serve 2 consecutive terms. Is there a place where it says that you cannot vie after you've? It only doesn't allow you to vie immediately after. Is there a place in the Constitution where it says that you cannot vie maybe after 20 years after that?
Ndemba, what is a term?
Now your term ends. There's 2 consecutive terms, all right?
Then
Now,
there is your answer. There's your answer.
If you
That's
buy
not
right
even a
now,
question
wait,
we're supposed to foresee.
Remember what you are saying applies here. This is where it applies. If you don't serve 2 consecutive terms, for example, for Trump, he served 1 term. He can come in even after some time he vice. But when he comes, he's now not limited that he does 1 term.
Correct.
He will still do 2 consecutive terms. But after you have done the 2 consecutive, you cannot do it. You cannot.
Where is the law to say that? You know, you need to read the law that says after you finish your term, you cannot ever vie again. It doesn't say that you will forever never vie again. You can only not vie in the next term, but it doesn't say you can never ever vie again.
When it says you are only your term limit is 2 terms, what does it mean?
It says you have finished the 2 terms, all right? But there's no way it says that you can never ever vie again.
No, for other positions, yes, but for the same position, no. Because that is, in fact, let me tell you, Deborah, what you are saying, even you, when you
anyway,
go to the court,
okay,
I'm finishing this statement and then you respond.
Okay.
Let me just 1 second.
Yeah.
When you go to court, they will say the makers of the law or the framers of the law, this is what they intended to achieve. So even if when you say that it has not said, that is where they will give you a clear interpretation that your term was supposed to be 2 and you served the 2 terms and that is the end. So don't think that it's left to any other interpretation.
I agree with you, and maybe let's maybe rest that because we will progress it as we continue. I mean, those are some of the areas that we'll be having. But one thing
there's
that
another gray area. Remember,
yeah,
there's another gray area that comes with. I was asking someone on the issue of Munya. He never resigned as a minister. So if he's picked as a running mate, do we say does it bind him or is okay? Okay, because people who are running resign.
If he's picked as a running mate,
yeah,
you see the president that is there still, because you see a running mate is not the one vying. You know that the person vying is the president. So if he's picked as a running mate, he could still retain his ministry in the next government. So he'll become a deputy president and a minister in that part, because the president can still give him that ministry. You get. But one thing that happens is, I think we need to get it clear. Lazarus, I know you're having questions about that. The running mate of any candidate is not bound. The only thing, according, let me start by presidential. The only requirement is that he meets he can be a president, right? The qualities, I mean, they say he's qualified to be a president. He can do all that. But the issue of being in a political party, right? The issue of being no, those ones do not arise anywhere. Him is not even vying. The person who is vying is the presidential candidate. He's in that ticket, so he'll be sworn in with when that president wins. Then they're sworn in together. You see, so he's ready to step in. That's why he's actually coming in. He's coming in as a, let me use a word that some people don't like. He is actually coming in as just a PA to the president, a personal assistant to the president. just in case, just in the event that something happens. That's why even now, the Constitution says that any other duty allocated by the president, you see, the other constitutional duties that are given is in the event that something happens, then he can pick it. So that's where I was coming in, and yesterday we were asking, which is something that I don't know, even Makiadi didn't research on it. And, they didn't ask around so that they can comment based on I'm commenting based on my little understanding of law. I might not have all the law. No lawyer does understand the law, because that's why they
I
go to
want
court.
to agree with you on one thing. I want to agree with you on one thing. I think even when presidents make cabinets, sometimes they end up poaching from parties which never were in their own coalitions. You remember the way, was it Uhuru who poached Ngaiseri from ODM? So I think somehow you are right. There's poaching that happens, and they are not tied by their parties.
Wekesa, on the case of Kainseri, when he was poached by Uhuru Kenyatta, what did he do? Did he just walk out of ODM, or did he resign and have to join government?
He resigned because he was an MP, but he did not resign for ODM. Did he? He just resigned as an MP.
You see, in the current constitutional framework, it is us who consider them like different parties. But when they go to parliament, they are parliamentarians. so when they are parliamentarians, you find that the constitution that we were going to amend, that was the one that was going to create opposition and the government. But right now we have majority and minority. You see, so you have majority party and minority party. So they're just parliamentarians, and you can pick from anybody and give them, the responsibility that you want. So picking a running mate is not tied by the political party's requirement. But running, if you're going to vie, for example, I'm going to vie as an MP, I'm going to vie, like in Nairobi County, they'll be electing the president, they'll be electing the governor, they'll be electing the women rep, they'll be electing the senator, they'll be electing the MCA. You see? They would be electing the deputy governor, they wouldn't be electing the deputy president. Those ones are a joint ticket. The ticket now comes as one. So automatically, the person who comes as a running mate by technically becomes a member of the party of the president. As much as, of course, as we know, they are coming from their party. The deputy president, the deputy governor, technically is in the ticket of the person who is the governor. So if the governor is in ODM and you're in Wiper, say Nairobi, there's Jubilee, who is the governor, Igathe. The deputy governor is a guy from Wiper. He will be in that ticket, but again representing the interest of Wiper, but the party is Jubilee. So when you go to the ballot paper, you will not be looking for Jubilee Wiper signs. You'll be looking for the governor. So the governor is in Jubilee. So you elect the Jubilee, and then he comes with this running mate.
And what are the implications politically?
Of course, political implications is that, of course, the party arrangements, there are those party arrangements. The political implications have been there. You have noticed that, especially in the Jubilee coalition that we had, where URP merged with the TNA and formed the Jubilee. But now inside, there was now still the TNA members felt we are TNA. the URP members felt we are still URP as much as they were Jubilee. So eventually, yes, you are putting on this coat, but you still know that this suit is not mine. I'm still probably having another half thing inside here. So uko ndani ndio uko na githeri.
Let me explain, elaborate it. The other side maybe it looks a bit organized, but this one you have gone to another coalition. It left your party and all your party in the other coalition. So what is the implication? Don't they usurp power and be the leaders of that party? But you can't control it from outside.
In the event like you see, that's why Wekesa in Tanzania. In Tanzania, I want us to probably learn a bit from Tanzania. Chama cha Mapinduzi, CCM. When you are the presidential candidate, you automatically become the chairman of that party. Automatically. So when yes, you'll be chosen by the party organs, but you automatically become the chairman of the party. As opposed, compared to us, you find the party leader and party chairman are different people. So in Kenya Kwanza, the party chairman is UDA. The party chairman is Mudhama. The party leader is Samuel Ruto, and many other parties. So you find Kalonzo is a party leader. They have a party chairman.
Except Kanu. Kanu has maintained that old system.
Yes, and Kanu and Chama cha Mapinduzi were formed with a similar kind of structural, formation. So Chama cha Mapinduzi had that kind of, when you become the president, you automatically become the chairperson. Now, that brings us the dynamics we are facing right now in Kenya, because the party leader and the party chairman is different. So who is Raila in Azimio? Is he the party leader? Is he now the chairman is Uhuru, but Raila is given as one of the NEC members and the presidential candidate. But is he the party leader?
No, he's the party leader. You didn't see that hierarchy? He's the party leader. So what we don't have is the deputy party leader. So after the kuna chairman, party leader, and then the members. In fact, that's why people are arguing that Kalonzo cannot just be a mere member. He should have been the deputy party leader.
Okay, let me bring in Makiadi. Makiadi, karibu.
Then may I say something? It was clear that Baba is the coalition leader. And as Makiadi comes in, I wanted to say that what you are arguing here, my ruling is that Kalonzo cannot be running mate of UDA because he stands some constitutional challenges. Just like there's a time back we were feeling that Peter Munya is a good running mate, but he's also stands some conflicts there. So I think Azimio will not be going into a presidential race waiting for some challenges, like somebody challenging the constitutionality of Peter Munya being the running mate. The same thing will happen to Kenya Kwanza. However much they are in love with Kalonzo, they may not take him because of those kind of challenges. Somebody may even go to court and challenge that presidential ticket. That's my take on that.
Thank you, Julia. Makiadi. Lazarus, wacha yeye ameshatuambia. Acha tusikie Makiadi.
I think Julia just stole my point, unfortunately. I wanted to tell them by this way. If Kalonzo Musyoka goes to Kenya Kwanza Alliance and decides to run under William Ruto, then we will see a Kethi. You remember, we will see somebody pull a Kethi. You remember the Kethi Kilonzo case whereby she was barred from vying because they looked for every reason to make her ineligible. And that is exactly what is going to happen to Kalonzo. Kalonzo Musyoka right now, when you go to vie as a somebody's deputy. Actually, Ndemba doesn't like us to use that word. You are a running mate. Somebody is running, but you are the mate. I mean, the English is very clear. This person is also on the ticket. The presidential ticket is not complete without a deputy president candidate on that ticket, whether you have a party emblem or not, whether you're independent or not. Because when you tell us right now, Ndemba, that the president is the only person who is vying, then we are assuming that that person can decide not to pick anybody as a deputy president. Ama namna gani Wekesa? It's as simple as that. From the way I understand your language in Ndemba, you are saying it is the president, the person who's running as president, it's only that person who is vying. So let that person go alone to IEBC with no candidate for the deputy president seat, ndio tuone kama atapatiwa nini go ahead ya kuvai for that seat. It cannot work. It cannot work because the presidency is a ticket. This is a ticket with two individuals. And going back to what I was telling you here, Kalonzo is bound. He's bound as a party member of Wiper. He is bound under Azimio. And so unless you tell us that, the way we call it, walking back the clock and going back, Aseme and may resign, there's no time for that.
Because that thing cannot even be read even by you. So
and another
that was the hierarchy. The party leader is there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's a party leader. He's a party leader. By virtue of being a party leader, he's a member of Wiper and is disqualified. Another thing, Ndemba, you said here is about terms.
No, Makiadi, you are misleading. There's a difference between Wiper Party and Kalonzo as a person. Wiper Party is bound to Azimio. Kalonzo is bound to Azimio as someone who vies. If he's going to vie as Kalonzo. But again, if he's going to vote for someone else, he cannot go to say for example, to the nominations of UDA and vote. Okay? He cannot. But as Kalonzo, he can be picked as a running mate. Wiper Party cannot leave Azimio. It is Wiper Party that is bound to Azimio. But Kalonzo as a person can be chosen as a running mate. He cannot run on another party.
Remember, Wiper Party is not just a name. Wiper Party has members. One of these members of Wiper Party is an individual by the name of Kalonzo Musyoka. So I think we'll be going right here. We'll be going in circles.
And Makiadi, as you argue, you bring back the Oka thing. You remember Oka wanted to come as Oka into Azimio. And they were told that they cannot belong to two coalitions. So why didn't they argue that we are coming as individuals? Your coalition yetu tu ikae kando. You cannot bring two coalitions.
There's the institution of Oka and the individuals of Oka. Now, when they were coming to Azimio, they came as individual parties.
Yes.
Now, I want to give you an example. When Muturi went to sign with UDA or Kenya Kwanza, the party said that we had not agreed that we are going there. So he signed as Muturi, but the party did not go there. You see? So it's possible for you as an individual to make individual decisions. There's something that makes something a party approved document. It needs to have certain signatures. You see? Like in who is mandated to make a party decision? Who is mandated to be the party custodian of a document? If those signatures have not been approved there, a party leader can say something, but his signature might not be the approved signature to authenticate that a party decision. That's why in every party structure, there are people who are mandated and authenticated. If it's an authentic document from the party, those signatories are the ones that are taken. Did they sign it? Then that's a party decision. But you, as a party leader, probably there are things.
Demba, the only thing that is preventing this team here, KAA, because that thing can still be challenged, is that these guys did not deposit their agreement to the political parties. They're actually having it. They decided to do a local arrangement. And that's why even when we saw what they were doing, we thought like this is a PR. Because these guys, in fact, that's why they are waiting Kina Kalonzo and any other person to come and join the coalition. Because for them, it can still boomerang as other parties fall out. They haven't deposited.
That's why I'm proposing and I'm progressing the debate to the extent that if Kalonzo gets out of Azimio, it is possible for him to be a deputy president. He might not vie, but it is possible for him to be a deputy president on the other side. Now, the implication politically is now a debate for another time, because he might not be chosen on the other side because there are people who have been there on the line also waiting. So that there will be other political ramifications. Now, that is something else. But I don't think constitutionally there's anything that prevents him from becoming a deputy president legally. But we can continue. Makiadi, it's your time. Continue.
No, when you debate about something preventing him constitutionally, you're also forgetting there's a Political Parties Act. And I told you, and I repeat many times, you do not read the Constitution alone. There are other documents also, acts of parliament, that also stipulate laws. And so when you talk about political parties, there's a Political Parties Act, which is read together with the Constitution. So
I agree. Can you read that part that refers to the?
I want to make my submission now. You want me to read the Constitution?
No. The part that says the deputy president on the deputy presidential requirement.
Let me make my submission. I'll have to look for that. It's in my folder.
Oh, you see? Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm not escaping anything. I'm just telling you the truth, because you cannot convince me right now unless you tell me that Kalonzo Musyoka will resign from Wiper and join the other side as an independent. I said here, and I'll repeat again. No, I don't think there's any. I don't believe there's anything that would prevent a presidential candidate from picking an independent candidate as a running mate. That one I agree with you.
Now, there's someone who is saying that Themba is wrong. A running mate is running. Quote the word running. Yeah, he's a mate to the one running. He's not running.
No, that person, I think what that person is saying in context is this: the person who is running as a president needs a deputy. And the deputy is on the ticket. Without the deputy, there's no IBC. IBC cannot clear you to run as a president without a deputy. That is the Constitution.
Yeah, so you are running and then you have a mate. So the person running is a president, but they have a mate. So that's the mate.
It's a ticket. Continue. It's a ticket in Demba. It's a ticket of two people.
No, okay. Give your submission, Makiadi.
Okay, let me just go to mine. Will be brief because I think we've exhausted everything today. Say hi to all the panelists. Now, I want to speak about this issue of Wiper, especially in the politics of Azimio. I think what we are seeing right now is a party that is bound or progressing an idea that will be destructive to Azimio. I was looking at the news today, and I realized that Wiper Democratic Movement, or whatever it's called, has issued nomination certificates to candidates in Nairobi, 7 of them. The reason to why they are doing this, I do not know. They say that they felt unfairly treated, especially when the list came out, the list of Azimio for party candidates for Azimio came out. They said that they felt a little bit disadvantaged and unfairly treated. So they've gone ahead and issued 7 nomination certificates. And I think we are heading back to where we were in 2017 and 2013, whereby we had multiple candidates running for positions, especially where we felt that we had tremendous support, and that costed the CORD coalition and also costed the NASA coalition so many seats, even one of them being the Langata MP seat. And so most of the time when we talk about self-destruction here, I think as much as we like Kalonzo Musyoka as a person, and as much as we enjoy the company of Kalonzo Musyoka in Azimio, some of the things that these people do, I don't know who advises him. I don't know who makes decisions for Wiper Democratic Movement, because issuing certificates in Nairobi when you have sat down with the other so-called principals in your coalition and you've come out with a list that is almost like a final list for the candidates that will be running in Nairobi, it's very unfair for you to come back later and decide that, you know what, I think you guys made these decisions without proper consultation, and therefore we are going also to allow people to run on our political party. So this one is going to be a major I can say a major test for the Azimio coalition winning Nairobi seats. There was a final list of 17 candidates. Wiper had gotten, I don't know, it's in Embakasi West or where the current MP right now is from the Wiper party. And so if you have these other candidates going to areas where there are likely UDA candidates also who are a bit strong, then I can assure you that Azimio will have a rough day. I even have started having doubts about the fidelity of one guy by the name of Kalonzo Musyoka in Azimio. When you do these things to sabotage a party, that means that you have no interest whatsoever in the prosperity of that party. And that is the same thing that is happening even in Mombasa. I think this was going to be a clear contest between Wan Sarai and Abdul. But I think the entrance of Sonko also complicates a little bit of matters. I know that Sarai is not very strong on the ground, but then there was no point for Wiper to bring a person who has been impeached by the county assembly. He went to the Senate. He was impeached. He has a case in court of corruption and swindling of public coffers, and then Kalonzo walks out of the room with him and says, "We are going to front this guy to run for Mombasa." I think that is a joke, and somebody somewhere should tell Kalonzo Musyoka that he is doing more disservice to Azimio than he is doing service. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk about was Raila's campaign strategy in Mount Kenya. I think I admire the kind of strategy that Raila Odinga is deploying in Raila Odinga and Azimio fraternity are deploying in Mount Kenya. I think it is apparent that some UDA stalwarts, some UDA members and supporters saw it very necessary to sabotage Raila's campaigns in Mount Kenya. And like we said here the other day, the heckling that was done, or the heckling that took place in Kirinyaga, looks like it was a planned event, and this was supposed to send a political message. Most people here have talked about Martha Karua as a likely deputy presidential candidate, and so when you see people heckling Martha Karua in Kirinyaga, it was bound to send a political message that this person is not popular on the ground. And you can connect the dots with what is happening nationally, whereby we have political leaders from UDA trying to advise Azimio on whom to choose as a deputy president. So these people are afraid of Martha Karua. Like everyone says here, Martha Karua is a person, if she gets nominated as a deputy presidential candidate for Azimio, then UDA has no answer for her. They have no match for her. And so these people are trying to use every means possible. They are trying even to promote the candidature of Kalonzo Musyoka. They are trying to say Kalonzo Musyoka is being mistreated in Azimio, just to try and stir the waters. But they know very well that Kalonzo Musyoka on the same ticket as Baba has been tested, not once, but twice. The stretch that they moved was 40 something percent. I believe new and fresh blood on this ticket is going to inject some enthusiasm. And like I said here, the coming election is only going to be won by the side that has enthusiastic supporters. If it is the same ticket that has been there since 2013, 2017, I don't think even voters will get excited. And so you need to excite your voters with new stuff. And I think Martha Karua is the best fitted person for this position. Next on the opinion polls. Julia talked here about the biggest number we have here of undecided voters. I'd like to say that my concern is not about the undecided voters. My concern is about the people who are not going to vote at all. I was talking to a friend of mine na akaniambia the last time alinunua gas, alirefill gas, alilipa 3,200. Na I don't know, akaquote the last price yenye alinini before he hike, it was about 1,000 and something. And akaniambia hatapiga kura this time. Nikamuuliza kwa nini, akaniambia hawa watu wote wako in government ni watu ambao wanaendesha biashara, na gas is one there's one person by the name of Raila Odinga ambaye anauza gas. Nikamuuliza sasa, who told you that Raila Odinga is a company that is, akaniambia these politicians, we voted last time 2 times. I voted for Jubilee 2 times, and this time I'm not going to vote again because these people are all together. They are there to nyanyasa the mwananchi, and so I'm probably looking at a situation whereby the propaganda that has been sold to mwananchi, especially with regards to the leaders in Azimio, we have to give it to William Ruto. The kind of propaganda he has sold to the people of Kenya, it will be a very huge task for people to turn out to vote if the mood on the ground remains the same. And I'm really saying this because when you hear people who are undecided, then it doesn't mean that they are really undecided. It means that there's nothing that really excites them to go to the polls. Because if you ask them why they are not voting for a particular candidate, they'll have reasons. And I believe enthusiasm is a big, big factor in as much as you would want your voters to turn out and vote. So it's going to be a big challenge. And I hope leaders will be able to navigate through these and try to sell an idea that will excite the masses to turn out on the material day and vote. I finished my submission there.
Can I ask you something on that last point? Or on propaganda and apathy? Right now, Ruto is selling himself as an opposition candidate. Most elections, if the turnout is low, it never favors the wind of change of bringing in new candidates. Actually, it favors the candidate who is coming in with the incumbency kind of perception. So has this propaganda worked for them? Because actually these guys were to create a revolution that was to overhaul everything and bring their hustle and narrative to the front, but it's not happening. So I don't know. Is it productive or counterproductive? It happened even in their own nominations. Kangema turned out, the winner was having 2,000 votes.
Wekesa, I agree with you. And one thing that I've said here, I think looking at the numbers, to be a president, you must win 50+1, and about 24 constituencies. Is it 25 constituencies? Counties, 25 counties, if I'm not wrong. From where I sit, I believe William Ruto needs a maximum turnout in Central Kenya and Rift Valley to get a head start. Looking at the numbers that we saw of people coming out in the nomination process of UDA, and I believe UDA is the majority stakeholder in Central Kenya, leave alone Jubilee being there by virtue of having a president from there and also members of parliament. UDA is another major stakeholder because many candidates will be running on UDA in Central Kenya. If the enthusiasm that I saw during the nomination process is what we are going to use as our metrics, then UDA and William Ruto are in for a rude shock. He needs over 80%, and from the over 80%, he needs to try and push or shove off Raila's influence in Mount Kenya. If Raila Odinga just gets about, let's say, 25% from the 80% of the people who will turn up to vote on the material day, then we can say here for real that William Ruto will be going home at 8 a.m. in the morning. So it is very important. When they sell their propaganda, they also have to remember that propaganda works both ways. If you're in government right now and you're selling propaganda against the government that you're working in, it also cuts across your side. And that is why I think it was a good thing that they had a narrative. But then the narrative was pushed too far. It was pushed too far to the extent that the people in Central Kenya realized that we have a president and this thing is not helping us. So why should we even go? Why should we go back and vote this time round? So the narrative was pushed too far, and it will hurt William Ruto if he does not get the numbers that we talk about here. I think Mount Kenya as a region has almost 8 million votes. So he needs all the 8 million votes, or maybe 90% of the 8 million votes, so that he can get a head start. If he gets, let's say, the turnout is 50%. In Mount Kenya. So we are looking at him sharing 50% of 8 million is about 4 million. We are looking at him sharing the 4 million votes between him and Raila Odinga. But then there's one thing you also have to see here. Raila Odinga still has a fanatical following. People in Nyanza and in Kisii and wherever in Mombasa will turn out to vote for Raila Odinga in the morning. They will turn out in large numbers. They have never shied away from doing that, regardless of the number of times that he has ran for president. The big issue here is, what is William Ruto going to do in Central Kenya to make sure that he gets the over 80% voter turnout and gets the majority of the votes that will come out from that particular constituency?
Makiadi, and don't forget there are those unsettled issues between William Ruto and the older generation in Mount Kenya region. I mean, they just need to be reminded that, remember, 1, 2, 3. Remember, it's not a very uphill, it's not an uphill task to remind them that, remember, you are here because of this. You see, remember these years when you experience this in the hands of this person. In fact, you just need to remind them about the 24 years of Moi reign. And you remind them about the Youth for Can 92 and all that. And then when he's telling them that the economy, I agree with you. When he's telling them that the economy has been ruined by this government, people will look at him like, you are in the government, you and Uhuru have ruined our lives. You see, the two of you have ruined our lives. Then, unfortunately, the other day, Jimmy came up with this narrative that that when Uhuru and Ruto came together to form government, that Uhuru was in charge of security and Ruto was in charge of this economy, that he was handling money and all that. So that narrative goes on, goes on, goes on. So we have about less than 3 months. That is a long time, even to turn. So that's why I keep saying the biggest danger William Samuel Ruto faces here is when the mountain flips. If the mountain flips and makes up their mind to Kumira, it will be such a humiliating defeat for him. It will be so humiliating. I will not be surprised when Jubilee takes over and makes a comeback. So you're right, where they formed a narrative about the economy, they say that serikali imewanyanyasa, but now the narrative is turning against them. So I don't know what next is going to say, because now you hear what the narrative Mother Karua is forming and Sabina Chege, that in whose hands are you safe? Keep asking every Kenyan that, in whose hands are you safe? So that's what I think about what you're saying, Mr. Makiadi.
But Julia, let me ask you something. I know that most of people in Mount Kenya say that the economy is very important to them, and one big issue that they look at is the economy when they go to vote. My question to you is this: what is going to make the people in Mount Kenya region come out in large numbers like they did in 2013 and 2017 to vote for William Ruto?
Okay, that one they'll not come out, because we can't be ignorant here and forget we have this tribal thing. So the only people who will come out to vote, I mean, with commitment, is those who will buy the Baba Rarua ticket. And those buying the Baba Rarua ticket are the ones buying the thing is that we still have Uhuru standing for us somewhere, but Uhuru is somewhere here making things work. So we can't be ignorant of the tribal thing. I don't think they'll come out the way they only came out for their son Uhuru. They have only come out several times for Kibaki, for Uhuru. Look at this, Mr. Makiadi. You remember when I think in 1992, when we had Moi, we had Kibaki, we had Matiba. Ask yourself, why Matiba was number 2 and Kibaki was number 3? These people shared their community's votes. It is because people came out kumira to vote for those two people. So, which means in Mount Kenya region, you either voted for Matiba or voted for Kibaki. And they come out, they make up their mind, we are voting, because they see it as a do or die thing. It's now or never. But this time, Ruto has made them think they are not safe in the hands of Uhuru, or he has not even used to Uhuru more. He has been talking about bad things about Baba. It has been an easy thing for him to do, because for a long time in this country, we have had these political conflicts between the Luo and the Kikuyu. So Ruto took advantage of that, which he made use of it very well and effectively. But now, even if he did that, I don't think it's going to convince them to come out to vote. That's why I keep saying here, even if they realize by 9 a.m., the tallying will not be favoring them. The next day, they'll wake up at 5 a.m. to go do their work, and they'll behave like there was no election. That's how they're going. As you people will be celebrating and dancing, they will not pay attention, because they don't feel they own this. That's the biggest challenge that Ruto is having.
Now, Julia, the previous events have taught us something that I want to look at it, which it looks funny. And you remember from the Kiamba to the nominations that we have had, the people that Ruto trusts in Central are from the Rift Valley. He sent Murkomen to Embu. He sent... there's another one, was it Koros? And then he sent Barasa in Laikipia. So if he is going to apply the same arithmetics, because these people kina Didi Nyoro, kina Ricard, they should have shown that they are ready to take the task and mobilize the ground, such that they can deliver the vote. But during the time of voting, it's like they go back, and now Ruto brings his people too. Including in Kiamba, we were told that even more agents came from Rift Valley. So in other words, the guy still doesn't trust you guys. So how will he mobilize?
They are not
how will he mobilize?
They are not trustworthy, Mr. Wekesa. See the behavior of Ketu Arugoro. What is she saying nowadays? She's even saying better. I think somewhere she was close saying better Raila. That's what she was saying. See her behavior now. And ask yourself, Mr. Wekesa, sometime back, I think Rigathi wanted you to be the running mate. And later on, we had him proposing Didi Nyoro. That tells you one thing. They are now sure there is no winning for presidency. So Rigathi doesn't see why he should lose his parliamentary seat. And this is what I say. fellow Kenyans, you should not be
There was
surprised.
also a time he said his DP will be a woman. I
Yes.
remember. So, and then Kina Alice started
Alice
having
Wahome,
hopes.
yeah.
Kina Alice and the other one, Anna Waigu.
The person that I think is going to go for this thing, and all the indications show here that the person that might be nominated for this slot will be probably Muturi. And why I say Muturi is a person, I think right now Muturi has no attachment to Democratic Party of Kenya, DP. And if not Muturi, then they'll go for Kindiki, because Kindiki now, if Kindiki loses, they can still nominate him to parliament, to the Senate as a nominated senator. But these other guys have already paid their nomination fee. They have their nomination certificates. I would think it will be an uphill task to have UDA withdraw a person like Gashagwa from his Madira constituency and let the lady from Jubilee have a free pass. Because unless you tell me they have another independent candidate on the side, then I think they will not take that risk.
Yeah, that's right. And even somebody like Rigathi gives Azimio a free playing field of punishing him, like angalia rais wenyu, angalia running mate wenyu. So Ruto will be trying to clean up his lineup, but these people like Rigathi, like Didi Nyoro will not go for it, because they know now, they can now see the math, where the math. Ruto is not a fool. He knows that Uhuru only appeared to be winning. Let me use the word appeared, because the elections were contested, because he got really a big turnout from Mount Kenya region. And Ruto can see people talking. I mean, you can't be, there was no such kind of talking in Mount Kenya the way we are talking here. If you ask me, I voted for Uhuru 2 times, and I voted for Kibaki. So I am in that group. We are many of us that you don't even need to convince us not to vote for Ruto. You don't even need to convince us why we should not vote for Ruto. So, and I think as time goes by, it will be very easy to decampaign him. It will be like, sasa unaona, somebody was, Themba was not happy with Sabina Chege when she was saying that there are 2 wolves. One is old, the other one is young. So which one do you want to eat you up? So Themba was saying, anyhow you'll be eaten. So choose the one that is.
Julia.
Yeah.
Let me play this clip for that seconds, and then you comment on it. If I found it interesting. This brother of
Sawa, kwa majina naitwa Alois Kinyanjui, son of Kuria. Baba wakati wa kutusiwa konokono ni nini? Ni chumvi. 6 napigania kiti cha Juja. 6 months ago, mimi na Gavana Nyoro tuliketi chini tukafanyia baba analysis. Tulifanya 3. Zote zilitoka baba, unakumbuka? Baba anaenda kushinda. Hizo numbers zime juu, hazijashuka, na tuko pamoja.
Wanyita ni mwede de Alois kwa dia tawe yugaletwa
Alois Kinyanjui, son of Kuria. Baba na kuhakikishia kwa constituency 12 constituencies za Kiambu, Juja, you will have the leading number of votes. Take that to the bank. Asanteni sana.
Thank you Alois. Mpigieni makofi tena.
Yeah, Moses used to say that he is the one who crunches the numbers. His brother also is doing the same crunching of numbers.
But you see, Wekesa, there's one thing that is very crucial in Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region, basically, if you take constituency like Juja constituency, Thika town, I think, and some other constituency, most of these constituencies are cosmopolitan. And the reason why I say even you'll be amazed of how this governor, Nyoro, is it Nyoro, yeah? Dr. Nyoro, you'll be amazed on how he performs this coming election is simply because he will have a lot of voters who are diaspora voters voting for him, especially the people who support Azimio. This thing called UDA, it has fixed itself in a corner whereby we have almost, I think even Waititu is running as governor in Kiambu right now. I don't know if he's going to run as an independent. And then we have Wamatangi. We have
They are two independent.
yeah.
We have Kabogo.
Yeah, we have Kabogo.
Independent, kuna anaitwa Jango.
Kuna
Jango and
Jango.
yes.
Yeah.
Kuna Moses Kuria.
Yeah, this guy called Nyoro, Dr. Nyoro, if this guy sticks with this plan, he doesn't need a majority of votes from the so-called perceived UDA core base. All he needs to do is to gather the same almost 90% of the diaspora votes in what do we call this? What do you call this county? I'm forgetting. Kiambu County. Sorry, he needs to at least gather 90% of the votes, diaspora votes in Kiambu County, and then try to convince a few of the so-called natives. If he can do that successfully, then I'm telling you, this guy atapita katikati.
Atapita, because this is what I was saying. Demba didn't like the argument of the wolf. The wolf was, Ruto went around telling them that Raila ni mchawi, sijui Uhuru anafanya nini, and then he went posing like to be one of them. So the only way to beat him is to fight his way. You telling us about tribe? Wewe ni nani? Unatuambia maneno ya kabila. Wewe nani kwetu? Who are you to us? Who can you try? Are you in a Bantu? Hata fadhali Kalonzo angekuwa anaenda anaongea hii lugha, tunaweza kusema sisi ni Gema. So they are fighting the same battle. Wewe ni nani? Unatuambia kabila fulani, unatuambia Mjaluo. Wewe ni nani? Who are you? Who are you to us? So that's where they began their Sabina Chege. Then now about the wolf thing, you telling us this man is bad. Now you'll do worse things than this man. And then you see what they are going to, is a bad thing to use this in the modern politics, but they are going to remind them, kumbuka 1992, kumbukeni 2007, kumbukeni 24 years of Moi reign. They're going to use that rough, fire for fire, that rough campaign. So when they hear Sabina Chege saying this, it is gaining ground because it terrifies the Kikuyus to feel unsafe. It terrifies the Kikuyus to make them feel that they cannot do business here or there because of one person. It terrifies them. So the Azimio team is using that to gain ground. That's what they are doing.
Could you ask them a very simple question? You have your parents, and there's this uncle who normally comes and gives you peremende. Between your parents and the uncle of peremende, whom do you trust? So can you tell me, you people of Muranga, was it Muranga or Kiambu? Can you tell me, people of Muranga, that you trust uncle of peremende more than your parents who took you to school and did everything to you? Don't tell me that you love Ruto more than Uhuru. He was very straight and actually was asking aspirants, you guys, why are you having fear in selling bubble on the ground? You have enough message to talk about these other candidates, but they have sold fear on you until you guys look like you are rained on. So I think these workshops that Baba has had on the mountain is going to ignite new energy, and give them momentum.
That's exactly what I think. This, sometimes, like if you see the way Biden campaigned against Trump, there was a very big difference between the two campaign strategies. You would see people if people resonate with your message, you don't have to hold like rallies where you have 20,000 people. And you see, Biden they said he campaigned from the basement, the basement of his house. This guy, people were yearning for change. and Trump was out there, you know, holding expensive rallies with 20,000 people and all that. But then this Biden guy was holding small town hall meetings where people are observing all this protocol and that. And that's the strategy that I think is good. If Baba can go to Mount Kenya, usiende kuitisha rally at people where UDA will get the fodder to send pictures of empty stadiums saying that this guy is not famous. Just go to talk to the few people. You know, these are additional votes. The core base in Mount Kenya did not vote for Baba in 2017. All these people that he's talking to, he could not talk to them in 2017 the way he's talking to them right now. This is a new thing. It's a new thing. Wewe enda ongea na watu 200, those are 200 votes. Enda ongea. There are those people that will vote for you. The people that voted for you last time, they'll still vote for you if they like you. And then these new town hall meetings with leaders and opinion makers and opinion shapers, these are additional votes. All you need is a certain percentage. You don't have to fight for the whole cake. As long as if you get this small piece of cake from this region, you disadvantage mwenzako. And then there's another thing that I saw it's still trending right now. I don't know if, Julia, you've seen this video of women aspirant, UDA women aspirant from Kiambu throwing cake to the masses. Sijui kama umeona hiyo Wekesa.
Kuku,
You should see the reaction that video has caused on the internet. I think kama uko nayo unaweza kia Julia aone. She's called Wamuradha. I think she's the UDA.
Yeah, Wamuradha.
Yeah. If you have that video, ebuchezea Julia one. And people are saying, you know, Mount Kenya, sasa sahi Mount Kenya imerudishwa stage yenye people even never expected them to be. If you see that video and you listen to the talk that is going around, then you will see why people are, of course, saddened, you know, in terms of the decline of politics and political stance in Mount Kenya.
Yes, Makiadi, and I think Ruto is really a master planner. He planned it very well, and you know, there's this thing that he rigged out those people he didn't want in Jubilee, and now we see the people who came in. It was well choreographed and well planned, and I think another thing that I think we tunaweza pengine sema ati pengine Uhuru alilalia masikio kwa sababu this time we saw Ruto campaigning. You know, we thought it looked like a joke. You know, every time you heard that Ruto amesema hivi, ameenda makanisani Central, sijui ameenda mashuleni. So for some time he did a lot of indoctrination. But now they are fighting him with his own fire. Like, unatuletea wheelbarrow. Kwani watoto wengi wanasomwa wapatiwe wheelbarrow? Are we taking our children to school? You give them wheelbarrows. You know, umetuona aje. Yani wewe umetuona aje. So that is why Sabina Chege is becoming so instrumental, because she uses the same language. You know, he does this, she goes back and says, how do you see us and who are you to us? Wewe ni nani? Unasema baba ni kabila. Wewe ni kabila gani? You know, so it looks rough. And I think even that, what you are saying, Makia, is really going to be used against UDA. Chika Mawekesa akonayo.
No, I'm sharing 3 in 1. Shortly, I'm down.
Okay, and let me ask, that lady anaitwa Wamuradha, it's an amazing video if you watch it. I don't know, the other women representative for the current women representative for Kiambu, what position is she running? Because I also saw her with a certificate. The Wamushomba.
I don't know what Wamushomba is running. I sijui kama Wekesa anajua.
I think Wekesa is trying to share the video.
Endelea tu ikidownload nitawaambia.
Yeah, I was asking, I was wondering, because I thought even Wamushomba is supposed to run for the same position, women representative for Kiambu under UDA. So I was kind of amazed, because I saw this video and people were saying this is a UDA aspirant for Kiambu for women rep position.
Wamushomba alioshwa kama Kate.
No, she has a certificate.
unless you end independent. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
something happened to Amushomba. Something happened to Amushomba. There was a
really?
scandal. Yeah.
I think I saw her being issued with a certificate. I think I saw her being issued with a certificate. Niliona akipiga picha na certificate ya UDA. Unless people in the comment section mtuambie, because I think she was given the certificate, I think, what, 1 week ago or something, but I'm not sure.
Someone is saying, David Alo is saying, although that she's vying for women rep, but I don't know whether she's vying.
Wakikuyu wenzangu, Wakikuyu ni nyinyi mnarushiwa keki kama ubwa, mnarushiwa hivyo mugadharana. Wakikuyu sasa, ile kitu imebaki, Ruto atakuwa na waita siba oka kama jeroge Nyabura Wajiro, na mnasema hatupangui ngui. Wakikuyu magai, mumejiaibisha. Yani kasi ya Kenya mnapiga hakana hata dignity, hamuna hata heshima. Mzee wa maana, mzee kama Kibaki ambaye aliheshimika dunia mzima, mnaenda kuheko, kuugerelia mathiko-ini. Kwa mazishi ya Kibaki mnaenda kupiga nduru. Guy. You people, what have you become? Wakikuyu, Mugikuyu alikuwa anaitwa Mugikuyu, kumaanisha Mugikuyu mjanja kuliko hawa wengine. Lakini saa hizi, my friends, you are behaving like other humans. Behaving foolishly, bwana. You are an embarrassment to our forefathers. Waikuyu walipigania freedom ya hii nchi kutoka kwa wabeberu. Lakini saa hizi, the way you are behaving, I'm sure hawa wazee wakiwa huko biguni wanaangalia huku chini, and they cannot even wish to come back. No, duishi.
Amesema
the original ones, the original one we are not sharing because it hit a song. You know, songs in a kuanga na issue kwa nini, it is charged. Yeah? Copyright.
Yeah, if Julia, you see the original video, you know, without the commentary from that guy, if you see the original video, it's this lady alikuwa anakata kitu kama keki kwa sahani. Anarusha
yeah,
vile
tatu hizo. One, unajua huku ni Njugush. Njugush is just now comedy. He's doing comedy of what was happening. Then the other side, wa Murathe was anakata keki anarusha to the masses. Then they pick. Ni vile iko ndogo huwezi ona vizuri.
Magadharana. Niwe gudharana.
Yeah, but yes, but I can share to you the full one. Maybe kwa WhatsApp.
That's very sad, and that is what now these other Jubilee politicians are using to decampaign Ruto. So that's why I keep saying, people are saying here that UDA has taken over. Okay, the turnout will not be 80%, but whatever turnout will be in Mount Kenya region, I'll not be surprised to see Baba leading. I'll not be surprised. It's coming to happen, because there are those now Kikuyu who are like, you can't take us like this. Umetuona aje? Umetuangalia, umetuona aje, na wewe umejiweka wapi? Wewe ni nani kwanza? That's what you talking ill about Baba. Wewe ni nani? Who are you? That's what they're asking themselves. So all these people you see in the media and all that, how many wako nyumbani na hawaongei? How they don't come to debate talk like me? How many? So
yeah, Rose says, Madam Rose says that Wamushomba was given a UDA certificate. I think I also saw that.
Yeah, but kulikuwa na utata hata mimi. Okay, kulikuwa kumenyamaza hata nikafikiria alikuwa amenyimwa. I thought this mama ndiye aliwin. Sawa.
Yeah, and you can see what happened also in the deputy president's residence today with the Jaguar. I don't know if you guys have seen the clip.
No, what happened?
I saw the riot.
Yeah. is expected. So I don't know. This person called Gigi Man is saying that this man akona matusi mwenye I think you've played. But Gigi Man, how does it feel to be grouped? I mean, at unapewa, you're given cakes and food. Gigi, how does you feel as a member of that community and Getashi there? How does it feel? I mean, how do you feel? Is it not embarrassing?
Ndemba, studio ni yako.
Themba, umenyamaa kimya sana. Kwa nini uongei?
Ninasikia mkitoa maneno hapo, cheche za maneno. Mlinitupa nje mkaniambia mimi hata sielewi, nikasema acha ninyamaze. I'm kidding. Thank you. Kwanza uliona vile ninavamiwa hapa na kina Makiadi wakiamua hapa wananichapa, lakini ni sawa tu. Habari
No,
ndio hiyo.
you're making us to think. I think it's okay. It was okay.
No, whatever you said in them, I think this debate will have it after the nomination process and all, going forward. But whatever you said, there are so many things you are overlooking. In your analysis, there are so many things you're overlooking, because what you want to base your argument on is the Constitution. But then, the Constitution is not explicit. There are things that are not addressed like word for word in the Constitution. But if you go to the Political Parties Act, you will see those things addressed there. So when we come, probably if we have this debate again, I'll come with the Political Parties Act, and then I'll tell you what it says, and then you can argue from the Constitution point with the reference to whatever you are saying right now.
The Political Parties Act, Makiadi has no requirement for a running mate.
What I'm saying is this.
The Constitution, the Political Parties Act only requires you to be a party member. And if you're going to vie to have joined the party within a certain time, if you're going to participate in nomination of a specific party, you need to have joined that party within a certain time. You cannot participate in a nomination if you have not joined that political party within a certain time. Those are the timelines. It deals only with political party membership. The other issues about being a running mate and all, those are dealt with electoral laws, right? So electoral laws now, as if you want to be a running mate, if you want to be a presidential candidate, they have those kind of things now. They dealt with within that. So I agree with you. This is a debate that is going to continue, and we are going to keep informing each other. If you find something that we need to learn, you come on, Temba wewe ni wetu. That's why we have to keep you. Come, let us inform each other. This is a place where we inform each other. You say what you know, I say what I know. Then of course we have reference, and if you hear anything new, you bring here. We learn. But my submission is that I don't think there's anything that is within the law that makes what's his name, Ruto, not appoint Kalonzo as a running mate. However, it has political implications. Political implication includes what? What will it mean to the people who have been supporting UDA all this time? How will it affect their allegiance to UDA? So because of the political issues around it, I don't think it is a viable option. That is the only reason why I think it's not a viable option, because of the political issues around it. And as I submitted earlier, I still hold the thought that Mutula Kilonzo and Enoch Wambua, they have no Kalonzo's interest. They don't. If they did, they would be quiet. They would have allowed the process within Azimio to go on. But because they are not having any interest of him, then of course that is what is happening. Hey, People are thinking I'm drunk. I could be drunk of I don't know what.
Remember 1 minute. Richard, this is our Murada. I'm seeing her with the certificate. I don't know. This woman with the certificate. This is the one who was throwing to the chicken. I don't know. Was it recalled?
I am not sure. But I also saw Wamushomba with a
We'll
certificate.
find out. But me, I saw her with a certificate, so I thought she's the one who won. And Wamushomba has gone quiet. I've searched on his page. I've not seen his photo with the certificate, but I will find out.
Thank you, Duke Moses. Thank you, Duke Moses kunitetea huko. Themba nakunywa maji. The only thing I drink a lot is water. When nakunywa maji, so don't worry. Yeah, we don't come here when we are inebriated. That is not how we do it. We are, especially the moderators, at least we come here when we are sober, so that we can remember everything we said tomorrow. We don't ask someone to say, I was under influence. No, I'm not under influence. So don't you worry. But yes, I drink water. I drink a lot of water. So not that I mind if you say I'm
Umejitetea sana.
Sijitetee ule ni Ndusi asiende kule akanipiga sana akasema ati jana nilikuja nikasema. So we have to finish. At least we have exhausted our Themba. You looked at, yeah, maybe I look, maybe I am, I don't know, but thank you. We have to finish, come to the end of the show today. At least we have exhausted we have opened our minds into different areas of engagement. We have had you. Gigiman Asante, Gitash Day, Wamurada is a well-loved family advisor and joker for many years. Yeah, so she went throwing cakes to people. David Olo Asante, Eric Otieno, and Lucy speaking a lot of what he thinks, speak not for SKM. I'm not speaking for SKM. I don't speak for him, and I do not purport to. I am not even pretending to speak for him. Duke Moses, Themba doesn't drink, bro. Yes, I don't. I only drink water. Kesa, sijali. Hata hiyo wine yako sikunywi. Danny Darius, Asante, I guess Themba ought to be a university don. You will make our young men and women mature. Yeah. Penyagaka, Themba, that is impossible.
Let me ask you, Richard. I think that woman was running for UDA nomination for Kitunguri constituency.
Oh, she's going for an MP position, eh?
Yes, the other one sasa ndiye amekuja kama women rep. I was wondering
it makes sense now. Okay,
yeah,
it makes sense.
They are both winners but in different positions.
Okay. Nathan Dusi Themba is drunk. Hey. Sawa tu, sawa Nathan Dusi. Nipige tu hapo, ni sawa tu. Themba leo apiga Pen Nyagaka, Santa Duke Moses, Eric Otieno, was Dennis Ondieki. Yeah?
I have to leave, huh?
Unaenda job?
Yes.
Aye.
Acha nijiandae. Bye.
Aye. See you later, bro.
Bye, Wekeso.
Emba, what are you drinking? Water. You touch the beast fire. Kinywa mashati aka Uhuru. Role model wa Temba ni kinywa wa mashati aka Uhuru. Hizi watu mmelipwa eh? Money has been poured eh? Kama leo ametei mbaya, wacha tu sawa tu. Temba is breathing fire. Rose Anderson, yes, Wamushomba was given UDA certificate and she was an MP for 10 years, so I don't know your certificate ni ya nini. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we want to take 1 minute at least closing remark. Tuanze na Julia.
Okay, thanks, Temba. Everyone who has been watching what's happening in the political scene in Kenya, now we can differentiate between light and darkness, between Bivu and Bichi. So I just want to request you, let's do the right thing. We cannot jump from a frying pan into the fire. And even those who are in Mount Kenya region, now you know that you cannot jump from the frying pan into the fire. In whose hands are you safe? So fellow Kenyans, in whose hands are you safe? Nawaomba mvuke sakafu, muje pande wa baba, because that's the only place you are safe. Thanks, Temba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Makiadi, dakika moja.
Mine is just to continue raising my concern about the real intention of Wiper in Azimio. I'm still not impressed by the virtue of them issuing certificates for other candidates to run in Nairobi. And if they continue with this trend, then I can assure you guys that Azimio will be in trouble, especially in areas where also UDA has candidates. And so they are going to split the vote, and we are bound to go back to the default mode like we did in 2013 and 2017. So I think somebody should look at that. It is good to have, just one candidate per constituency running under the Azimio umbrella, and that will give voters at least, concentration and avoid the issue of dividing votes. So I'll leave it there. I hope somebody is working on that.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Yes, Duke Moses, money has been poured to blackmail the good image of my reputation. And on that note, I want to say thank you so much. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembe TV. And as you subscribe to Mutembe TV, also remember to subscribe to Temba and Lulu Show. Asante sana, Julia. And asante sana, Makiadi. Na Wekesa in absentia. Leo tumechapa kabisa. Wekesa mpaka kaamka, ikabidi ametujoin kabla aende job. Tumeshukuru sana kwa kutujoin hapo. Tafadhali subscribe to Temba and Lulu Show. Now, Makiadi kama kawaida, tumalizie na Constitution, alafu leo Julia atatuombea, alafu tuende.
Safi ndugu yangu, leo tunasoma article 45. Jana tulisoma 44 kuhusiana na language and culture. Leo tunasoma article 45, inazungumzia familia or family. One, it says the family is a natural and fundamental unit of society and the necessary basis of social order and shall enjoy the recognition and protection of the state. Number two, every adult has the right to marry a person of the opposite sex based on free consent of the parties. Number three, parties to a marriage are entitled to equal rights at the time of marriage, during marriage, and at the dissolution of the marriage. Number four, Parliament shall enact legislation that recognize A, marriages concluded under any tradition or system of religious, personal, or family law, and B, any system of personal and family law under any tradition or adhered to by persons professing a particular religion, to the extent that any such marriages or systems of law are consistent with this constitution.
Kwa wale ambao wanataka kuoana, article 45 inawakava. Wala wanataka kuoa na kuoana, Article 45. Any monthly subscription in monetary terms. No, subscribing is free. So subscribe Mutembei, subscribe to Emma and Lulu. It's free. And thank you so much for joining us. Julia, kuna mtu amekunoki pale chini. Anaambiwa na
Oh dear.
ati Eric Otieno, unapenda Julia. She's the reason why you are here.
David, sitatoa maoni leo.
Eric Otieno amefanya Julia ameweka cutting.
Julia unaogopa mapenzi.
Anaogopa kupendwa.
Sasa unaona nani alitoroka leo na nilitaka kumpatia condition. Anaitwa nani? Mwenye tulikuwa naye jana. G. And the only condition for any further discussion ni kwamba mtu anipatie evidence ya kupigia baba kura at 9 on 9 August.
Julia, Gigi man anasema we can apply Article 45. Mr. Temba, you have my support, Lulu. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Kindly go there. Subscribe. Notification at least 1,000 before the end of May. Tuweze kufurahi. Julia, tupatie maombi.
Okay, let's pray. Ewe Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amen.
Asante sana Julia, amen. Asanteni sana. Yeah, subscribe kwa Mutembei is free. Just go subscribe, pin your subscribe button. It is free. It only costs you your connectivity. It's free. Just pump in there. Na unapo subscribe kwa Mutembei, subscribe pia kwa Temba and Lulu Show. Temba umepea makiadi kitu hapo chini.
Na kunywa maji peke yake. Ndio hii.
Sasa watu mbona wanatufanya lazima tu explain zile vitu tunakunywa. Hata tukikunywa na ni yetu. Shida iko wapi?
Hatuwezi zunguka mokili mubimba tukikula hizi vitu bana.
Hatuwezi. Tuko sober. We come here when we are very sober. We don't take anything. Hata wale wanakunywa they don't come here when they're inebriated. We don't encourage that. Kwa sababu utasema vitu useme jana nilikuja hapa kama kuna jamaa niliona amekuja hapa kama ako tops, tukamwambia sema vitu ambavyo usikuje ukasema vitu useme hata sijui nilisema nini.
Yeah, it's a public show, so I think decorum.
Yeah, we try to maintain decorum as much as possible. Yeah, so if you see me, it's just a glass of water. You just kupatia, but this is global. This is a global place, so you don't know who is watching. All right. So thank you so much.
In fact, in them there's one thing that people don't know, that this show goes far. People pop up here sometime during the day. Wanakuambia sijui wako Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, everywhere in the world. So I think one thing that we always try to encourage here is for people to hold decorum, and also when you bring your argument, attacking a person, in terms of personality is not good. It is good to attack an idea rather than attack personalities, because now you narrow the debate to people rather than the bigger picture where we talk about issues.
Very true. Very true. We encourage a lot of civility and also responding to the content of the thoughts, not the person who is saying it. As much as possible, consider the content of the thought that someone has talked about, and let's educate. We come here to educate each other, and even you can participate. You sometimes may ask, how can I be part of it? You only need connectivity. You need a good phone or a computer and something to share and a willingness to learn. So we learn from each other. No one here has monopoly over knowledge. We just come here to learn. And if you are there and you're thinking, Themba has said something, I think it's not true. Don't worry. Come to this platform. Tell us what you think is the true position. That's why we are here. We are here to educate each other. I'm just giving you according to what my limited knowledge tells me. And that's why you are there. Come and educate me. Let's educate each other. They say iron sharpens iron. So don't sit in the background and you see maybe Themba is not saying something that you don't like, you think is not the true position. Come, let's reason together. Come, someone can learn from you. Come, share it out. They say the grave is the richest place because it carries dreams not lived. It carries investments not made. It carries information never shared. It is so rich. So don't go with all that information that you have down to the grave. Don't make the grave richer. Come, share with us. And that is the thing that we like about this platform. Everybody is treated equal, whether you are Azimio, UDA, Kenya Kwanza, whichever party or whichever place or independent. Come, let's learn from each other. Kindly. So sione ya kwamba people are better than, no, nobody is better than any other person. You are as important as everybody you're seeing here. So we like, and those who are in the comment section, be as civil as you can. Do not insult anyone. Be appreciative of everybody. And of course, respect each other, because that is what we want to advocate for. We are all Kenyans, and Kenya is our business. Let's continue talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. So we have to keep talking. See you tomorrow, exactly 9:30. And then, of course, those of us who come late, see you later tomorrow evening.
All right. Good night, guys.
Gracias.